Yo, 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 wrestling fans, this Sunday, July the 25th, JTG joins us at MWF Studios in Melrose, Massachusetts for a series of Wrestling Insider tapings and live cyber autograph signing. Want to join us in studio live with JTG? Join the Boston Wrestling Patreon family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling or pre-order your photo. JTG will autograph and personalize live on the air and give you a shout-out at bostonwrestling.com. Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marty.
And I'm John Cena Sr.
Johnny, the fans just haven't asked for it, they have demanded it.
This August, we're headed back to Tampa for Wrestle House 2.
WrestleMania weekend, we brought you Sinister Minister James Mitchell, TJP, Demolition Smash, Al Snow, Dutch Mantel Zeb Coulter, JTG of Primetime, and WWE Hall of Famer Gerald Brisco for in-depth interviews and live interactive cyber autograph signings.
And if you want our Wednesday Night Wrestling Insider Special Edition episodes to continue, we need your help to bring these superstars' careers and lives to life.
Bringing you free content 7 days each week is an expensive proposition. Between appearance fees, air travel, renting the house, the equipment, and everything that goes in to a week of shooting, we can't do it without you.
As we prepare to return to producing live in-ring events, help us bring you the superstars and legends of yesterday and tomorrow by visiting Indiegogo now and check out some of the great rewards.
Wrestling fans, it's going to be a wild week in Tampa the first week in August. Get ready for Wrestle House 2.
This is Mick Foley.
This is Harley Race.
This is Shelton Benjamin.
This is Mr. Wonderful Paul Orndorff.
This is the Monster Abyss.
And this is Daniel Bryan.
This is JBL, and you're watching the MWF.
Be there live.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, welcome to the July 24th, 2021 edition of Wrestling Insiders Week in Review, where we give you one-stop shopping to all of our great weeknight programs in one supersized episode, giving you hours upon hours of great wrestling talk about the 80s, 90s, even current events in the king of sports. I'm Dan Marty here on a summer Saturday that actually feels like summer. Hope all is well wherever you may be. Don't forget that tomorrow afternoon, Sunday, July the 25th at 2 p.m., we'll be joined in studio by JTG of Primetime for a series of Wrestling Insider tapings, a live special, and a live cyber autograph signing where fans from anywhere in the world can get a signed 8x10 photo, personalized any way you like, with a shout-out from JTG himself. If you want to be with us in the studio live, we have a very limited number of slots available, and you must be a Boston Wrestling Patreon family member. For more information on that, you can visit patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. The live episode and cyber signing will be available on YouTube. The next 2 weeks promise to be challenging as another stage of studio renovation looks to be started and maybe even completed. My mission is to try and find the hours in the day to get all of the production work done around that work being done, but, I'm here on consecutive day number 29 without one off. The work ethic is never the question here. It's simply the time. I've had CRPS flare-ups galore in the foot, in the ankle, even in my left thumb one day. It's like a physically painful surprise every time I open my eyes, but we get things done. Again, folks, the clock is ticking to our Wrestle House 2 plans in Tampa in August for a series of Wrestling Insider Special Edition tapings. As we look to find a new permanent co-host on Tuesday, we have some awesome autograph prizes, live experiences, and even cool advertising opportunities available to those helping bring Wrestle House to life. If you remember back on WrestleMania week, we brought you Sinister Minister James Mitchell, TJ Perkins, TJP, Demolition Smash, Al Snow, Dutch Mantel, a.k.a. Zeb Coulter, our friend JTG, and WWE Hall of Famer Gerald Brisco. We have friends new, we have friends old ready to join us. You can find the link about the Wrestle House 2 Indiegogo at the top of the Premier Chat box or in the description box below. The only way we can make it happen is as a team with your help. Boston Wrestling Patreon members, don't forget that the clock is ticking for your exclusive opportunity to purchase discounted all-inclusive VIP packages and tickets to our 20th anniversary Back to the 80s WrestleFest live wrestling event and autograph photo Fanfest, Saturday night, November the 13th at Memorial Hall in downtown Melrose, Massachusetts, before they go on sale to the general public. Again, already announced, WWE Hall of Famer Hacksaw Jim Duggan, Axe and Smash Demolition, fellow WWE Hall of Famer Jake the Snake Roberts, and wait until you see who else is being added in the weeks ahead. Folks, you are gonna love it. These wrestling icons will take part in a VIP exclusive Q&A, an autograph photo signing session, and we're bringing the superstars and legends of yesterday, today, and tomorrow together for a night of hot in-ring action that's going to blow the roof off of Memorial Hall. You're not going to attend a wrestling show, quote unquote. It's going to be an event you'll never forget. As the emails, the texts, the social media messages have been coming in nonstop, it's exciting to be back in business. Look for MWF Extra episodes forthcoming for the latest in our in-ring universe outside of these great talk shows. How can I fit more time into my day? Life's great challenge. When it comes to our Wrestling Insider talk shows, fans, again, don't forget there's plenty of ways you can help keep them going and growing. If you enjoy the content, be like Hacksaw Jim Duggan. Give us the big old thumbs up here on YouTube and subscribe to the channel itself. Both are free. It lets YouTube know that you enjoy the content, so they'll share our videos with the millions and millions of fans that have no idea we exist. Again, so many fans left wrestling after the 80s boom, after the Attitude Era and the Monday Night Wars in the 90s. They may not enjoy what wrestling is on television now in 2021, but once they find our labor of love, they may enjoy sitting down and hearing the stories from the legends themselves. It's very important to keep growing. If we don't keep growing, we've had some meetings here at the studio. Also, if you're watching this premiere, share the link on social media, whether it be Facebook, Twitter, Reddit, Facebook wrestling groups, wrestling websites, anywhere that there could be fans that would enjoy 80s, 90s, and current event talk. Share the link so we can let them sample what we do and hopefully become new friends like you. Have you seen the brand new Iron Sheik Studio Shoot interview DVD we've added to Patreon? Have you checked out New Jack, the final interview episodes? We don't just need, no, we do need. I was going to say we don't just want, but we need more of you fine folks to join the Boston Wrestling family over on patreon.com/Boston Wrestling, where, of course, you get the early ad-free access to Wrestling Insiders, access to our acclaimed Studio Shoot interview DVD library as seen by millions online and millions more on The Howard Stern Show, Patreon exclusive videos, plus help keep wrestling legends working. Again, that can be found at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Die-hard fans, try it out. You'll love it. It'll run you about the cost of a cup of coffee at Starbucks. Fans, I tell you, I am not at my normal desk today, and there's some very interesting people watching going on in front of the studio here at MWF Studios. I don't know what the heck is going on. A little mayhem here on Main Street. It's not November 13th, ladies and gentlemen. Please, a little decorum. I don't know what's going on over there at Sullivan Tire. Nonetheless, wrestling fans, it was another busy week in the world of professional wrestling. Let's kick off Wrestling Insiders Week in Review podcast style with Oscar of Men on a Mission's Monday Night Mission, where the former WWF Tag Team Championship manager shoots on the Money in the Bank return of John Cena, Finn Balor, thoughts on Mr. Wonderful Paul Orndorff's passing, potential WrestleMania 38 matches, and more. Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, welcome to the Monday Night Tradition. Forget about Monday Night Raw, 3 hours live deep in the heart of Texas. WWE Universe is back, supporting the action and excitement of WWE, as we saw on SmackDown, Money in the Bank last night and tonight on Raw, but a lot happening in the King of Sports. I am Dan Marotti, along with your host with the most, former WWF Tag Team Championship manager, again, the man that nearly blew the roof off of the world's most famous arena, Madison Square Garden, at WrestleMania 10, the one, the only, the man on a mission here on Wrestling Insider's Monday Night Mission, Oscar And I continue to believe that is one hell of an introduction for a man whose name only has 5 letters.
I continue to believe it too, and I can't thank you very much week to week for bringing me in. I mean, you're like the Michael Buffer of this show.
Well, I'm good for something, I guess, then.
Yeah, you're good for it. You're good for a whole lot. Now,
Maybe I missed my calling. Maybe I should have been a ring announcer. But I'm too.
Yeah.
My problem is I'm so tall that it wouldn't look good with some of the talents, especially in this day and age.
Nah,
You don't want the ring announcer to be bigger than your talents.
Yeah, you can't overshadow the people. No,
Maybe for the all women show with John Cena Sr.'s Fabulous Women of Wrestling, I could be the ring announcer.
And see, that wasn't a good move.
Oh, you don't like the Fabulous Women?
Wait. I got a question. Speaking of that, okay, when we get together in August in Tampa, he is coming, right?
Cena Sr.?
Yeah.
I find that to be highly unlikely.
Oh, see, I thought I could sit down and talk some sense.
Into him in that piece. Not out of the realm of possibility, but I find it highly unlikely. Maybe if the fans head on over to that Indiegogo campaign we have, the link can be found in the description box below. We can get John down there. I know he'd like to be there, but he has a fine estate that he stays at when he's in the Tampa area. You know what I mean?
No, okay.
A luxury, almost a palace that he stays in when he's down in the Tampa area.
No, well, I mean,
maybe you know what? Funny, and we should see if we could use that for Wrestle House. Maybe John would be welcome us in. I don't know. Probably not, but
I mean, he's got to be proud that world famous son of his made a comeback last night.
Well, Cena Senior's got a key to the house, I believe. Maybe maybe if he's out taping a movie in another country, we can sneak in and tape a few episodes of Wrestling Insider Special Edition. But Oscar, you are right. Last night, Money in the Bank, I got to say, I didn't like all of the results, but I got to say, from start to finish, what a very highly watchable show.
Well, I mean, it was not bad at the fact that you had fans.
That helped too, but I mean, as far as the actual matches go, there really wasn't anything on the event that was cringeworthy. I could nitpick if I wanted to, but from start to finish, I think it was one of the better pay-per-views this year by far.
Well, like I said, I believe that they upped their game. When you go 430 some odd days without fans, and
is that what it was? 430. Yeah. What did you time it? I mean, how do you know that, Oscar? Out of curiosity.
Yeah, well, I keep up with these things.
All right.
But the point I'm trying to make is, you go that long without fans, and then you got fans coming back from a writer's perspective, an executive production point of view, and a talent relations a corner of it, then you are going to, you're going to up your game considerably, because you got to come out swinging. Now, they came out swinging as far as the production value go, as far as the show go, but as far as a lot of the results last night, I couldn't get behind. Matter of fact, I'm not going to say taken aback, but I was shocked of some of the results.
Well, tell me, what shocked you from Money in the Bank, Oscar?
Well, number one, Big E winning, I did not see coming at all. Not even a little bit.
We talked about that on Wrestling Insider Stern But Fair on Sunday. Host with the most, the first and former Boston Wrestling MWF heavyweight champion, now on the board of directors, Tiger Mulligan. He kind of predicted Big E. You can't take Big E serious because he's too much of a goof. You know what I mean? I can't see him as a serious threat to defeat either Bobby Lashley or Roman Reigns.
No, I mean, you are 1,000% right. I mean,
from a storyline point of view, it would seem where Lashley has crushed both Xavier Woods and Kofi Kingston, it would kind of make sense for him maybe to go after Bobby on Raw, either that or when the draft takes place after SummerSlam, maybe send Big E over to Raw to join his New Day buddies. But I kind of shrug my shoulders. I could not see him as the face of either brand. I don't think Lashley should lose to Big E. I don't think Roman should lose to Big E. And I just don't take Big E seriously. Nothing against the man. I think he's a fine talent. I think he's one of the few that does the comedic sports entertainment presentation well. But at the same time, I don't think that comedic sports entertainment presentation should be the face of either brand.
Yeah, I don't see. I mean, you know, he can cash the contract in at any time, but no, yeah, as far as being the face of the brand, I mean, for shock value, he might can get put over the minute he cashes in the contract. But as far as keeping the belt from some longevity to be called the face of the company, nah, I don't see that at all. I mean, Lashley got the tools and the look to be it. Reigns certainly does have the tools and the look to be it. But Big E on the side of a bus by himself with the championship and on billboards and people buying tickets to see Big E versus this one, that one, and the last one. No, not even a little bit. I wouldn't go see him.
Yeah, no, I agree with you 100% on that. A fine talent. I think best pegged as a mid-card talent or a tag team talent. I just don't see him as a world championship material on either brand. I think for all the knocks people can make towards WWE Creative right now, I think the one thing they continue to have right is who their two world champions are on both brands. Both are believable. Both are badass looking. You know, they have that credibility that's lacking in a lot of the rest of the rosters. We have a lot of smaller guys. I mean, Lashley is as legit as it gets, and Roman has done a fantastic job since he returned at SummerSlam last year in his role as the head of the table, in my opinion. But it is your show.
No. You are correct. But the next thing, like I just touched on, the first thing I said was John Cena coming back. Now, the reason why that is a very good thing right now for the company is because, I mean, he's part of the blockbuster hit movie of the summer, Fast 9.
You enjoyed that.
Can't hurt. Oh, yeah, no, I loved it. I'm not going to say, I'm not going to sit and debate with anybody was it the best one of the franchise, because I don't think it was. I do think it was great. I think it was real good. I think that I didn't miss The Rock. John Cena filled that void, so that got accomplished. But the point I'm making is, you know, for him to return to the ring right now on the heels of that is very good business. Now, because of that, if he does take on Reigns at SummerSlam, I don't see him getting the belt, because I do not think with everything he's got going on, I don't see him being able to be with the company full time to make a run with the title.
No, not at all. No way.
For a while. He got too much going on. Is he at Rock status? No, not yet. Is he on his way? Certainly. And he's definitely, he's definitely going to have to take the time in order to fulfill those Hollywood commitments. And he's not going to need wrestling to pad his bank account, as The Rock certainly does not need it now. I mean, a man is $225 million in right now, and that's not wrestling checks.
Yeah, I mean, if you see Cena past SummerSlam, I'd be really surprised. But it's good to have him back even for this short stint. You know, what really confused me as far as trying to separate the two brands, you bring the man back to feud with Roman Reigns, and then they have him kick off Raw tonight. So I mean, it's like, why? Why not save him for? If I was Fox, and I'm paying X amount of dollars each week for SmackDown, and Cena is challenging for the SmackDown Championship, I would want Cena's return on my network, not the USA Network.
You would want it, but Cena is such a staple in WWE. You really can't separate him. You cannot keep him. You can't keep him off TV no matter what show is coming on. The infighting would be so massive and so massive till it may not even happen. So he's one of those people that's got to divide his time. And with SummerSlam coming up, they need to maximize his face on television as much as possible.
So, in your opinion, if Vince had you come back and were part of the creative, you'd thumbs up the SmackDown talent opening up Raw.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna say the SmackDown talent. I'm talking about Cena.
Well, he's challenging for the SmackDown Championship, so I would think he would be a SmackDown talent.
No, he would be, but what I'm trying to tell you is he's John Cena. He's going to be on every show that they put on television.
I think it's a mistake, but that's just my opinion. We respectfully disagree, I guess.
Well, okay, I'll put it like this. Having John Cena on okay, what you got to do, SummerSlam is coming up next month. So you've got to run as much commercialism going towards the SummerSlam show. John Cena is the commercial. So you have got to run that individual, that's the advertisement, as much as possible. You got to get him, maximize as much of that face on TV as you can get. SummerSlam is not sold out yet. That's all the more reason why you have got to put him on. You got to put him out there as much as you possibly can get away with.
Fair enough. I respect that, but I just, you know what? I think the brands should be kept separate. Other than for the few big shows per year that they have, even Survivor Series, the way they format that now, I don't like. Again, that's one man's opinion, but the more he's around, I think it gives WWE that let me tune in and see what's happening. But I'm just saying, if I was Fox, I would want his first free television appearance to be on my network if he's going to be working with SmackDown guys.
Yourself, you just answered the question. When it comes down to the biggest shows of the year, Survivor Series, SummerSlam is the second biggest pay-per-view of the year. Okay, if SummerSlam was the second biggest show of the year, both brands are on SummerSlam, then you are going to intermingle the brands to advertise until, it all goes out the window now because SummerSlam's coming up. It all goes out the window and WrestleMania is coming up. Everybody just go each and everywhere because they're going to advertise everything on that card and throw in the kitchen sink on both shows in order to sell that show, be it on the Peacock, be it on pay-per-view, and selling tickets, to the live event. So in other words, what I'm saying is, yeah, we celebrate the brands, but when we got the big pay-per-views coming up, there are no rules now. Everything is out the window. No boundaries.
Well, what about Billy Goldberg? If he comes back to challenge Bobby Lashley for the Raw Championship, should he be on SmackDown on Fox?
That's my point. Yes, of course he should.
See, I disagree. I don't think he should. I think you're creating too much confusion with these brands.
Nah, what I'm saying is, okay, if it was going into tables, ladders, and chairs, I'd agree with you. But when you're talking about going into SummerSlam, you've got to do everything you can do to sell that show.
I understand that point of view, but I just think you're taking one step back. And I don't know if you're going to go one step forward with it. I think you're going to, if nothing else, if you're going to have every guy on both shows leading into SummerSlam, you're almost overexposing them.
Well, but see, the thing is, both brands are going to be on SummerSlam. Do you understand that?
Yeah. Believe it or not, yes, I do. I do understand that part of it. To me, less is more. I would only have all of these guys on TV once or twice a month, not, once or twice a week, or sometimes even more, depending upon the talent, where the roster pool is so thin right now. We were talking about it on one of the talk shows this week. If you go back to the onset of coronavirus, WWE has released over 60 talents. That's enough to start another promotion with, Oscar. So that has led to the period we're in right now, where there's just so much repetitive content with repetitive talent, and it's less of a reason to watch. I think I think WWE for at least the next 3 or 4 weeks is going to get a bump because you have the star power of Cena, like we mentioned, the talk of Goldberg challenging Lashley, the fans coming back, a different atmosphere than what fans have been accustomed to between those boring warehouse Raws they did at the Performance Center and then the Thunderdome. I think you're going to get a boost in the ratings for that for at least a month or so. But after that, after they get done with the draft, I think the numbers are going to start to dwindle again. One man's opinion, if they come up with some great content, perhaps they can keep it up. I know, SmackDown's numbers are up pretty, 16%, I think, this week, which was nice.
Well, maybe I'm inclined to agree with you, but I'm of two minds of it because it's really like maybe not. And the reason why I say maybe not is because after SummerSlam, what do you have to do? You have got to start planting the mustard seeds for what WrestleMania is going to look like. That usually follows SummerSlam. Now, I can't imagine what WrestleMania is going to look like coming up, simply because you're throwing everything into SummerSlam. If you got Lashley and Goldberg, if you got Cena and Reigns, those are the SummerSlam caliber matches right there.
Well, I think it's
Sorry,
I think
WrestleMania. I'm sorry, I meant to say WrestleMania caliber matches right there. So we got this going for SummerSlam. What are we going to do at WrestleMania? I cannot fathom what it's going to be.
I think at WrestleMania, if you can pull it off, you have the Lesnar-Lashley dream match. And I think on the opposite side, I don't know, I haven't heard it from anyone within WWE, but there was a rumor circulating that to try and make sure The Rock can be as safe as possible, it would be Roman and Jey Uso against The Rock and Jimmy Uso in a tag team match, which would, I think, generate a lot of interest. I think there'd be more in a Rock singles match, but if they're worried at The Rock's age, and you can tell The Rock is at his age to be have the physique he's in, is certainly a man that is enhanced, which leads to tears in the body and so on. That was part of the problem when he had that WrestleMania 29 match against John Cena. I think something happened to, I don't know if it was his intestines, but something tore. They were supposed to shoot an angle the next night on Rock with him and Brock Lesnar to set up WrestleMania 30, but, The Rock's enhanced body couldn't take it. So when you're The Rock's age, you need a little enhancement, I guess. I don't know.
If I'm Vince, I would go to Mark's house and sit down and have a long talk with him, but that's what I would do.
What do you want? You know what? You're going to be deep in the heart of Texas. Undertaker, you deserve, no matter how people receive that cinematic match with AJ Styles, you deserve a promoted retirement match. And what that would mean to that WrestleMania show itself, you don't even need Rock at that point. I think if you promoted and advertised an Undertaker retirement match against a guy that could make him look good.
But Undertaker versus who? Sting is over AEW, so.
No. None of these oldie but goodies. I'm talking about someone, like I said, that will make him look good. Someone that'll make him look good. The problem with The Undertaker is when they've run him back so many times outside of AJ, maybe he could have a real match with AJ Styles. I know AJ would make him look good, but he had that disaster with Goldberg in Saudi Arabia. They did Undertaker and Kane against DX, and Shawn Michaels should have stayed retired because he looked like a Q-tip with no hair when he shaved his head. That was a disaster. Almost maybe should it be a tag team match? maybe to hide Undertaker's limitations at his age with all of his injuries. I don't know. But I do know that there is monster business in an Undertaker retirement match that is promoted as such. I think you could print the money, and I think you're guaranteed a sellout.
Yeah, but see, the whole problem is Undertaker retirement match is kind of moot right now because he did retire.
Well, what if, for example, let's say it's WrestleMania season right after the Royal Rumble. AJ Styles is one of the final two in the Rumble, and he gets eliminated. Then he comes on TV all bullshit the next night. I got screwed out of the Royal Rumble. I had the Undertaker Boneyard match. I was never even pinned by Undertaker, and that's a loss on my record. You know what, Undertaker, if you have any balls, why don't we do it for real? Sunday, April, whatever the hell the date is, at WrestleMania 38 in Dallas, Texas. I want to end you in your home state. I think that would have a little sizzle to it.
No?
See, the thing is, no, you don't like it. Right.
What I'm saying is, I would like to see him come back, but you can't unring a bell.
Come on! How many guys have come back from retirement?
That's what I'm trying to tell you. That is my point. Who is going to buy a retirement scenario when you already retired and then you retire? If he never retired, right? Mm-hmm. He just left, and then they will call this a retirement scenario, whatever that is. Then people would be in 5 parking lots trying to see this. But who's going to buy it that it's a retirement match, retirement scenario, whatever it is, when you have already retired? Nobody is going to, I wouldn't believe it. Hell, I'm still trying to believe Jordan's retired.
Who?
Michael Jordan.
Michael Jordan. Okay.
I'm still trying to believe that.
Well, I think the fans would buy it. At the Undertaker's age,
up there with that pink suit on, talking about he's retired. And look where he at. Where is he at now?
Who?
Mark Henry. He ain't retired. He's over there. Yeah, he's retired to AEW.
Well, he wants to have one more match, he said. I don't know. He wants to try and keep up with the Big Show.
There's always one more.
Well,
how many one mores can he ever? How many one mores do you need?
I think Undertaker has been pretty upfront in that series they did with him on WWE Network about his desires. He doesn't want to go out there and look bad, but if there is a position and a way to execute it where it can look reasonably like the Undertaker, like I said, I think you can print money with that. And you know what? He's not getting any younger, so if you're going to do it, I would say this is the year to do it, especially where it's in Texas.
All right, well, the point right now is I ain't heard no rumors about it. I'm sure you haven't.
As far as Undertaker goes, no. I haven't heard of anything like that.
It's a wishbone and a half.
Well, I'm wishing because I think he deserves it. But anyway, God, did we get off track with what else?
Moving on.
What do you think about the potential return of Billy Goldberg? I mean, he's got 3 matches left between now and the end of 2022. It seems like it's the same storyline every time he comes back.
I will tell you what the difference is.
With Billy?
The difference is he never claimed to have retired.
Exactly, and it fits. And you know what? While he may be limited physically in what he can do, he looks the part. You know what I mean? He maybe have some grays in the beard, but he's still a badass looking guy.
Yeah. So like I said again, he never claimed retirement. So Billy Goldberg can come. He can come every other year if he can handle it, and it's believable and it's all right. I'm behind it. I'm behind it 100%. But yeah, for him to come out and I think that's going to be, especially after last night for a fiasco. I mean, come on. I knew that I would not believe nothing else than him going out there decimating Kofi Kingston. Now, you want to talk about a mismatch for the ages, that was definitely one, and I knew it was gonna be, and it was a waste of time to even do it because nothing else would have. But you have Kofi Kingston even to carry a match 10 minutes with Lashley was not really believable. So it played out just the way it should have played out. You know,
Yeah, I thought it was done to perfection. Like I said, there's a million great things about Kofi. Kofi being a credible challenger to Lashley is not one of them. For Kofi to defeat Daniel Bryan at WrestleMania 35 in New York City, sure, I could see Kofi beating Daniel Bryan. Kofi beating Lashley to win the championship, no, I don't see that with much credibility.
yeah, even though it was a screw, I mean, I'm like, you insulting the fans having Xavier Woods pull off a victory. I mean,
Yeah, I don't think that was needed, but again, one man's opinion. Let me ask you this, Oscar. You're a wise man. Everyone talked about, oh, the fans are back, the fans are back, the fans are back. But let me ask you this. Did you notice a big difference between having the fans and having the Thunderdome?
um, I don't know. What did you see?
To me, and this is a tip of the cap to WWE's production, I didn't notice that big of a difference between having the rabid live fan base they had come back to the events and the Thunderdome. I think it's great that the fans are back, without a doubt. But I think it just shows how great WWE's production staff is, that once they went from those boring tapings at the Performance Center into the full-sized arena Thunderdome, it's almost like they didn't skip a beat. I thought it was great. And I was really surprised. I thought I would notice more of a difference than I did. Obviously, real human beings are going to give you a better reaction of what's over and what's not over. I mean, right now, I think people are just happy to get out of the house, and they're going to pop for everything.
Yeah, people are
Cena's
happy.
pop last night, my God, I almost heard it out my window. It was so loud
Yeah.
from down in Texas. But overall, I don't see much of a difference.
I don't. I'm agreeing with you. I didn't see much of a difference. I'm glad that the fans are back, but at the same time, I'm weary of the whole thing now. And the reason why I say that is because, we are just coming out of the pandemic fully, where we don't even know who's vaccinated and who's not. So to lump everybody together like that without maintaining some kind of precautions, in my opinion, at this point in the game, is still just a tad bit reckless.
Well, I'm going to ask you your honest opinion, Oscar. Are you worried that perhaps this new Delta strain could put a strain on what's going on with the fans back at the live arenas?
That's exactly my point. We still dealing with a bunch of unknowns.
Yeah, you're
And
right.
until we get a better handle on those, I just still think that things could be, like the WrestleMania scenario that just passed, where they had everybody spaced out decently and all of the kind of stuff. That's the way to go right now. For everybody just to all get back together, thousands at a time right now, when we got the Delta strain and we don't know who all is fully vaccinated. We still got too many unknowns, and then you got places where COVID cases are getting worse before they even get better.
I believe your part of the country is one of them, is it not?
Nah, we better than we have. We're better than we have been.
Oh, I
But
thought Illinois was kind of in rough shape. No.
you know what? No, not really.
No?
Illinois is much better than it's been. We've got really low problems, low cases right now.
Good. Well,
But there
hopefully
are
it
some
stays that
there
way.
are some places. My point is, there are some places that are still experiencing just as high or higher cases than they've had since the pandemic started.
Yeah.
Because people are not. These are places where people are not getting vaccinated, or they're getting one shot and not getting the second one, or the Delta strain is becoming becoming a problem, in these places, and and they don't have it. In other words, long story short, they don't have it 100% lit. So if you don't have it 100% lit, then is it the most, is it the best thing to do to put everybody together before you know that for a fact that you got the bull by the horns, and we got the bull by one horn. We certainly don't have it by two. So we need to be a lot more vigilant about, being careful. If they gave me free tickets, I wouldn't be going when it comes to Chicago August 2nd, because I'm not that I ain't that confident.
Really? Well, let me ask you this, Oscar. I know we got to go to a commercial break, but in your opinion, do you think there is potential for WWE to have to go back to the Thunderdome presentation?
I'm hoping not, but you know what? I'll put it like this. The fall is going to tell the story. The summer with this pandemic has not been the factor which has let us know what's going on. When the weather starts getting cooler, we're going to see whether or not our caseload with the coronavirus is starting to spike again. If it does, the day would be real reckless and real irresponsible to not get the Thunderdome back in these arenas.
All right, well, wrestling fans, you heard it from Oscar himself. Right now, we're going to take a brief time out. We'll be back with more of the post-WWE Monday Night Raw edition of Wrestling Insider's Monday Night Mission after this brief timeout. The World Wrestling Federation was live at McNichols Arena in Denver, Colorado, Sunday, July the 19th, 1987. In the opening contest, the Young Stallions beat Don Morocco and Bob Orton. Jerry Allen with the win over Barry Horowitz. Don Morocco defeated Hercules. Outlaw Ron Bass victorious over Leaping Lanny Poffo. In the main event, Macho Man Randy Savage beat WWF World Champion Hulk Hogan via countout. Brady Boone with the win over Jose Estrada. Ravishing Rick Rude defeated Scott Casey, and King Harley Race victorious over Tito Santana. If you were in Denver live, share your memories in the comment section below. Use the links in the description box to keep Wrestling Legends working in our eBay store and on our world-renowned Patreon streaming service so we can bring you more interactive superstar shoot interviews to relive the good old days of professional wrestling. Check it out. Boston Wrestling Sports in the MWF explodes into a new year with professional wrestling content galore and need you to join our family. Every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after our Monday Night Raw review, it's Wrestling Insiders at your house with WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas. Wednesday nights at 10 p.m. after NXT and AEW, join rotating legends on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after our NXT and Dynamite review, it's Marty Jannetty's no-holds-barred sex, drugs, and rock and roll journey on Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Friday night after SmackDown, don't miss John Cena Sr.'s Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. Plus, look for classic clips, history videos, bonus live episodes, pay-per-view watch-alongs, and more. For less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, get early ad-free access to our Wrestling Insider talk shows, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, and help keep wrestling legends working during the worst of times. Wrestling fans, I'm Dan Marotti.
And this is the man of the hour, Leo Rush.
It was all over BostonWrestling.com and our social media. But Leo, brother, they got to check out some of this merch.
They got to.
Check it out, fans, right now available on eBay. At Night of Champions 2020, Tribal Chief Roman Reigns successfully defended the WWE Universal Championship against his cousin, Jey Uso, in a must-see battle. Here is your chance to own a piece of Roman Reigns moments before battle on this beautiful limited edition autographed 11x14 poster direct from friends at WWE. It's number 19 of only 50 made. Includes WWE authentication hologram on the poster itself. Suitable for framing and matting. You'll also receive a bonus Legends autographed 8x10 photo and an on-air shout-out on Wrestling Insiders as our thanks for helping keep Wrestling Legends working. Get this ultra-rare Roman Reigns autograph poster now.
WWE is coming home to Kansas City with Monday Night Raw.
For the exaltation
WWE is back with Monday Night Raw in Kansas City, Monday, July 26th. Tickets on sale now.
Wrestling fans, especially here in the Boston area, we want to thank our great friends at Red Rose for their support for all of our charitable endeavors and programming efforts. Red Rose is 2 years young and extremely thankful for all the support they've had from our neighbors here in Melrose and beyond for an amazing first 2 years. Red Rose thanks Melrose and all of the first responders who have fought the good fight and have never given up hope during these unprecedented times. We did it together. Follow Red Rose on Facebook for their anniversary special, facebook.com/Red Rose Melrose. You'll be glad you did. Open until 2 a.m. Red Rose will give you fresh, piping hot, mouth-watering food that'll put an ear-to-ear smile on even the toughest critic's face. Check out their full menu online at redrosema.com or give them a call, 781-620-1889. All right, wrestling fans, welcome back to Wrestling Insider's Monday Night Mission. Dan Marotti, humbly joined by the one, the only, the man on a mission himself, Oscar, the former WWF Tag Team Championship manager of Men on a Mission. As we are back now each and every week after Raw on Monday nights. That's the way you guys like it. The number of fans that have been joining us live during the premieres on Monday night, as well as those that watch after the fact, it's been a big improvement since we tried to dabble in that 7 o'clock slot. I guess that's too early. Fans don't want to rush to the computer or the tablet or the cell phone before a wrestling show. They want to kick back and hear some great wrestling talk after what could be a good, great, bad, or maybe even miserable primetime wrestling show, that whatever night of the week it may be.
And to all the fans tuning in, I want to take this time. It doesn't go unnoticed. I'm humbled by it. Thank you. And just keep tuning in. And you guys just keep on coming. I'm thinking about you. I'm praying for your households. And I love you guys. And for those that, remember me, who I am, my body of work, and can appreciate it, thank you very much. Just want to get that out there.
Well, I tell you, I have the computer screen up in front of me. The numbers, since we bounced back to 11 o'clock, it's amazing. And the show is growing. Everybody that starts to do a talk show or a podcast or however you want to phrase it, everybody looks for instant success. That's not the way it happens. I mean, if you even look at some of the numbers of, right now I'm going through one of the seasons of the shows with Tony Atlas. And at one point, I tell you this, I was so frustrated, I was ready to just give up on the talk show completely. And I'm looking at this from the episodes in order: 51,000 views, 31,000, 38,000, 19,000. 21,000, 37,000. I mean, it can fluctuate, but it takes time to build the crowd. And you know what? Oscar and I, obviously with his duties as the VP of Boston Wrestling MWF, we're certainly willing to put the time in. We ask you to help the cause. Be like Hacksaw Jim Duggan. Give the video a big-time thumbs up. Subscribe to the channel on YouTube. It's absolutely free. It doesn't cost a penny. Every time you talk to us during the premiere chat, or you leave a comment down in the comment section below, it lets YouTube know that you're engaged and you're enjoying what you're hearing and what you're seeing, and it helps them share the video with more and more new fans. To me, that's the key. There are millions upon millions of fans that gave up on pro wrestling after the 80s boom. There are millions of fans that gave up on pro wrestling after the Monday Night Wars and the Attitude Era in the late 90s. And while they may not enjoy Raw or SmackDown or AEW in 2021, when you find a talk show like this, or what we have with Marty Jannetty, what we had with Tony, what we have with some of the recurring guests on Wrestling Insider Special Edition, like Dutch Mantel, Demolition, Sinister Minister Jim Mitchell, Gerald Brisco. These are the types of programs they'd love, because it's almost like you forget about what's going on currently, and you can go back in time and enjoy the good old days. But again, that's one man's opinion. We just ask that you try and help the cause. You can share the link across social media. That's another thing that costs nothing. We have the eBay store that is open for business for your wrestling man cave. That helps us try and get more great talent in. the world-renowned Patreon streaming service, which costs about as much as a cup of coffee. You get early ad-free access to our weeknight talk shows. You get access to our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVDs that have been seen by millions online, millions more on the Howard Stern Show. You get some Patreon exclusive videos like you've seen this month with the Iron Sheik DVD and the New Jack episodes. Plus, you have the knowledge that you're helping keep wrestling legends active and working and getting their name out there. Again, that's patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. The link can be found in the comments section, I should say the description box below. But back to everything we were talking about, Oscar, is it's an exciting time. It feels like the WWE right now is on an upswing, at least for the next, I'd say, through the draft until the NFL season begins. You have, Cena, Goldberg. I don't know if it's happened by the time we record this, but Becky Lynch is supposed to be back imminently. Finn Balor made his big return to SmackDown on Friday night. Always happy to see the former Boston Wrestling MWF superstar. He was under his real name here, Fergal Devitt, but Finn Balor back from NXT on SmackDown. Thumbs up, thumbs down. Your opinion on that, Oscar?
Oh, I think that number one, him, and I don't get this from many people. I got goosebumps every time the Undertaker came through the ring. When I worked with him, and then even after that, when I saw him live and on TV, his entrances are phenomenal to see. Shinsuke Nakamura, I love his entrance. Not so much now, but with the one he had when he first started, I mean, he had the crowd going. I mean, that was some sharp music. And the same thing when it comes down to Finn Balor. That thing he does where he put his arms out and the music just get all dramatic. And plus, on top of that, his entrance aside, the boy can't work in the ring. I don't even know why he left the main roster to go back to NXT. I mean, he had more success over there. I get that. But the main roster is where he belongs, and I really hope they do something with him.
Well, I mean, he had some outstanding matches on NXT. He gave the show a little bit of star power when that little Wednesday night war began between NXT and AEW. But beyond his world-class in-ring capabilities, he's just as nice of a human being. He's a great guy. He does a lot of charity work that always doesn't go reported about online. He has his own T-shirt business. I think it's called Smile Peak. If you follow him on social media, he certainly plugs that. He's got some great stuff. He tries to put goodwill into the world. He's a very positive human being. I think the world of Finn, Fergal, whatever you want to call him, and I think it's a great addition to SmackDown. It gives Roman Reigns another potential babyface challenger as we head into the fall.
Well, yeah, I mean, coming back to the main roster, like I said, I'm banking on to have success. What I'm hoping for his situation is, they do for him the advice Macho Man Randy Savage gave to me. Let him build you up slow. There's no rush.
Yeah.
Just ease into it. Take a good year and get some matches and some victories under your belt and develop a good storyline and then come up. And then I could see him being, United States champion or Intercontinental or something like that. And then holding on to the belt for a while and getting some really good matches, get his merchandising up and really, really, really letting his star power shine.
Well, you know what? I have said it many times. I think WWE, one of their big problems right now is patience and pacing, because they seem to have none of it.
Yeah, exactly.
But do you like Finn as Finn, or do you like Finn as the Demon?
I like Finn as Finn. I mean, I think the Demon is interesting but unnecessary.
You wouldn't do the Demon at all?
Nah, I wouldn't.
Really?
Keep him as Finn. I don't think he needed. I mean, I think he stands great alone. I think he stands great being Finn Balor. I mean, that's just my opinion.
Interesting. I do like the Fiend from time to time, but that's just, again, as we like to say, one man's opinion. We can respectfully disagree on things. I think when you bring out the Demon for a big match, I think it kind of adds a little intrigue to it compared to just regular Finn, who comes out in the leather coat ready to go once that bell rings from start to finish. But it'll be interesting to see what happens with Finn back on the blue brand. I am happy he is there. Again, he is one of the elite talents in the King of Sports Pro Wrestling. We talked about Finn coming from NXT to SmackDown. Let's talk about a superstar that went from Raw to NXT, Mandy Rose. I don't think anyone's really going to miss her.
Yeah. I mean, I'm surprised that instead of that she wasn't on the list of releases. I mean, I do not see the value she adds to anything, but
she's a lovely, very lovely lady to look at, but once that bell rings, there is nothing to contribute. Nothing
at all. Hopefully she can find her niche in NXT, but I think NXT has some phenomenal female talent. NXT is the only place where the female talent to me stands out, makes sense, and I'm like, okay, maybe we might have something. Everything else is like,
Well, maybe they can teach her how to work.
Maybe. I hope. Yeah. Maybe that's why she went, so that she could learn something.
You know, it's amazing at WrestleMania when they shoved that garbage 4-women tag team match down people's throat to set up the women's tag team title match on night 2. Of the 4 teams that were involved, the only one, and here we are now, you're talking about 3 months later, the only one that is still teaming or even with the company are Natalya and Nia Jax. The other teams either broke up or were released. So, I mean, just looking back on it, why did they even waste time on WrestleMania with it? Just garbage, so they could say, we tried to put the women out there. I mean, no one wants to see it. No one cares. I mean, WWE officials told Mickie James, the women make us no money. But yet they keep pushing them and pushing them and pushing them. And nobody cares, and they keep pushing them and pushing them. And the numbers, the ratings go down. And the merchandising goes down, and the licensing goes down.
Hey.
I'm getting hot.
But see, what you fail to understand is, there's a reason for everything, and there is a definitive reason why things are the way they are, and there's a definitive reason why things are going to stay the same, whether I like it or you like it or not. See, everything is not ratings and money. All right, read between the damn lines. You're an intelligent person. You've been around this business as long as I have, maybe even longer. All right.
I'd try to slowly weed them out. I'd like to see maybe if you could set up a division with maybe 6 to 8 really of the best. Okay, I could deal with a women's match once a week, but to have a third of the show shoved down your throat with garbage that no one wants to see, it speaks for itself. But wait a minute, what's going on over there, Oscar?
No,
what are you getting? Private intel? What do we got?
Dan.
What?
You know what? I'm feeling like this. Dan, we'll talk about it off the air. Okay?
All right, we'll talk about it off the air. All right. What about, you want to talk about returns to the company? What about Davey Boy Smith Jr.? Harry Smith had a dark match prior to SmackDown on Friday night. It appears he is going to be joining the company again on a full-time basis after, probably close to 10 years since he's been gone. Your thoughts on the return of the junior British Bulldog?
Yeah, well, I haven't seen the kid. I don't even think so I can't offer a real opinion. I have not seen the kid at all, so I really got to see him work, and I really got to see the promos he cut. I know nothing about this kid, so if I don't know nothing about it, I really can't talk to you intelligently about it. So give me a couple of weeks to assess the kid and see, and then I'll get back to you on that. But I don't know nothing about him.
Well, he had that run, you're talking, gosh, what year would it have been now? Like well over 10 years ago, when him and T.J. Smith were a tag team. Oh, no, I'm sorry. T.J. Wilson were a team managed by Natalya, the Newhart Foundation, I guess. And they were involved in that memorable match with Bret Hart and Vince McMahon at WrestleMania 26 back in 2010. So he did have a stint. At one point, he was going to be groomed for the 10th anniversary of Survivor Series 97, the screw job. At one point, 10 years later, they wanted to have him work Shawn Michaels. So they had high hopes on him as a main eventer his first go around. Now he's in his mid-30s. He's got size. He's certainly not as thick and gassed up as Davey Boy was, but height-wise, he's much taller than Davey Boy. I think you have someone that, again, potentially could be put into the mix because he looks the part. He looks like he could be in there with a Reigns or a Lashley.
Well,
you want to examine it firsthand.
Yeah, because I mean, what you just said, a bunch of powerful stuff, but that really, really remains to be seen. I mean,
All right.
It's just really up in the air for me at this point.
All right. Well, unfortunately, we move on to a little bit of, definitely sad news. A man we've talked about a few times in recent weeks passed away. Mr. Wonderful Paul Orndorff, our friend. He was going to be with us live Saturday night, November the 13th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts. And now Paul is up in the big ring in the sky, so to speak.
Yeah, he's gonna be sorely missed at that event. I was really hoping that he can be there for me to see him, and I would expect him to be at Cauliflower Alley, as well, because wasn't he he was a member, right?
He received an award one year, so I'm going to guess they gave him a membership for at least 1 year. But
Yeah.
he wasn't a regular, but he went a couple of times. But
Okay.
I
But,
was really excited to have him back. We did some great interviews with him here in the studio, and for him to, it looked like it was good news once he was out of the hospital. He got a haircut and he got rid of that mustache, and he, at least from the photos that were put out there by his son, it looked good. And then we got the bad news, and that one hurt the heart.
It just goes to show I don't know, you just never know. I mean, people will have medical or mental problems, and then they go into remission with the whole thing. But remission's not promised. You don't know how long it's gonna last, and this is just a prime example. I mean, it's just it just saddens me because we've just lost way too many. And when we go to Cauliflower Alley, it's just a lot of sad faces on that podium making speeches because most of the time, all of them have got to make reference to, a lot of the people that was there last year but are not here today.
Yeah.
And we just, and it's a thing where like I've been preaching for years now, since I even before I even met Dr. Reese. We all need to take a better look at ourselves, and we need to look after each other more, even if it's just an encouraging phone call. I mean, whatever it is, because a lot of us, we get out the game and we die alone. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And that makes all the difference in the world. It makes all the difference in the world. So, we got to do better, because if we did better and we, kept our community tight, then we would probably live a little bit longer.
Yeah, I like you said, I think if we all reached out and kept in better communication with each other, and I think it would be a positive thing. I know Tony Atlas always talks down about the brotherhood. How when you leave the business, you're lucky if you have 1 or 2 friends. I don't look at it like that. I mean, maybe it's because I'm still involved, but I look at it as if I have more than 1 or 2 friends in wrestling.
Well, see, you keep a situation where you just keep up with everybody and keep close with everybody. Everybody don't have that, but if you can do it because you have a purpose, it can be done because you don't have a purpose. It ain't nothing for you to call somebody up, be like, "Hey, how you doing? How you been? How things going? You need anything?" Even if you need prayer, or to sit down and reminisce about the old days. And I'm not talking about we all get together for conventions.
Yeah.
I'm talking about, during those times where we ain't all together, with somebody just sitting home by candlelight, wanting to blow their damn brains out. That people have gotten more phone calls saved by the way of Jesus and not killed themselves like that than you could possibly ever know in you or my existence. And so I'm just saying that, I'm just saying I don't know if Paul Orndorff could have been saved, but what I'm saying is he was just at a state where he probably could have used a few friends.
Yeah. Well, I mean, mentally, I don't know how much he was with it, but I think overall, I think that'd be a great type of outreach for the Cauliflower Rally Club to do more of. I think as much as I love the CAC, we have a reunion once a year, and then the rest of the year, they send out a newsletter a couple of times. I think there's more that, and that's not to take away from the financial help they extend to people, but I think overall as a club, I think they could do more as far as outreach goes.
Especially in the age range that the Cauliflower Alley Club represents. They represent that age range where we get more vulnerable and more susceptible to negativity. We're not young and spry and able to get out, create new businesses and new opportunities for ourselves and all of other kind of stuff like that. But we are at the age where a helping hand is, you can't go wrong with that.
Yeah, no, I agree with you 100%. Maybe as the Cauliflower Alley Club continues to evolve, maybe we can give them some ideas that you, myself, President Reese have. It's been an evolving club since, Nick Bockwinkel had to step down as president, and Carl Lauer has stepped back a little bit as he's no spring chicken anymore. He's in his, I don't want to age Carl, but I believe he's in at least his early to mid 80s. So it's a new group of folk. And I think sometimes new people can lead to new ideas, but that doesn't mean there can't be better ideas. You know what I mean?
Well, what I'm going to do, because I take this stuff very seriously, I'm going to talk to B. Brian Blair and some of the other senior people and talk to Reese, and we'll sit down, this fall when we in Vegas, and like I said, have a presentation ready, no more than 10 or 15 minutes, because we are running around busy, but we all need to discuss it, place that mustard seed and follow up for the next 6 months, and then see if we can actually put something in place.
Yeah, no, I think it's a great idea. Time-wise, I think is probably the only challenge that we'd face, where it is such a busy reunion, and there's only a couple of days to try and catch up with everybody. But, we can do a world of good. Even on a talk show like this, my goal is always to try and keep people out there, keep their names out there, see if we can try and, be able to throw them a few bucks. It's a good thing. I mean, technology, for better or worse, when it works right, it's a good thing. If it can lead to people's names out there and promoters' heads, leading to bookings and appearances and things like that, that helps the cause all the more. If it helps them sell T-shirts, if it helps them sell autographed photos and things like that, again, it's a really great platform that we have here on our Boston Wrestling Talk shows. I know there are some that want us to focus more on the live wrestling aspect now that the world is opening up again, and I totally get that. But at the same time, I don't want it to come at the expense of this great family of talk shows that we've put together.
Well, you can't have the live shows if you don't have people to do the shows.
Right.
So mentally and physically, they have to be around and be healthy and in a good state of mind in order to give you guys the good wrestling that we give you. So,
well, I'll tell you this, we're for fans that are on Patreon, it is worth noting that you have a special private link to get pre-sale, all-inclusive VIP packages and tickets to our Back to the 80s WrestleFest, our 20th anniversary, Saturday night, November the 13th at Memorial Hall in Melrose. Our team is working around the clock to give you a wrestling event, not a quote-unquote wrestling show, but an event that you will remember the rest of your lives, being able to interact with superstars that were part of your lives, part of your childhood, all together in one place at one time. It's going to be interaction at its finest. Then after the VIP Q&A, the autographs and the photos, once that bell rings, Oscar, the action in the ring is going to be so hot, it could blow the roof off of Memorial Hall.
Hey, question. Hello?
Yes.
Can you hear me? Yeah, can we get Dreamy back again to sing the national anthem?
Who?
Back up. Dreamy Mimi. To sing
I thought you said
national
Vinny. I said, who's Vinny?
anthem. Who the hell's Vinny? Dreamy to sing the national anthem.
I think it's a prerequisite. I don't think we can have the show unless she does it.
No, all right. Well, I'm going to call and let her know that you said that.
It is a prerequisite. She adds a lot of class to everything that she does.
All right. Well, I will let her know.
You know what? Just tell Reese she's off limits as far as his establishment goes.
Yeah, I know. We got to keep his hands up.
She will not be part of Reese's Pieces.
No.
But she can sing the national anthem again Saturday night, November the 13th. Make your plans to join us now, folks. We've announced 4 of the 80s legends. We're still working on more. Tony Atlas still won't return the call for whatever reason, even though we took that deposit to try and help him pay his mortgage. And I do the things I'd like to say, Oscar, right now, but I know you want me to be a positive guy and everybody wants me to be so nice when I really want to say what I really think. But anyway, anything else to add before we go, Oscar? Anything interesting going on in your world right now? As I know you are at least making initial plans to move down to Hotlanta.
Now I'm making plans to go down to Hotlanta, and those plans are in warp speed. I mean,
when are you going? Do you know yet?
No, you know what? The truth of the matter is, any day now. To be honest,
any day. I mean, is your house packed?
Fervently. Well, that's what they're doing. They cleaned out the garage of the house.
Who's they?
Her mother-in-law, and a couple of hired hands.
What about you? What are you supervising?
No, I'm not. No, they kicked me out.
Oh, you're too busy with your work in Boston wrestling for that. I see.
Yeah, I'm Boston wrestling, but they kicked me out. I'm currently in Peoria, Illinois, 7 hours away, visiting my brother.
Oh, you're not even at the house.
No, I just told you they kicked me out.
I didn't understand it was that serious of a situation.
Yeah,
Wow.
They kicked me out. They cleaning out my man cave. They having a garage sale.
Having a garage sale?
A garage sale. By the time I get back, there won't be nothing left in the garage. And they put the house on Zillow. And
wow.
People been calling left and right, interested in buying a house, because what wound up happening was, they her and her mother, they got the father, her father left the house to them. So
all right.
So they selling the house, and her mother and me and her, everybody's moving down to Atlanta.
Hotlanta, baby. There's only one place to be.
I'll tell you this though, I hate to make you mad, but I have better success getting down to Orlando last week than you did.
Oh, don't rub it in. I know. Now, what did you do down in Orlando? Did you take in any of the amusement parks, or did you just enjoy the warm weather, or what was going on?
We figured out, we kind of old for amusement parks. I mean, yeah, we kind of
old. No, you're never too old.
But we did go to Universal Studios City Walk. And we took in a movie, Black Widow, down there.
Oh, all right.
We went to her favorite restaurant, which was Bubba Gump's. And we got to stroll up and down the City Walk, which was really, really nice. We spent a lot of time by the pool, which was fabulous. It had 3 or 4 waterfalls. I pushed her in the waterfall.
You pushed Mimi in the waterfall.
I pushed Mimi into the waterfall.
Now that's a visual I wish I could have seen.
Yeah, she'll tell you but I pushed her into the waterfall, and we ate at a couple of nice places. But we spent a lot of time at the resort, which was really nice. We were able to get out because my walking limitations. You know how that is.
Yeah, there's a lot of walking that goes on at those parks. Yeah.
But I licked it because I rented
Wait,
a
you
scooter.
licked it?
I rented a scooter.
Oh, I thought you were talking about a person. All right.
No, shut up. I rented I rented. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we gonna sign off till next week. Because as usual, Dan's mind is in the gutter. So
I thought you'd save the
tell
licking
y'all-
for Reese's Pieces.
I'll tell y'all about my Orlando trip since he done perverted it. Some other time.
Well, did you have a good time?
Yeah, I had a good time. Before we go, how are plans for Tampa coming along?
Well, we're going to have to talk about that off the air. Still looking forward to it. Many of the great wrestling icons want to join us at the Wrestle House, but we've had some issues with Glantz.
Who?
Glantz.
What is a glot?
Glantz is the techie helper cameraman, but I'm about as frustrated with him as I am with Tony right now. But we'll
you always got a problem with somebody.
We need more normal people, Oscar. That's the problem.
No. You know what? No. See, here's the thing.
We don't need normal people.
No. It's a thing. My therapist told me what my mother told me. If you got a problem with everyone, this person, that person, this person, which you always do, some of it might be you.
I don't know what more I could do in some of these situations. But
We never do. I didn't know what more I could do, and the problem was me all along.
Well, maybe you're right. I don't know. Maybe I should have given Tony more than $55. I don't know.
No, we're not talking about Tony. I understand the Tony situation.
But what about Glantz?
I more than understood the Marty situation.
Oh, please. That was like a nightmare more than a situation. But we still love Marty. Marty is our friend. The one thing that gets me, though, Oscar, is that a lot of fans were under the impression that Marty was gone. I don't know of any release papers that were put together. Do you?
Gone where?
From the Boston wrestling family.
No, who said? I know he got to take a time out.
I get messages literally every day asking why he's gone.
Nah, I know he got to take a time out. I know what he's. No, I never said he was gone. I know David Reese didn't say he was gone. But we do agree he got to take a time out. He can't do nothing else till he address his problems.
Well, I was surprised, I guess maybe is the way to put it. I didn't know that was the impression we left people with. That is not our intent. We just want the best Marty Jannetty we can have when he's with us.
Let me reiterate this again. He can't do nothing else till he address his problems. Now, I've spoken to WWE about the situation, and they said the same thing, and I concur. She said the same thing I said, and you said. We cannot make him go get help. We can't make him understand he got a problem. He think he don't. So there's not much more you can do about that situation at this time.
Well, what is Reese? Have you spoken with Reese?
Well, see, the thing is, though, matter of fact, I did speak to Reese, and Reese said that he would help him.
Well,
but again, the situation where we call in the men in white coats that come in and drag him out of his house and make him go get that just ain't came up. You ain't pressing charges because he had a fight with you. That's the only angle we really got to make something happen. Yeah. You're not going to do that.
No, you're right. But we can hope for the best. But, I certainly, again, I think the world of Marty. Marty knows that. Marty lost his phone when he was here, but when Marty found it, we've spoken virtually, I think, every day since he was here. 95% at least of those conversations have been positive. There's still, some things that need to be resolved, but we're going to get there. And I believe in Marty as a human being because I believe he has a lot to offer, not only to Boston wrestling, but wrestling in general. And I think he has a lot to offer to life with some of his life experiences.
Well, like I said, before he can get to the positive, he has got to address and snuff out the negative. There's no way of getting around it. And you cannot act before that happens because if not, eventually you're going to run into the same thing. I promise you.
Well, and keep him away from Reese's Pieces.
He wasn't around Reese's Pieces at that point, and it still all went to shit.
Well, he had a piece that came over, and I think that was part of the problem the night before,
Right,
but I don't know what you gave him.
You can't, all right, and here's the thing. You can't keep him away from the pieces either.
I don't know, Oscar. All right, fans, we had fun. We went a little overtime. We hope you guys enjoyed it. Again, if you're on the Premier Chat, the Super Chat button is open for business right under where we're typing the messages. Give us a big thumbs up. Subscribe to the YouTube channel. Again, it lets YouTube know that you're rocking and rolling with us if you leave us messages in the comment section below with your thoughts on the show and the topics we discussed. That helps a lot. If you're typing along during the Premier Chat, that helps a lot. And again, we have the Indiegogo ongoing for Wrestle House in Tampa. We want to do it all over again with some of these great legends and superstars. We just have so much going on as all roads lead to Memorial Hall Saturday night, November the 13th, for Back to the 80s WrestleFest. We celebrate 2 decades of this organization. I don't know how that can even be possible. I remember we booked the first event. It was either 2 or 3 days after WWF didn't need me anymore with my old buddy Ed Cohen. And from there, it's been the adventure of a lifetime. Probably 20 years ago, next week was when we booked the first event. So the history lesson is already beginning. For my partner in crime, Oscar, the man on a mission himself, I am Dan Marotti. We'll be back tomorrow night with another Tony Atlas Classic at 10 p.m. Wednesday night, we have Wrestling Insider Special Edition. Thursday night at 10 p.m. after Impact, we rock with Marty Jannetty. Friday night after SmackDown, John Cena Sr. is back to add his insight to our crazy world. And of course, fans, on the weekends, we have our Week in Review program Saturday. And Sunday night, it's Stern But Fair with Tiger Mulligan. For Oscar, I'm Dan Marotti. We'll see you next Monday night after Raw. Good night. Yo, 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 wrestling fans, this Sunday, July the 25th, JTG joins us at MWF Studios in Melrose, Massachusetts for a series of Wrestling Insider tapings and live cyber autograph signing. Want to join us in studio live with JTG? Join the Boston Wrestling Patreon family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling or pre-order your photo. JTG will autograph and personalize live on the air and give you a shout out at bostonwrestling.com. Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marotti.
And I'm John Cena Sr.
Johnny, the fans just haven't asked for it, they have demanded it.
This August, we're headed back to Tampa for Wrestle House 2.
WrestleMania weekend, we brought you Sinister Minister James Mitchell, TJP, Demolition Smash, Al Snow, Dutch Mantel Zeb Coulter, JTG of Crime Time, and WWE Hall of Famer Gerald Brisco for in-depth interviews and live interactive cyber autograph signings.
And if you want our Wednesday Night Wrestling Insider Special Edition episodes to continue, we need your help to bring these superstars' careers and lives to life.
Bringing you free content 7 days each week is an expensive proposition between appearance fees, air travel, renting the house, the equipment, and everything that goes in to a week of shooting. We can't do it without you.
As we prepare to return to producing live in-ring events, help us bring you the superstars and legends of yesterday and tomorrow by visiting Indiegogo now and check out some of the great rewards.
Wrestling fans, it's going to be a wild week in Tampa the first week in August. Get ready for Wrestle House 2. Don't forget that Oscar's Wrestling Insider's Monday Night Mission is back with new episodes every Monday night in its traditional time slot of 11 p.m. after WWE Raw. As we continue with Wrestling Insider's Week in Review, again, fans, don't forget to check out Wrestle House 2 Tampa, the Indiegogo campaign, where we're trying to bring you another week of Wrestling Insider tapings, live episodes, cyber autograph signings, and more from the Sunshine State. You can find the link if you're watching during the premiere in the premiere chat above or in the description box below. Again, we can't produce these great talk shows without your help. We don't want to risk having to cut back on our schedule. We want to increase the schedule. Can't you see the big smile on my face? Again, folks, don't forget, less than 24 hours away, tomorrow, Sunday, July the 25th, 2 p.m., JTG of Crime Time is going to be L-I-V-E live here at MWF Studios. Live special cyber autograph signing and more. If you're interested in joining us live, be a Patreon member. Join us at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. The live episode and the cyber signing will be available on YouTube. Speaking of legends, superstars, we're going to visit, check in, maybe understand a little bit better our old pal, the Hall of Famer, Mr. USA, Tony Atlas, with another classic Wrestling Insiders at Your House, as Tony Atlas opens up to Boston Wrestling MWF President Dr. David Reese about going from the top of the mountain as a WWE superstar recognized around the world to becoming a homeless man, robbing people, being a drug addict, all up in a cold winter in Maine. It is a must-hear life story that might leave you feeling thankful. Fans, it is Survivor Series weekend. You get not one, but two great episodes of Memories and Legends. I'm Dan Marotti with an all-star panel of guests this time around. El Presidente himself, the man in the middle, the esteemed Dr. David Reese. Pleasure to have you back here. The first time since SummerSlam weekend.
Yep.
And of the far right, my partner in crime for this season of Memories and Legends. You know him as a two-time Hall of Famer. I know him as, I'm still trying to find the words, Mr. USA, Tony Atlas.
Yes, how
Tony,
y'all
a pleasure
doing?
to have you back.
Thank you. Nice to be back.
It's a big weekend, a lot of tradition for WWE with Survivor Series out in Los Angeles. The NXT guys are lighting it up. But here in Memories and Legends, Dr. Reese, we had what you might call an explosive episode that you weren't here for, where we discussed Tony leaving WWF in 1986, a rough patch where he was used as an undercard, almost an enhancement guy for the top heels in the company. He went through Texas with World Class with the Von Erichs. There was a lot of turbulation, so to speak, in that company as they were starting to dwindle down and go out of business eventually. Puerto Rico, the murder of Bruiser Brody, trying to get a chance with the Savoldi company in the Northeast, but Vince McMahon squashed them before they could make a foothold. Ultimately, that was the demise of Tony Atlas. There was no more spotlight. And also in this episode, as we get to the point where Tony became homeless, we learned of abuse from his childhood. He didn't even include this in his book, apparently, because the publisher didn't want it. Apparently, when he was a young kid, he went with a group like Big Brothers, where a man went under the water after encouraging the kids to get naked and gave him fellatio in the pond. And he also had another issue later on that his brother saved him from, where he bashed a man with a tree branch. Mm-hmm. So that takes us to the present day, Dr. Reese. We're going to take a look at this superstar that was known around the world. Every newsstand you went to, back in the day when there were 15 wrestling magazines, you saw Tony Atlas's picture. A generation of fans that believed in this industry different than they do today. Everybody knew who Tony Atlas was. And then all of a sudden, on an August night, and a loss to Adrian Adonis at Madison Square Garden, he stormed out of the ring, and that was the end of that big WWF run for Mr. USA.
That's right. I always describe, no matter where you are in the wrestling world, in my day, and especially not so much now, but back in the day, people got to realize we wrestled 7 days a week. And it was the promoter job to make sure that we did not get involved in anything else. Ole Anderson came to me one time, and he said he almost not got into business because they figured he was too old. And I said, well, how old were you old when you broke into business? He said, I was 24. So wrestling have been just like the military. You get them while they're young, before they get involved and know that they can make money doing something else. When I went for the Mr. USA title for the first time, Johnny Weaver and Tim Woods, who was Mr. Wrestling #1, Tim Woods, And he told me, he said, don't answer your phone. He said, the office gave you a day off. I said, go, yes. I said, they told me I could go to contact. They said, Tony, trust me, don't answer your phone. They're going to call you and tell you that somebody ain't going to make it, and they're going to need you to make the show. He said they've done it to Superstar Billy Graham. They did it to a lot of guys. They were so afraid that once they want us to believe that the only way we could make it is with wrestling, no other way. This is all we had. So they want us to put our 110% into wrestling. The problem was, in the older days, a wrestler would go from being a wrestler to a manager to a referee, and if he still was physically in good shape, he could put on a mask and go wrestle in Canada or Japan. I wrestled a guy that was in his 50s and 60s. Kuta Kowalski wrestled all up till he was in his 70s. But then what ended up happening when Vince Jr. took over, there was no territories to go to. There was no other position to fulfill. So imagine a guy being locked away in penitentiary for, let's say, 20 years and had no contact whatsoever with the outside world. And then you turn him loose. That's a wrestler. That's why if you ever notice, all the suicide, all the drug overdose did not happen during their time as a wrestler.
Very few.
It happened, very few. It happened after their career. Because here you take this person that become a professional wrestler when he's 20 years old. Now he's in his 40s. And if he didn't save his money, and he ain't got no money saved up or nothing, what is he going to do now? You have to, when my first job in Maine, I worked for a place called Precision Building. It was a construction company. And I had to dig a ditch to put a drain around the house so the water wouldn't drain into the basement. And a little kid came up with my picture and told his mom, that's Tony Atlas. And she said, why would Tony Atlas be digging a ditch around my house? See, it's hard for these guys to go get regular jobs. People know who they are. Can you imagine John Cena bagging your groceries? Can you imagine Undertaker driving a cab? Well, these were the talent, this was the ability these guys was left with. They're either going to be cab drivers, or they're going to be bagging clothes or somewhere. They couldn't even walk in and get a high position. They have no
skills outside the industry.
No skill outside the ring. Now, inside that ring, that wrestler could make you thousands of dollars inside the ring. Outside the ring, we were pretty much useless in the real world. And luckily for me, I met my wife, and with the help of the Lewiston and Auburn Police Department, I was able to get myself back into society. And I even was on a suicide watch for many, many years. I tried to commit suicide. I cut this away. See that scar, Doc?
Oh, yeah.
That was my attempt of doing it. Then I tried assassination by police. I tried to get the police to shoot me, and they wouldn't do it.
Well, let's get to that point in a little bit. I want to try and, frame by frame almost, try and see how we get to this point. Dr. Reese, you work with a lot of professional athletes. What is it like for someone in Tony's predicament? Let's go back to August of 1986. Right. He might not be a top guy in WWF anymore, but he's working with the biggest wrestling organization in the world, traveling the globe, recognized everywhere, loved by all the fans.
Making money.
Snap of the fingers.
Yeah.
After the match with Adrian Adonis, he gets pissed, he storms to the back, and we don't see Tony Atlas again in WWF for several years. What is it like for an athlete in that position to be one of the elite? And then all of a sudden, I've used the analogy before, you be in a position where you have your action figure in Walmart, then all of a sudden maybe you're in a position where you need to have a job at Walmart.
Yeah.
Yeah, it can be devastating. And not only at the pro level, even at the college level, where it may not be that famous, nationally, but locally, but the men, women, and women's sports, suddenly they lose their identity. They lose who they are. And often they're left without a plan of what to do, and there are all the pressures. But there's another aspect that I think people don't give enough credit to. And Tony, you tell me if I'm wrong. No. I mean, obviously there's all the social pressures and the laws. But there's another pressure that's actually physical. And again, you correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm not the one who has that experience. When you're on the road as often as you were, when you're in the ring as often as you.
Right.
You're used to living on adrenaline.
That's right.
You're used to living on an edge.
That's right.
What's it like the first few months when you wake up and there's no edge? And there's no energy, there's no spark, there's nothing to look forward to that I'm going to be on that edge. There's actually a physiological depression that sets in, on top of all the social pressure,
That makes sense.
identity. The body, the mind actually starts looking for, how do I get that excitement back? And sometimes people find it in bad ways, or sometimes they really fall into a depression because that edge is gone. I also see it even among first responders, law enforcement who are retired, who are used to living on that edge. You take that away, and life just seems very bland.
I like to get post-traumatic stress.
Yeah, you combine it with the PTSD and the loss of the energy and the loss of the distraction, and it's totally discombobulating.
You know, you're exactly right, Doc. I told my wife just yesterday, when I'm at home, I get tired. I'm always tired at home. As soon as I get a booking or I got to go somewhere, I feel energized, like I got new life. You know, I'd rather drive 8 hours to New Jersey than to sit in a house. You know, and another thing too is
the question I'd ask, if you came into my office and told me that, I'd say, are you sure you're tired, or is it a form of mild depression?
Mild depression, see? We all go through it.
And yes, you experience it as fatigue.
Because you got to realize, you walk out there and in Madison Square Garden, there's over 20,000 people praising you. You feel like God on there. You're walking on water. I felt like sometime in the ring that I was floating. I felt like I was
It's an altered state, isn't it?
You know, it gives you such a rush. And then all of a sudden, that is gone. But the hardest part is, the more recognizable you are in public, the harder it is to adjust in public. Because people already have put you on I'll be grocery shopping with my wife right now today, and some father said, that's Tony Atlas. And I saw the kid face like, really? And I hear this all the time. Why is he here? They like shocked to see me just grocery shop. And then a lot of times they would come up, the kids would come up to me, and this recently, where's your limousine? You know what they tell my wife? That I'm a Cedric. They think I'm a rich man, but I'm cheap. People say, oh, if I had your money, Tony, I wouldn't have no problem. They think I'm rich.
They are only believing the televised hype for you for so many decades, as opposed to what reality really is, and we know it's a different story.
And it's hard. The thing that saved me, I would say, was the personal training, and then I worked with mentally challenged adults, and nobody believed I get paid for these jobs. They said, "Oh, you great for the community. You do a lot of volunteer work." Oh, what do you mean volunteer? I get paid. They don't volunteer. I ain't volunteering nothing. I'm here because they're going to pay me. But they think that the work I'm doing, I'm volunteering to do it. And they say, oh, yeah, we just love all the volunteer work you do. But they can't believe that I actually need the money.
Right.
And then if I told them that I need money, oh, yeah, come on, Tony, stop pulling that leg. We know you got more money. You got what do you do with all that money?
Let me ask you this, Tony. When you left WWF, there was a gap between that run with the McMahons before going to the Von Erichs and World Class. Like Dr. Reese said, did you feel like you lost a part of yourself?
Well, but see,
were you angry? Were you bitter?
Well, not right
began?
then and there. I really lost myself when Vince bought the territory. There was nowhere to go. That's what did it for us, guys. See, we always knew we could find another place to go.
Did you have a plan when you left WWF in '86? What you were going to do next?
Yeah, I went to World Class. I was at Puerto Rico when Brody got stabbed. Then I came up. How I got to Maine, I came to work for ICW.
Right.
So, and they still had WCW. They had ECW. Memphis was still going at that time, and they still had Japan. So we still have options. But what Vince did, he took away all the options.
They were dwindling at that point.
Right. It was the tail end of it, but there were still some options out there. But I would have stayed in Puerto Rico if it hadn't been for the stabbing death of Bruiser Brody. And then I had planned to go to Japan and other places during that time, too. And also I did some bodyguard work with, I bodyguarded the rank with Liza Minnelli and Cheetah Rivera.
Wow.
Back doing during the mid-'80s when they did a rank in Manhattan. I was one of the bodyguards, and I bodyguarded a Tony Award.
Wow.
So we were
Fitting.
Right, and so we was doing other stuff outside of wrestling. I was very much involved in the bodybuilding world and working with Pete Gronkowski out of Los Angeles. We were doing franchise for the gym. I was working with Dan Lurie. I got magazines where I was doing the advertisement. I was doing the advertisement for Dan Lurie because I still had a name.
Yeah.
But what Vince McMahon did, he cut the options. We made it, and that's when you notice guys started, like Doc said, that the pressure set in. So God figured the best way to deal with the pressure is more and more drug use.
Now, what drugs were you using in '86 when you left? Had the bad habit really developed yet, or was it just more recreational?
I was indulging a little bit with cocaine, but mainly it was mostly alcohol and pot.
You were a big drinker, really?
Well, yeah, all of us were. I mean, it was just a wrestling thing to do a 6-pack of beer a night.
Right.
That was no big deal for a wrestler.
Would you consider it that you were abusing alcohol?
We all did. I mean, because we drank every night.
Well, would you have considered yourself a functioning alcoholic, or just someone that had a few drinks
A
after the matches?
alcoholic.
Really? That's
Yeah,
bad.
yeah, because we drink every night. Every night we drink.
Is that what you would call it? You know this better than me, Dr. Reese. Would that be considered?
I mean,
if you do it every day.
Yeah, if you're drinking that much, your body's going to addicted to it.
Yeah, your body used to it, so you're alcoholic. Yeah.
Well,
Because we did it every night. We went to the bars, we drank 5 or 6 beers, but we ate with it. And maybe that's what helped us a lot. You know, we order a burger with burger and beer, or burger and wings, or burger and pizza after every match. I mean, we used to go to this, we used to be the Bradford, right by Chinatown. And they used to keep the restaurant open for us late at night. So, you know, guys would go in there and order their burgers and wings or spaghetti or whatever. Or either to go down to Chinatown to eat Chinese food and beer. You know, Andre the Giant, we sat at the table, and we used to go sit at the table with Andre. Andre, drink. Every time Andre buy a beer, you had to drink a beer. Drink.
He had a large tank for that beer.
Yeah, you had to drink. So yeah, the doc is exactly right. The guys go through a deep. See, people are not nice to each other, and wrestlers are used to being praised. People, they can forget that. When somebody sees John Cena or see an Undertaker, I mean, they treat him like, you know, something very, very special. You know, oh, I watch your matches, you know, nothing but praise. He walk into a restaurant. You know, we found the best table for you. You go in the hotel, get the best hotel. Everything we get, everybody cater to you. You get catered to,
right.
catered to. Then you come out here in the real world. And then you see how people really, in reality, we are really not nice to each other. You ride down the highway in your old beat-up car. Hey, take that old rust bucket off the road. You come down in your Rolls Royce. Oh, excuse me, sir. See, when people have got that status, got that high status, you get that special treatment. We got used to, in regular life, we got used to abuse. Like a buddy come up and punch you on the arm. That's abuse. But we got used to him.
We saw that
doing
here in the studio with Caesar
Right.
the Lion not too
Yeah,
long
when you
ago.
drive, people cut you off. People get in front of you in the line. People don't respect you. You know, you get disrespected all the time. That it came where we are immune to abuse. And wrestlers are immune, get no abuse, none. So when they come in the regular world, they experience abuse for the first time in a long time.
Tony, do you think it's fair to say a lot of the wrestlers, mentally, as they go through their careers, and as they
insane.
as they get closer to the end, and they have to realize what the real world is, they've almost lived a period of their lives where they're working themselves.
They feel like their life is over.
Yeah.
Because they don't know, they can't fit in, and they can't live that same standards. See, like you take like a Hulk Hogan, for example. In the wrestling world, he's bigger than life. But out here in the real world, he's a janitor. He got a boss, he's an underling. On everywhere he go, he's an underling. He can't come to a studio and work, he don't have the qualification. He don't have the paperwork to put him in a studio, you know. He can't be a principal, and if he don't have a degree in teaching, he can't go and become a teacher. if you don't have a degree in something out here. And then the way society works, you may learn something in 1980 if that's when you got your degree, but then you got to be upgraded. And every year a company upgrade. And what you learn, like my job, what I learned when I first started working is obsolete now. I have to get upgraded every 3 years to be a trainer, because what I learned 3 years ago is now
different. Yep.
Is now different. So you have to learn about the changing of time, and you have to get used to putting in a lot of hours for less money.
Right. That's the thing.
And going back to what actually both of you mentioned a bit before, and again, you know more than I do, but a lot of the people who go into sports are looking to get away from bad backgrounds.
That's right.
Or abuse, or
That's
trauma.
Right. That's right.
And the spotlight, the fame
That's
is
right.
an escape.
That's right.
And then just as you say, that goes away and suddenly you're being abused. What does it do? It takes you right back to when you were 7, 8, 9, 12, and you were being abused, and all that crap comes back up.
That comes back.
And
but you feel like it's worse because you had a taste of the good life. At first, you wasn't used to it. It didn't bother you at first.
You didn't realize.
Because you didn't realize there was anything other than what it were. But then when you come back to it, then you started, it's harder to handle as an adult than it is as before you start your career. And that's why you just recently, Jerry the King Lawler's son, you know, with Kurt Von Erck, perfect example. He only going to be going to jail for a couple of hours. He couldn't do that. You know, the idea of him being locked up and being a Von Erck
overwhelmed him.
It overran him. He could not handle the fact that there's a lot of wrestlers like that. You know, most of the guys, you know, they end up committing either suicide or they end up being you know, heavily involved in drugs. And eventually take their own life.
Dr. Reese, let me ask you this. If Tony came to you in 1986 and described to you what was going on, what words of wisdom maybe would you have shared with him to try and maybe send him in a more positive direction than he was heading?
Of course, everybody's an individual, but in general, it would be two things. One would be to find something you can do now that's meaningful.
That you could do.
And that also has some excitement to it, because you need that excitement.
Yeah.
And the other would be, on a quieter level, to go back and rework some of the past abuse that was haunting you and that was shoved underneath when you had all the other trappings. And to try to just come to terms with that in a different way.
All right, I hear that music playing right now in the back room. Right now, why don't we take a brief time out? When we come back, we're going to talk more about Tony Atlas's post-WWF run, where it took him, and how he rebuilt himself. It's a very fascinating story. Folks, stand by. Wrestling fans, welcome back to Memories and Legends. Survivor Series weekend, I tell you, this is a happening in the world of professional wrestling, and more fans are enjoying this man's story here on this very program. But Dr. Reese, the demise of Tony, it's a very sad story. We go to 1988, 2 years now removed from his WWF run. He's a top talent in Puerto Rico, making fairly good money from what I understand. And he witnesses the murder of Bruiser Brody in the locker room, a witness to it. We did a whole episode on Bruiser that you can check out in the archives of the show. We're not going to go there, but how do you think that affected a man that was already in a downward spiral, watching his friend be brutally murdered?
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's devastating. And it just brings reality, mortality, and evil right into your face. And you have to deal with that. And the fantasy's gone, and suddenly you're dealing with a life that isn't what you wanted it to be. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong.
Well, that was not the first murder I witnessed. See, in my neighborhood, when I was a kid, when you raise up black, that's every day. I mean,
there were everyday murders
I
where you
saw
lived.
bodies just about every other
Really?
day. Oh yeah, it was not unusual for me to see dead bodies. I even saw a lynching.
Really?
Yeah, remember they didn't outlaw lynching in America until 1968. See, a lot of this stuff went on in the 60s. You know, the people were just come down the street, they get some guy. The next morning, us kids out playing. Guy, we see the fire that was burning, and then some guys hanging from the tree. We run home. And my mother said, "Oh, y'all stay out them woods. Y'all stay out them woods." We went up. We called Henry Street in Roanoke, the 8 yard. Like I saw Buck Nelson get shot in the mouth. Harold Runner I see him get shot 5 times. He got out the hospital before the guy that shot him did, because the adrenaline was going so much. He just beat the guy, and he went to the hospital. But I see people get shot and stabbed and killed. I saw the first guy that I saw get killed. I was probably about 5 or 6 years old.
Wow.
And they were shooting dice. They were shooting dice, and this guy dropped like a 10 cents or 5 cents on the ground. The other guy put his foot on top of the guy. Said, "Take your foot off my money." He said, "My foot is not on your money." And he left and said, "I'll be back." He came back and shot the guy for 5 cents. And we asked him later, my dad and them asked him, "Why you shoot the guy?" He said, "Wasn't the money, with the principal." So it's like that now. You go to certain neighborhoods in America, not in Germany or Russia or anywhere, right here in good old USA, if you say the wrong thing to the wrong person, you get shot. I saw on TV the other day in Florida, they got that stand your ground law. One guy came up and pushed the other guy. The guy fell down. We should park, pulled out gun, shot the guy just like that.
Wow. Well, Tony, do you recall having any sort of bad reaction to what you saw? You were already in bad shape to begin with, but after the Brody situation, when you had to flee Puerto Rico because you were in danger, what was life like in the aftermath of that?
And did it take you back to those old days?
Yeah, it did. In a way, and the only thing that I could think about, Tony, you need to get out of here. You need to get out of here, because normally if a person would blatantly kill another person in front of hundreds of witnesses and with no fear of repercussion, no fear whatsoever of repercussion. So that kind of tell you where you at in this situation, He could do that to you. There was nothing done to him then. It probably, And if he had killed me, there would have been nothing done about my killing either. So I knew exactly what type of situation I was in, so I got out of there, But from my childhood, we walk to school, we see a body. It was not unusual to see a body. And you go to any black neighborhood right now, it won't be unusual to see a kid run up on the body. Me and Mark Henry in 2010, we was somewhere. It was coming from a restaurant that was across the street. And this little kid recognized Mark Henry. And he go, "Can I get your autograph, Mark Henry?" So Mark Henry, a nice guy. He go to sign the kid autograph. Then we hear, bang, 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 bang. Me and Mark, we kind of jump like this. The kid never moved.
Wow.
Jeez.
See, the only thing that excites us is what is new in our lives. We becoming more and more immune to things. It don't have the same benefit. I remember I believe it was the 60s, these guys bombed this church, killed 4 black girls. 4.
Birmingham.
4. The whole country was outraged. The whole country. Sandy Hook, only those that had kids that go there was outraged.
Well,
we have became desyncretized. It don't affect us the same. Now 4, back in the 60s, 4 touched the whole world. The whole world. They talk about it even now today. The whole world. Sandy Hook was how many?
What was it?
I think 13, wasn't it?
What's the 13?
No effect.
Well, it's just the shootings happen so quickly. It's like it's on to the next one.
We become desyncretized to the pain of others. Yeah. It's not my son. It's not my daughter. It's not my family.
I don't worry about it. All right, Tony. Back.
Even not to get in politics. Even in politics, if this guy is a Republican and he does it, I voted for him. It's okay. This guy's a Democrat. He do the same thing. Like I sit and listen to the news all the time. Fake news. It wasn't fake when it was about Hillary. It's never fake when it's about the opponent. It's only fake when it's about the person that called it fake. That's what we get desynchronized,
Right.
where our team could do it. But I watched the Patriot game last night. I saw pass interference. But because they were the Patriots, that's my team now, they let it go. If that other team had done that, they would have called it on them.
All right, Tony.
That's it. We pay favoritism to people that, I learned in wrestling, if people like you, you cannot do no wrong. If they like you. If they dislike you, you cannot do no right. And that's where I've learned to deal with things. That the world is the way the world is going to be. We're not going to change it. But I believe that a pond is filled one drop at a time. And I don't
That's a good way to put it.
That one person cannot make a difference. One person can make a difference. You know, and I believe that we need to become more. What's going to bring us together as a nation is when we start loving the country as a whole, not as a group. I like this group, but I don't like this group. I like this person, but I don't like this person. We have to say, he's an American just like me. If he failed, my country failed too. If he succeeds, my country succeeds too.
That's a good way to put it, Tony.
You know.
But after the murder, Puerto Rico, you don't want to go back. Time and world class came to an end. You put all the chips into what the Savoldis were trying to do with the ICW, and that was ultimately a failure because WWF stomped it into the ground before it ever got a foothold. You're in Maine getting ready to work what you thought was a regular territory with ICW, then the show's evaporated.
Mm-hmm.
Tony Atlas is in Maine, no money, nowhere to live. Take us there.
Well, I ended up homeless. I couldn't find a job because every time I put an application, they say, what, they fill out this application, I fill out the application, they say previous job, wrestler. That's all I ever did.
Where were you living before the Savoldi situation happened?
I was staying in the olden days, they used to have rooms at the YMCA.
So even when you were doing in world class in Puerto Rico, you were living at a YMCA?
No, when I came to Maine.
What about before you came to
Maine?
Maine?
No, I had an apartment. Before I came to Maine, I had 2 houses.
Did you abandon the apartments?
No, I got divorced.
So where were you living before this ICW situation
Texas.
happened? So what happened to where you were living in Texas?
The wife got the house.
Okay.
I got the shaft.
So you didn't have a home when you were working in Puerto Rico?
I bought 5 homes, paid for 5 homes, and slept on the bench.
I know how that feels.
I paid for 5 homes.
For a different time.
I bought 5 homes.
Every time I drive through Saugus. But Tony, sometimes I get lost in these doctors.
I had a lot of property, but I just couldn't visit it. I had to pay for it though.
So how do you feel, Tony? With nowhere to go, no money, what gets you to the point to say, I'm going to go to the park in Maine and I'm going to sleep under the bench?
Well, I was out looking for a job. And what Vince used to do in the olden days, every time Mario would book a show, like if he booked a show on a Saturday, Vince would book a show on a Friday in the same town.
Yep.
And he kept doing that until he put Mario completely out of business. So it was cancellation. I would work at least 4 days a week with Mario. And Mario had me on a guarantee of $1,500 or $75,000 a year contract.
Pretty good for a guarantee.
It wasn't bad. It wasn't bad, but it wasn't.
Wasn't WWF, but right.
Right. But he said that is good money because everything in Maine, the average apartment in Maine at that time was only like $250 for an apartment. You know, if you got a $500 a month apartment, that was a luxury. 3-bedroom. It was a pretty good size apartment. So I figured that something would give for me because you got to remember during that time, there were still other territories. All the territory was not gone, so wrestlers only had a belief that they could go somewhere else. I figured I would get me a deal in Japan or something of that nature. But my biggest mistake that I made was Ole Anderson called me first and wanted me to come down to WCW to work with Ric Flair. Mario Savodi found out about it, so he told Vince about it. Vince called me to the office and gave me the Sabasema gimmick.
We'll get there. I want to backtrack to when everything was starting to fall apart for you. How did you wind up living in the park?
Well, I was out looking for a job one day, and I had a room at the YMCA.
And okay.
But because I was out of work for so long,
Didn't have any money.
Yeah, I didn't have the money to pay. It was only $120 a month.
Wow.
And I didn't have it. A year earlier, I had $1.5 million in the bank.
Wow.
1 year earlier. I went from having $1.5 million in cash. When you add my assets, about $3 million. So I went from having $3 million to not even having $50.
So it's a situation where...
See, we didn't invest our money in nothing.
Right.
We just put
in the bank.
That was it.
It was different then.
We didn't know. We didn't know nothing about stocks. We didn't know nothing about putting into gold or into silver. We didn't invest it.
So in just a short period of time, it was out at WWF, dwindling territories,
right,
dried up opportunities.
Right.
Then you have a divorce from your wife, takes over your house and your assets.
Right.
The murder of Bruiser Brody.
Right.
Then you're out of money in the middle of Maine.
Yeah, in the winter.
And you thought about giving up.
Yep, I tried to commit suicide several times.
Really?
Yeah, that's why I got involved with drugs, because anybody that do harsh drugs, they want to die.
Right.
Life don't mean nothing to you anymore. You want to die, but you want to die happy, so you do the drugs. And that's why so many wrestlers die at such a young age, because they keep doing it because it ease the pain. It takes you out of reality. You don't feel it no more. And then it got to the place where you get involved, especially when you get involved with crack cocaine or heroin, something like that. What happens to you that nothing means nothing no more. Your mom don't mean nothing to you. Your boyfriend don't mean nothing to you. Your girlfriend don't mean nothing to you. You don't mean nothing to you. But the only thing that means anything to you is that drug. That is it.
And this really is a great story for the fans watching at home that may be in similar spots as Tony. That's why I really want to try and pinpoint some of these.
Once you get involved with heavy drugs like heroin, opium, cocaine, methamphetamine, you become a slave to the drug.
And that's what happened to you.
You would become a slave to it. If I came up to you and you was on meth or heroin, any drug, and I said, look, I got $5 worth of cocaine here, $5 worth, street value. It's yours, but give me one of your eyeballs.
Really?
Without even thinking about it.
Really?
I'll tell you a scary story.
All right.
And I told this to the police department. There was this girl named Angie. She was 16 years old. I'm even doing in my bad days, I try to get her off the street. I took her to this guy that worked as a recruiting officer for the Coast Guard. But he could not take her because she didn't finish school. You have to finish high school before you join the military.
Right.
So he said, but maybe she could study for her GED. So we set her up. We even found her a woman to live with.
Really?
So she could study for her GED to get her off the street. She was selling her body at 15 years for the drug. So one night, she couldn't take it no more. I guess the old lady that was watching her, that didn't watch her, she snuck out the house. She went down to what they call Knox Street up in Lewiston. And the police was watching the house because they were getting ready to bust the dealer. They saw her coming out of the place. So they followed her because they knew she got drugs. So when the police, what they used to do, so they could hide it from the police, they would swallow the bags. But when the police came in, they searched her, they searched the house, they couldn't find a drug. So the people that gave her the money, that put in the money to get the drugs with her, they asked her where were the drugs. She said, I swallowed them. It was in a plastic bag. So then they stuck their finger down her throat to try to get her to throw up, but she hadn't eaten nothing all day, so they wouldn't come up. They gave her X-Lax, and they tried to get her to pass it that way. Wouldn't come up. This is a true story now. So she wanted to get a hit. She went in the kitchen herself, and she got a knife. And she let them open her stomach up to get the drugs out of her stomach. And they sat there and done the drugs that night. Later on that night when she came down off of the drug, she died. They put her underneath the bed. She was only 16. Put her underneath the bed so that people don't know that she was under there. They left her there for about a day. She started smelling up the place. So they wrapped her in blankets and threw her into the canal.
Unbelievable. Dr. Reese, I've heard some wrestling stories, but you deal with people in real life every day. Have you ever heard of something like crazy like that?
I've heard everything.
Yeah?
It don't matter nothing. You would give me your eye. Trust me, brother. If I get you on methamphetamine, if I get you hooked on cocaine, and I ask you for your eye, you would cut it, you would pluck it right out your head and give it to me.
You know what, WWF, if you're watching, thank God you created those Hulk Hogan Say No
got
to
no
Drugs
idea.
promos.
People
Because I've never done one. I was a little Hulkamaniac.
Young kids got no idea what drugs would do to them. I have seen girls that was in their 20s look like they was in their 60s. I've seen people lose their teeth for using methamphetamine. Oh. They would lay out and they would do, I believe when I say anything, brother, anything. I don't care what it is. If you tell a guy that want meth, if he want it bad enough, say, well, let me run you over with the car. Okay, can I get my hit first? They don't care.
When you were under the bench, were you still using?
No.
Oh, so you were clean at that point.
I hate to say it, I'll probably go to jail. I used to roll them.
Roll them? What do you mean?
Take their money.
People?
Yeah.
Pickpocket?
No, I take it.
Well, give me an example. I'm walking through the park.
I grab you by the neck. I throw you up against the wall. While I'm holding you by your throat, I put my hand in your pocket. I take your money, and I leave you enough for your dope. And I would take $20 or $30 and go buy me some food.
Really?
I did strong arm.
Tony, never knew that.
Oh, yeah.
Now, I want to set the record straight, because in wrestling lore...
But they can't tell on me because...
What are they going to do? Right. Yeah,
because they got the money. They got the money dishonestly. So, but they should be proud that I did that, because a lot of times, if I took your money, I see you in the street. Hey, come and get some of these beans. I got a pot of beans on the stove. Hey, come and get some of this ham. I used to feed them, but they wouldn't give me the money to cook for them, so I took the money. So in other words, I took the money and invested it on food for them. That's how I made it through, because they didn't think about food. They would get the welfare moms. It's the worst. A drug addict welfare mom is the worst. It's a shame that the government don't have people to go and check on them. This is what they would do. They would get food stamps. They would sell the food stamps. Like if y'all had $100 for a food stamp, I sell it for you for $20. Because that's what I need to get my dope, to get my fix.
So they didn't even want the food.
One hit.
Yeah.
Now the kids got no food. I've been in the houses where little kids is laying in their own feces with sores all over their body. There was one guy that was on drugs one time, and the kid kept crying, and he was trying to take his hit. So the kid kept crying so much that when he go to take his hit, instead of sucking in, he blew out and blew the cocaine everywhere. Wow. Now he can't get his hit. What do you think he did with that kid? He took that baby, put him in a microwave, turned the microwave on.
This is someone you knew?
No, I didn't know him, but we all know what he did.
Was this up in Maine?
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
My God.
Put the baby in a microwave because the baby made him lose his hit.
Tony, we're getting ready to hit the
Actually,
break.
there's a book about that case.
People got no idea how strong these drugs are when the kids get involved in them.
Yeah,
no idea.
A couple of years ago, I did a conference with the lawyer who was involved in that case.
Yeah.
And it was...
Wow. All right, Tony, before we hit the break, one question. Can you go back in your mind to that first night you sunk so low that you had to live under that bench? Do you remember what was going through your head? A man that was on top of the world, 20,000 people cheering your name at Madison Square Garden, and now you're living under a bench in a park in the winter in Maine, of all places.
You don't think.
You just went to sleep.
You just go numb. And you wait for the end. You just go numb and you wait for the end. You figure this is it.
You were ready to die.
Yeah.
Really?
Life don't mean nothing to you anymore.
It's an altered state.
You don't have a life. You don't have a life.
All right, let's take the break. We'll come back. We're going to find out how Tony came back to the world of professional wrestling, and how he came to us. It's a wonderful story as we approach Thanksgiving in just a couple days. Stand by. Wrestling fans, welcome back to Memories and Legends, one of two big Survivor Series weekend episodes. I'm Dan Marotti, joined by our special guest, El Presidente himself, Dr. David Reese, and the man of the hour, Tony Atlas, a very hopeful...
Tony, Mr. USA, WWE 2006 Hall of Famer, one half of the first World Heavyweight Championship with the Rock father, Rocky Johnson. Tony Atlas.
Pat yourself on the back a little harder, Barry Horowitz.
Get it straight, bar, no hootin' toot, there won't be no shooting.
Hopefully, this is going to leave you with a message where you're going to feel a little thankful when you have your turkey this Thursday, Dr. Reese. Tony was living under a bench, homeless, no money. Your belongings, I imagine, were gone.
Most of them.
What did you have with you at that point?
I
you have a bag?
I had the ICW World Heavyweight Championship belt.
When you were sleeping in the park, you had... That tells you all
I
you
used
need to
wear
know.
the belt around my waist. I was Mario champion during that time.
That's all you need to know about that
you
time.
Do that? I had Mario belt. I used to wear it in the park. I sat there. I'm world wrestling champion. And I slept in the park, yeah.
Tell us how you came to find this wonderful human being that came all the way from Germany to Maine. We'll call her Monica. Tell us, Monica. I met her once in 1994, about 2 blocks away at Memorial Hall for a Tony Rumble event. I think
she was carrying her groceries.
Okay, through the park.
Through the park.
Your home.
And what I used to do, I would go down to the appliance stores, and when they sell refrigerator, got these big boxes. So I get me one of them boxes. And what I did, you put clothes up around it, and then you put snow on top of it, all the way around it. Yeah, you make it like a little house. So it'd be about this big, the whole thing about this big.
So you made yourself like a little igloo?
Yeah, and you curl up in it.
Really?
And then like if you find clothes, when you saw me, when I became homeless, I was 286 pounds when I became homeless. I had dropped down all the way to 218 pounds.
Wow.
But when you saw me, I looked like I weighed 300 pounds. Because the way homeless people do, you wear what you find. Like if I got a pair of pants and I found another pair of pants, I put them on over top of that pair.
Really?
And that's what, because if I take it off, somebody take them. So everything we found, we kept with us. You see, sometimes they would push a cot. All their belongings in that cot because you got no place to put nothing. So everywhere you go, your stuff goes with you. So I fell asleep with all them clothes on. I started sweating.
Wow.
Well, it got warm during the day. One of them nice, what they call days during the winter. And the snow started to melt a little bit, and little sprinkles here, little sprinkle there. And I thought it was nice, so I took a nap. Well, then when the evening came, around 3 or 4 o'clock, the temperature dropped. It could go from being 36 down in Maine to below 0. So this lady came through, she was carrying these 2 bags, and she saw this pile of snow. So she started knocking the snow off because she wanted to sit down. I go, what the hell are you doing? Get away from that. Scared the hell out of her. She jumped, she looked down there, what are you doing on there? I said, this is my house. I said, what business of yours? She said, you can't stay here. I said, why? I said, I've been staying here. She said, yeah, but it's going to be cold tonight. I said, it's cold every night. She said, it's going to be 22 below 0 tonight. I said, so it was cold the other night too. Man, your own business, get away. So she left. She came back with her daughter with butcher knives.
Butcher knives?
Butcher knives.
Why?
I was frozen in the ice. I didn't know it.
You was in the little igloo that you made?
I was frozen to the ground. I was stuck to the ground. I tried to get up. I couldn't get up.
So how did they get you up?
She chipped the ice away, and then her and her daughter carried me to her house. She put me in a bathtub.
They didn't bring you to a hospital?
She took me to her house first.
Okay.
She's not a nurse. She took all my clothes off. She took my clothes, put them in the garbage bags, and threw them out the window.
Really?
It took her a month to get the stench out of her house. Remember, when you're homeless, what people don't realize about homeless people, they don't take no bath.
Right.
Where you gonna shower at?
Right, yeah. The rain.
But you can't take your clothes off. So if your clothes get wet, they're gonna dry on your body. Then you know, it's like, that happened to me, it rained on me, it sticks to your body. You get real sticky. You're like glue, like Elmer glue. Your body feel like it because all the dirt in with the wetness. So your body feel like Elmer glue. When a homeless person, if he walked through that door right now, if he could stay in that front room, you would smell him.
Really?
Humans we are the stinkest thing God ever created. Human beings can stink. So anyway, she threw all my clothes away, and she put me in that tub of hot water. Well, I went into like a slight seizure.
Really?
You know, the shock to my body, and I fell out. And I was in a coma for probably about 2 or 3 days.
Really?
And then when I came to, she came to the hospital every day to check on me. When I came through, I listened to her talk, and they kept asking her, trying to get information about me for the payment.
Right.
Somebody got to pay for me being there, you know. And she kept saying, I don't know him. And they said, well, you brought him here. So they wanted to bill her, give her my bill. Yeah, because she brought me in, you know. She brought me in. They wanted to bill her. So you kept saying that I don't know him. And then I hear this doctor say this. He said, well, there are not many people like you. And they say, if he had stayed out there for another day, he'd have been dead.
Wow.
They say he got a slight pneumonia, and they say he was on it maybe 30, maybe 15 or 20 minutes for being what's called frostbitten. They say if he had got frostbitten, we would have to amputate his legs.
Wow.
So I almost came that close to having this whole side, this leg, and this arm amputated.
Amazing story.
So right now, all of this Tony Atlas has been gone, having with this woman, and this side of my face has been gone, if it wasn't for that woman. So then, I was coming down, what I used to do to eat, I used to, McDonald's, at the end of the day, all the burgers they don't keep, they throw them in the dumpster. So I knew what time they closed, so I go climb into the dumpster and pull boxes on top of me so they can't see me. And when they throw them hamburgers in, I grab them hamburgers out of the dumpster. One day a guy saw me coming out the dumpster, they put a lock on it. So then, after she took me in, I was with Monica for probably about 6 months. And every time this policeman would see me, try to talk to me. Well, I knew all the crooks and crannies, you know, I dodged him and got away from him. So one day, I'm in this convenience store with Monica. She said, oh, I finally caught you. I said, for what? I said, I ain't did nothing. He said, no, you're not in no trouble, you're not in trouble. I said, what do you want me for? Because, you know, cop coming to me, I got to be in some trouble. He said, did you ever hear of Vince McMahon? I go, yeah, I used to work for him. They said, yeah, we know who you are. And they said, well, he been trying to get a hold of you. So he called the police station. And they asked, they said, I said, well, I don't have a phone. So he said, you could use my phone. So I used his phone to call Vince.
Wow.
And that's how I became Saba Simba.
Well, that's a whole episode we're going to dive into. But Tony, how did the romance blossom between you and Monica?
We got married. Been married for 30 years.
How long did it take you to get married?
6 months.
Really? Was there romance right away? Or did it take a little while to blossom?
I had been to every state in the United States. I've been to every country in the world with the exception of China, Russia, and Korea are the only places on this planet. I've been to the Philippines, I've been to Japan, I've been to Australia, I've been all over Europe, all over Asia, I've been to Iraq, I've been to Kuwait, I've been to Egypt, I've been to Morocco, I've been to just about every place in Africa. And I met 3 women in my life, 3, that really cared about me. My grandmother, my mom, and Monica.
A guardian angel.
She's the 3rd woman that I have met since I've been on this planet that cared about nothing but me. Not what I represent, not the way I look, just me.
And
nothing else.
Almost 30 years now you've been married?
Been over almost 30 years.
Wow.
And September the 16th is going to be her birthday. She's going to be 77 years old.
Tony.
And if Beyonce come in here right now and say, Tony, if you leave your wife, I'll marry you and give you all my fortune, I'll tell her get lost.
You love that woman.
I love that woman.
She took you in when no one else wanted you.
The first and only Caucasian woman I've ever been with in my life. Her mother is Jewish. Her father is German. And my wife got a story too. I tried to get her to come down here sometime.
We'd love to have her
My
on.
wife was so afraid to talk about her Jewish part of her family. Here in America now, not in Germany, here. She was so afraid that I never knew that until probably about 2 or 3 years ago. I thought she was just pure German, but she's part Jewish.
Wow.
But she would not speak of it.
Even to you?
Even to me.
Wow. All right, Tony, well.
And I tell you something, she said that every American should listen to. What my wife said. I said, what is different between German people and American people? She said, German people complain when something is wrong. American people just complain.
Well.
Nothing got to be wrong.
And that was before the days of Twitter, right?
Yeah, nothing. In other words, we don't need nothing to complain about. We just want to complain just because we could do it. But she said in Germany, something has to be wrong before they complain about it. In America, we don't need for anything to be wrong. We just wake up in a bad mood.
Dr. Reese, I have to ask you, what a story. What a life this man has had.
Yeah.
I mean, how can you, maybe in a few sentences, sum up what we heard here? The bottom that he hit and the reclamation, thanks to this wonderful woman named Monica that led to an eventual WWE return.
I mean, obviously, Tony was on the edge a couple of times, but we're talking about his resilience and the ability to pull yourself back up, and no matter how low you go and recognizing how low you go, to know that there's something more and that something more still can connect with you.
Well, I got an opinion, Doc. I'm going to mess up the whole program. The worst thing, parents, the worst thing you could do for a child, the worst thing is to give them choices. Here's the reason why. When things come easy, my mom, I won a bike one time. She said, boy, if you come up with half the money, I give you the other half. I have to pay for half of everything I got. Now kids don't have what they call appreciation. When you ask your mom for $10, you just hold out your hand, you get the $10. What that child don't know, their mother have to work for 2 hours
to get it.
To get that $10. Child don't know that. When you get things easy, everything come to you easy, then all of a sudden a thing happens to you that happens to every human. You grow up. You get out in the real world for the first time in your life. The kids they raising now is like training a fighter to fight Mike Tyson in the ring. But before you put them in the ring, you don't teach them how to box. You want them to swim the Atlantic Ocean, but you don't teach them how to swim. They grow up believing that everything comes easy.
Right.
And they don't give the kids the tools. You see, the reason I was able to make it through the homelessness, I went without before, so I knew what hard times
You'd been
was.
there.
I was there as a child.
You'd been there.
I was there as a child, so going back there was no big deal. Right now, the #1 killer of our military, the #1 thing that killed more military soldiers than ISIS, anything else, is suicide.
Yeah.
We have a suicide rate among young people, because once they so used to get, now you see all these young kids with cell phones, right? Who's paying the bill? Now what that child gonna do when mom can't pay that bill no more?
They're not
The
gonna have
kid,
a
he got
phone.
no work ethic.
Right.
Kid don't know what work is.
Right,
He
well.
never got his hands dirty. All of a sudden he gonna get a $200 bill. He ain't gonna know how to pay for that cell phone that his parents gave him. He ain't gonna know how to pay for the child that he's impregnated that woman with. He's not gonna know how to hold down a job and put in the hours and save money. He don't have them skills.
Well,
Now, in the olden days, parents would give the child all the. My mother would not buy me nothing because she wanted me to learn that money didn't come easy.
Right.
And from that day on, one day, you see how parents would take a kid and they would ask a child now that's been on the earth for 4 years. This woman been on the earth for 30 freaking years. She would turn to a kid and say, oh, this makes me sick. Every time I say it, I want to vomit every time I say it.
Vomit.
What do you want to eat?
Just like that.
I want to go over there and choke her. Do your freaking job. Teach that kid what he should and what they shouldn't eat. You don't let a kid make a decision. He's not paying for it.
All right, well,
When a mother allows a child to make a decision with her money, she's not a mom. She's a caretaker. A mom teach a child right from wrong, so that child had good skills when they grow up. That's why these kids get pissed off and grab a gun and shoot the other kids, because somebody say no to that little brat for the first time in their life.
well,
Like as far as
we're really drifting away from the
Well, no,
topic
it's
at
all
hand.
the same. This how come I made
All right,
it through.
all right. Let's
This
get
is
it
the
through,
stuff
brother.
that I learned that helped me to make it through. Like, for example, my first date,
Yeah.
chaperone. Yeah, chaperone. My mother would put green beans on the table, fried chicken on a platter in the center. The pie is in the kitchen. You want a piece of chicken? You eat them green beans. I said, Mom, I don't like green beans. Then you ain't hungry then. She take them green beans and wrap them green beans up, put them in the refrigerator. You're gonna have them tomorrow.
You had the beans before the good
She's
stuff.
not gonna.
Yeah?
She's not gonna be your servant.
Well, there's a lot of fact in that. But Dr. Reese, there's a lot of folks that are watching.
Old school.
That have hit hard times in their life.
Kids supposed to respect their parents. Kids supposed to do what their parents say. Parents is not supposed to do what a child says. Your mom ain't supposed to ask you what you want to eat. You're supposed to eat what she worked the game for you. She worked hard for that food. You eat that food.
What good kind of wisdom?
If you don't like what your mom fixes, go to work and buy
All
your own
right, Tony,
food.
we get it. We get it, Tony. We get it. What kind of words of
You're a
wisdom
brat.
could you
Yeah,
share with
you.
someone that have hit hard times like Tony? Has someone that are going through it right now and that we want to see turn out like Tony, a success story in the end?
Well, just to make it real quick and without getting very technical, and just to really play off of what Tony's saying, the biggest lie that kids are ever told, and so they lived happily ever after.
A lot of truth to that.
In the old days when we'd read a story like that, that was a fantasy that you lived up to. Now too many people expect that they'll live happily ever after.
Yeah.
And it's something you got to work for and earn. And no matter how low you get, to realize there's a way back up.
That's right.
And that it's not that it's just going to be there for you. That it's not just that if you do the right things, you'll live happily ever after.
That's right.
It's that it's a constant struggle.
That's right.
And what I tell people is, yeah, maybe you'll live happily ever after, but first you got to put on your boots and wade through the
That's
crap,
right.
and
You
there's
got
a
it.
long
That's
way
right.
to go.
That's right.
And Tony, as well, you hear the music, we're running out of time now. In a few sentences, could you tell someone from firsthand experience, which is different than Dr. Reese's, what words of wisdom would you give to someone that's in your plight right now?
Why gain the world and lose your soul? The law help those who help themselves. God said, you make one step, I make two. When we was kids, there was two things that got put into us. Number one was the law of prayer. Number two was the pledge to the flag, to the country. These things are not being put into the kid. So if you could get your child to know God, he will never forsake you. I don't care how low down you get. He will find a way. Seek and you shall find. Knock and the door shall open. Like the doc said, there's always a light at the end of the tunnel. There's two sides to every coin. Life is negative and positive. We come to the crossroads of life every day. If I go down this road of righteousness, then you reap what you sow. You're never going to plant oranges and get apples. Whatever you put into the seed is what the seed gonna grow. For parents, your kids act up at 2, that might be cute at 2, as my mom said. but not at 20.
Right.
So if you plant a seed at 2 years of age in a child, that seed gonna grow when they get 20.
All right, we got about
But
30 seconds.
It just ain't
running
gonna
out
be
of
cute.
time.
It won't be cute no more.
Dr. Reese, what would be a great resource for someone in a plight like Tony's? Where would you direct them to?
Well, there aren't a lot of social resources now. There aren't as many as there should be. But
I don't think there's
basically,
something wrong with me.
what Tony's saying is you need to find your spiritual heart.
Right.
And no matter what religion
That's
and no
right.
matter what your faith is, whether it's organized or not, it's finding your meaning and finding your purpose.
That's right.
And not letting go of that.
All right, fans. Happy Thanksgiving. Tony Atlas is with us. We're happy about that. And he's going to continue to be with us, hopefully, for many, many decades, not even years. How about that? All right. Don't forget Thursday night, after you have the turkey, after you have the pie, we kick off our Paul Bearer Holiday Headlocks Toy Drive, the 7th annual. That's going to be a lot of fun. You'll be with us for a special Memories and Legends.
You want to have some chitlins?
I don't know about that. I've never had the chitlins.
You got to bring some chitlins down.
Well, you and Quincy can have those. For the Hall of Famer,
You
Tony.
don't eat pig guts?
I've never had the pig guts.
You don't know what you missed.
All right, well, hopefully I won't.
What about Madongo?
No, none of that either. For the Hall of Famer, Tony Atlas, Dr. David Reese, I'm Dan
Menudo?
Marati.
You have menudo?
No. Happy holidays to you and yours from everyone here in the Millennium Wrestling Federation. We'll see you next time on Memories and Legends.
Yo, 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 wrestling fans. This Sunday, July the 25th, JTG joins us at MWF Studios in Melrose, Massachusetts for a series of Wrestling Insider tapings and live cyber autograph signing. Want to join us in studio live with JTG? Join the Boston Wrestling Patreon family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling or pre-order your photo. JTG will autograph and personalize live on the air and give you a shout out at bostonwrestling.com.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marati.
And I'm John Cena Sr.
Johnny, the fans just haven't asked for it, they have demanded it.
This August, we're headed back to Tampa for Wrestle House 2.
WrestleMania weekend, we brought you Sinister Minister James Mitchell, TJP, Demolition Smash, Al Snow, Dutch Mantel Zeb Coulter, JTG of Primetime, and WWE Hall of Famer Gerald Brisco for in-depth interviews and live interactive cyber autograph signings.
And if you want our Wednesday Night Wrestling Insider Special edition episodes to continue, we need your help to bring these superstars' careers and lives to life.
Bringing you free content 7 days each week is an expensive proposition between appearance fees, air travel, renting the house, the equipment, and everything that goes in to a week of shooting. We can't do it without you.
As we prepare to return to producing live in-ring events, help us bring you the superstars and legends of yesterday and tomorrow by visiting Indiegogo now and check out some of the great rewards.
Wrestling fans, it's going to be a wild week in Tampa the first week in August. Get ready for Wrestle House 2.
Continue to enjoy classic Wrestling Insiders at Your House episodes with Tony Atlas every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. following WWE NXT as we continue the manhunt to bring you a new co-host on Tuesday nights. Don't forget, folks, that super chat button is LIVE live as we speak during the premiere and open for business. We need all the help we can get after a really bad April and May. June that was kind of mezza. Like any fine, upstanding human being that I know you are, like all of our great fans here, tip the bartender for hours of great entertainment tonight. It's truly appreciated along with your viewership into being a friend of the show. Every dollar helps as we prepare to return to Tampa for Wrestle House 2 in less than a month's time to find a brand new co-host for Tuesday nights. But it's expensive. You know, the talent, they don't do these shows for free. The travel that goes into it, the hotels, the lodging, the food, the printing, and so many of the little things that all add up at the end of the day. We really need wrestling fans' help to make it a reality. With you guys, though, I know we can do it because we have the best fans that I know of in the world of professional wrestling. Now, maybe sports entertainment, that's a different story for a different time, but we don't really do sports entertainment here. We like to do the wrestling thing. Along with giving tonight's show a supersized thumbs up, Subscribe to the YouTube channel. Again, it's absolutely free with access to over 2,000 videos. It's the best way to show YouTube you guys are interacting and enjoying what we do. If you guys don't enjoy what we do, what the heck are we bothering for? Leave your thoughts in the premiere chat, or after the premiere, leave your thoughts in the comment section below. As always, that super chat button, baby, it's open for business. It's that gray little $ symbol calling your name out. Just like service you get from a waiter or a bartender, recognize the great entertainment that myself and all of our great hosts are giving you tonight. Every dollar raised helps us keep the lights on and bring you more great talent to share their stories with you in the weeks, months, and hopefully years and decades to come. Can I do this for decades more without a day off? My dear Lord, can I really? You know, I'm crazy enough that I probably can, but I don't know if it's mentally healthy. We're going to have to talk to David Reese about that. Nonetheless, coming up, it's our Wednesday Night Wrestling Insider Special Edition with the return of our friend, the WWE Hall of Famer Gerald Brisco, as he dives into the year that was WWF 1989, The Ultimate Warrior's Rise, Bobby the Brain Heenan, Pat Patterson, superstar Billy Graham's exit from the company, the Red Rooster, Outlaw Ron Bass, and tons more. Enjoy. Wrestling fans, welcome back to another episode of Wrestling Insider Special Edition. Very happy to have Jerry Brisco back with me. We got a great response to our first episode where we talk some current events, everything you have going on right now. You're very active with the Brisco and Bradshaw show with our buddy John Bradshaw Layfield, a guy I think an awful lot of, despite what some may say out there in internet lore. Your show keeps getting more popular and popular, so I feel honored to have you here on our Wrestle House excursion here, as opposed to being back in cold Boston, probably even when this airs.
Well, it's a pleasure to be on your show, Dan, and it's also a pleasure to be on your show in Tampa, Florida.
You'd rather be here than Boston.
Yeah, I mean, look out there. There's the Gulf of Mexico. The waves are rolling in. They're beautiful, beautiful makings of a great sunset coming up here in Tampa, Florida. And if you've never seen a sunset here on the Gulf of Mexico on that beautiful white sand beach, how did you afford? Was it nice being on your show that you were able to afford this damn suite here?
I think it was
palatial suite.
I think it was Marty's murder confession, but I don't know.
Oh, I mean, when you look up Tony Atlas, he's not here, so you're probably saving money from feeding that damn Tony Atlas.
$55, yeah. I mean, look out that beautiful bay window. Is that not?
Oh my!
Is that not a view?
Dad, that's the only reason I agreed to spend 2 hours out on this show was so I could look at the view.
Look at the view, yeah.
I'm looking at the view. You're looking over at a damn white wall over there.
I'm looking at that, and we got our friend over there, Dave Carter, our longtime associate. We got Glantz over here. We got Vicente Rey and his breast, someone that you had helped at one of the seminars you came up for. Right? He had an unfortunate experience during one of these interviews that we did with the Superstars WrestleMania weekend. It was exposed that beyond having a little extra here, he has his own personal Mr. Socko that's permanently attached to him downstairs, if you know what I mean. He can't pull it out like Mick, you know what I mean? He's kind of, that's what the mother and father decided. He's got his own Socko and protection system down there.
A fortunate man.
All right, as we continue our great series of interviews with you, my big thing is, I love how WWE produces their documentaries, their different series they have on the network. As far as history goes, they bought all the libraries they bought. They can present it any way they want to, but sometimes they're not as in-depth about particular events, particular people. Sometimes folks that weren't main eventers, they kind of get forgotten. And, you know, they contributed an awful lot to the sport, even if they weren't the marquee, so to speak. So when we do these series, I like to look at sometimes particular events, particular years. And to me, I was a little guy when I started watching in 1986. But even looking back at it now, I think the best roster that WWF ever had was 1989. If you look at the grouping they had from January 31st to December 31st of that year as the decade ended, some came, some went. But if you look at overall, who was on that roster in that year, I would debate just about anybody on it. So that's kind of the timeline I wanted to look at with you today. 1988 was a hot year. You had Macho Man Randy Savage storming into 1989 is the World Wrestling Federation heavyweight champion. You had the Ultimate Warrior, maybe the Goldberg of his generation, as the Intercontinental Champion. He crushed Honky Tonk Man and ended his historic reign as champion. And you had two guys who I think the world of, absolutely love. Bill Eadie, Barry Dasso, Axe and Smash Demolition as the tag team champions. Those are some loaded guns to begin a new year in any company.
I tell you, Dan, 1989 is just really a memorable year with that talent. But you know, I'm glad you made the decision to go with 1989, because if you would have asked me, I would probably come up with another year.
Mm-hmm.
And you asked another person down there, I'm sure they'd come up with another year. We all had our favorite years, and 89 was special. Just you know, that Warrior magic. Was I a great Warrior fan? No. Was I a great Warrior person? No. But was I a great admirer of what this guy was able to do in the ring, and the transformation that he would bring to the audience when he ran out to the ring and got into the ring? I was a super fan just like everybody else. So that just shows you don't have to be a fan of the person. Just let yourself go and be a fan of that character. And if you become a fan of the character, you let all that other minor stuff go, and you just sit back and you enjoy the show. And that was what I was able to do with the Warrior, and I enjoyed his performances, but he was a difficult man to do business with. I mean, I'm not going to lie to anybody. You know, he's a difficult man.
Well, we'll talk more about Warrior as time goes on, but just as the year began, look at the house show loops that you had. On one loop, you had Hogan and Boss Man, which was doing huge business everywhere. On another loop, you had Macho Man Randy Savage as the world champion instead of having Hogan as number one. He's almost 1A. He's in a pretty hot feud with Bad News Brown. Bad News made some comments to Jack Tunney on the Brother Love show that maybe Elizabeth was doing a little bit of filleting to try and get Randy the position. It was alluded to on that. So that was a pretty hot feud. The fans wanted to see Randy get their hands on Bad News. Then on the C team, you have Warrior defending the Intercontinental Championship. Jake was involved in a hot feud with Andre at the time. I mean, all three tours were just absolutely loaded with talent.
You know that's something. You just think of the enormity of what you just said. 3 towns running a night with 3 major sets of superstars in each one of those towns, and it was such a contest and such a pride thing. Well, Town A, we did this much. Well, Town B is supposed to be a lesser card, but we outdrew Town A. Well, Town C, which is like the third card, we outdrew them all. So there was that competition among the talent. They knew where they were going to be seated. They knew which level they were going to be. And there was so much pride when that C town outdrew the A town, which happened many, many times. And we weren't in the Madison Square Garden. Right. We might have been in a lesser over across the river or something like that, but we were still able to outdraw the main towns. And the guys took so much pride in doing that. That's what made it so enjoyable to be around all those personalities.
It was just an unbelievable time in the period. I mean, and not just that. I thought NWA had a really solid year in 1989, too, with some of the great feuds with Flair and Steamboat, Flair and Funk. You know, it was a night, even though the territories were dying off at that pace, for the promotions that you could watch, I mean, it was just absolutely fantastic.
There were different eras for different organizations, but when both organizations are peaking at the same time, the winner out of that is the fan, like
right at
people
home.
sitting at home watching that, because they're getting to see the best of the best in every organization. And that's what makes it so good when you have two organizations peaking at the same time or starting to peak at the same time. Because the runoff, I mean, did we hear what was going on down south? Damn right. And I'm sure the people down south heard what was going on with us up north there. And there was always that competition. And I tell you that the big boss that's sitting ahead of the table, and not talking Ray Traylor, I'm talking Vince McMahon. He said, don't worry about what they're doing down there. We're not going to do that. We're going to worry about what we're doing up here and build our product where we don't have to worry about what they're doing down south. And he was able to keep us focused, keep our mind on what we were doing instead of what the other people were doing. And his prophecy came true as we started building and started creating that gap, and that gap kept getting bigger and bigger and bigger.
As noted many times by the individual, Bad News Brown, Alan Coage, he had stated that Vince McMahon had promised he was going to be the first black world champion in the WWF. With what you saw with what Bad News had to offer in that time period, 88, 89, do you think he would have made a credible world champion compared to what was on the roster at the time?
Well, I'd heard that Alan had claimed that, and but I had never heard that promise myself delivered to anybody or anybody in that upper, I guess it's Vince's upper circle group of people. I never heard anybody say that. But do I think he could have been a great champion? The guy was believable in everything he did. He had a background. He was an Olympian. He was a world team medalist. I mean, he was the guy was a legit badass and a legit guy that, believe me, as skilled as I thought I was, I don't think I would have wanted to piss him off.
Really?
Because I think he was the real deal. So do I think he could have handled the enormity of carrying the WWF organization? Yes, I do, because he had that much skill. I didn't know if he had that much ability to step out of and like a Hogan or a Macho Man or a Warrior, to be able to elevate somebody else as much as they did because of the entertainment aspect. And all the time these tough guys come in and they're able to take care of themselves, and they're able to build that image that they're the best. But are they able to take a guy and to bring him up to their own level? That might have been the stumbling block why that promise was never fulfilled, if that promise was ever made.
He was good at being Bad News Brown, but could he elevate people up the ladder? Maybe was the question. Interesting. The first big event of 1989, it was a television taping right here in the Sunshine State, Tampa, Florida. The first Saturday night's main event, which for fans, if they were not around for that era, if they've missed them on WWE Network, even though they weren't a regular series, those every 4 to 6 weeks, Saturday Night Live was interrupted by WWF Wrestling, great 90-minute specials from 11:30 to 1 a.m., and the ratings that they draw were astronomical, on par with Saturday night's main event, or they never would have got the spot. But the first Saturday night's main event in 1989, it saw the Red Rooster, Terry Taylor. I don't know if that was a little bit of a joke on the man with his cocky attitude I've been told about over the years. I've always had nice interactions with Terry, but the Rooster turned on the brain. He had enough, and that led to the push for the very first time of an enhancement talent in Steve Lombardi, who went from being a jobber, enhancement guy, to becoming a lower level superstar as the Brooklyn Brawler, being paired with Bobby Heenan for the first time. Any memories of Lombardi getting a push and Terry Taylor as a Rooster?
Well, bring me back to that, but let me take you to the beginning of the segment.
Oh, sure.
The Saturday night's main event. Now, when I first came to WWE, a lot of people don't know. I mean, I've had so many different positions with the WWE. I mean, it's unbelievable. I never had I had one official title, then we'll talk about it sometime. But When I first came to WWE, I came as a promoter.
Mm-hmm.
From 1986 to 1992 or 3 maybe, 1993, I did the local promotion. Now, at that time, the WWF was WWE. What do we say? WWF, WWE was just starting to come and infiltrate the South. They had a very difficult time with the local building managers and the local promoters because a lot of these promoters were delivering shows to these buildings 52 weeks out of the year. So for me to go to them when I got the phone call because they were having so much difficulty getting in, and me as an owner and as a talent, I mean, I always made sure that even when I was a talent, when I owned part of the territory, and Mr. Crockett Sr. in the Carolinas when I first came in, because I was a college boy and I was different than the ordinary talent that he had in there at the time. And I was an athlete. And so Mr. Crockett always took me around, and every building we'd go into, especially the bigger building, Mr. Crockett would always make a point of introducing me to the building manager. And I'd have a conversation with him about business, about different events coming in. Because I was interested in that stuff. I always wanted to be on that side of the fence. So I figured if, hey, a guy like Jim Crockett Sr. is giving you this open door, and not only through Crockett Sr., but when I went to Atlanta, Georgia, Jim Barnett and Eddie Graham here in Florida would do the same thing. So I made a lot of contacts with the building people. So as I said, WWE was having trouble getting their foot in the door because of these other promoters. But the other promoters now, by the time we get to the late 80s, they've cut down their events. They're not running 52 weeks a year. Right. They're running 27. Some of them running 12. Some of them are running 6 or 8. So I'd come in, and I had a great working relationship. Ed Cohen was our director of events.
That's who broke me in with WWE was Ed Cohen. I love Ed Cohen.
And I think it's worth saying. Sally Pursuto were instrumental in teaching me how to promote the business. Mm-hmm. So I got a relationship with them because I was down here. I wasn't doing nothing. I'd made my sell. I'd finished my time up in the Carolinas. We'd made our sell events. We'd made that little short stand-in run with Murdoch and Adonis. We got over like $1 million in to surprise a lot of people, I think. We'd made that run. My brother decided, hey, I'm finished. I want to retire. So he'd quit. So I was kind of in between wondering, what the hell am I going to do? Because I'm real young and I don't want to settle my ass the rest of my life.
You would have been, what, at that point, your early 30s?
Yeah.
Mid-30s?
Or late 30s.
Yeah.
I just didn't want to sit on my butt for the rest of my life. And even though I financially probably could have done it. So I got a phone call one day. It was Vince McMahon and Jim Barnett. And Jim got on the phone first. Vince called me, so I would take the call because I probably wouldn't have taken the call if it had been Jim. So Vince made the call. And, hey, we're coming up with some stuff. He explained to me the fact that they're having a few issues getting into a lot of buildings down here. And he said, I got Jim Barnett on there. He wants to talk to you. And Jim Barnett, when I was a rookie in Australia, it was kind of funny because if you think back on one of our earlier shows, I told you I drove the ring truck around, so I learned a lot about the business before I got into the business. Mm-hmm. I went to Australia as a rookie, and I was over there with so many MSG, Madison Square Garden stars and big, huge stars. Well, Jim Barnett really liked my work and really liked my thinking towards the business, and I started, even as a rookie, getting involved a little bit in the booking part of it there. And Jim Barnett always, Jerry, your future is going to be in the office in this business. And yeah, sure. I want.
They knew you had a good mind for the business.
Yeah, I want to be a star first. That's all I wanted to be. I didn't care about it. But I'd always had that, when they called, I always had that. I wanted to get in the business side of this business there. So I agreed to go to work as a promoter, and at that time They couldn't get into Orlando. They couldn't get into Miami. Oh, no, I'm sorry, they were in Miami, but they couldn't get into Tampa where we're talking about this show, and they couldn't even budge Carolina or Georgia, and I had great relationships. So I went to work, and I ended up opening not only all of Florida with them, but I had 9 other states. I ended up with 9 states I was promoting for the office there. And
so you were one of Ed's assassins for a while.
Yeah, well, Ed trusted me so much.
I love Ed Cohen.
That Ed eventually let me, okay, here's the group of dates that you have. Fill them. I would be tasked with filling the dates and making a suitable track, like a loop where we could be coordinated and it wouldn't be crisscrossing all over the damn place, and negotiate the building deals. So they had that much trust into me. So, well, okay, to back up to your question now, Saturday night main event. So I got us into the Sun Dome here. Championship Wrestling in Florida was running all their events out of the Sun Dome there. So I went to, and as a matter of fact, I had lunch. It was kind of funny because that's where Raw is and all the TV's going to start their back over at the Sun Dome, which I had lunch just 2 or 3 days ago with the ex-building manager now there that now retired, and we were kind of laughing. Yeah, they're back to what we started, 30 years ago. And he actually pulled up the card, pulled up the gross, the attendance, and everything for the card. So our first event was Saturday night main event. Dick Ebersol, Michaels,
Lord Michaels, Saturday Night
the
Live,
creator of Saturday Night Main Event. They were here, and I was getting I'm a huge Saturday Night Live fan. Here I'm getting to work with Lou Del Pratt, all these big name producer, TV names, not the stars, but the producer names who are the important people of the damn thing. Put the damn thing together. They're coming to my city, and I'm getting to sit down at a table and have strategy meetings with these executives. Like I'm just beside myself. And so we had the first event here, and of course we went on sale. And we were going back. I was taking them back to the airport, and a friend of mine, Bubba the Love Sponge, called me, and I tell him who I got in my car with him. He said, "Hey, you think they'd mind calling me in 10 minutes? I'm going back on the air. I'd love to get them on and hit a plug for the show." Are they here? And sure. So hung up. By the time we get to the airport at the time, Michael picks up the phone. We call, and you call Bubba, and I have all 3 of them on Bubba the Love Sponge show. Boom, just like that. Boy, they were impressed. They went back to Vince, but man, that Brisco, what a promoter, Immediately he had us on all the big drive time shows. I just got lucky that day, But we had the first one here. It was such a special event, having those producers here in this town and seeing what kind of product. But that ended that product once every month. It would end up outdrawing the Saturday Night Live.
It was
shows.
Huge. I don't think people that weren't fans of that era realized how big Saturday night's main event was, because it was a commodity to be able to see, superstar versus superstar, as opposed to the typical syndicated shows that were usually enhancement matches and interview segments to try and get you to go to the town or to buy the pay-per-view. Right now I'm hearing the cue from the back, folks. We're going to take a brief timeout. We're going to continue to look at that Saturday night's main event that kicked off 1989. Stand by.
The World Wrestling Federation was live at Singapore Indoor Stadium in Kelang, Singapore, Thursday, July the 21st, 1994. In the opening contest, Quang beat the 1-2-3 Kid. Bushwhacker Luke and Coco Beware with the win over Barry Horowitz and Reno Riggins. Model Rick Martel defeated Jim Powers. The Undertaker victorious over Yokozuna via disqualification. Native American Tatanka beat the Barbarian. WWF Tag Team Champions, the Head Shrinkers, retained the titles over Well Done.
And in the main event, WWF World Champion Bret Hitman Hart retained the title over Owen Hart. If you were in Kolang Live, share your memories in the comment section below. Use the links in the description box to keep Wrestling Legends working in our eBay store and on our world-renowned Patreon streaming service so we can bring you more interactive superstar shoot interviews to relive the good old days of professional wrestling. Check it out. Boston wrestling sports in the MWF explodes into a new year with professional wrestling content galore and need you to join our family. Every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after our Monday Night Raw review, it's Wrestling Insiders at your house with WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas. Wednesday nights at 10 p.m. after NXT and AEW, join rotating legends on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after our NXT and Dynamite review, it's Marty Jannetty's no-holds-barred sex, drugs, and rock and roll journey on Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Friday night after SmackDown, don't miss John Cena Sr.'s Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. Plus, look for classic clips, history videos, bonus live episodes, pay-per-view watch-alongs, and more. For less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, get early ad-free access to our Wrestling Insider talk shows, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, and help keep wrestling legends working during the worst of times.
WWE is coming home to Kansas City with Monday Night Raw. WWE is back with Monday Night Raw in Kansas City, Monday, July 26th. Tickets on sale now.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marotti.
And I'm Mr. USA WWE Hall of Famer Tony Atlas.
The road to WrestleMania has begun. Wrestling fans are looking to add to their man caves. You got to see what we have in the eBay store.
Check it out.
Support Wrestling Insiders in-studio shoot interviews on eBay with this brand new personally autographed WWE Royal Rumble 2021 11x14 poster signed by WWE Universal Champion Roman Reigns, his advocate Paul Heyman, and Kevin Owens. Reigns and Owens battled for the Universal title in a last standing match January 31st in the Thunderdome in Tampa. This limited edition collector's poster is number 31 of only 50 produced. Comes with WWE authentication hologram on the poster itself. Also comes with an on-air shout-out from WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas and a bonus autographed 8x10 photo. Get this rare, awesome collectible for your man cave and help keep wrestling legends working now. Wrestling fans, especially here in the Boston area, we want to thank our great friends at Red Rose for their support for all of our charitable endeavors and programming efforts. Red Rose is 2 years young and extremely thankful for all the support they've had from our neighbors here in Melrose and beyond for an amazing first 2 years. Red Rose thanks Melrose and all of the first responders who have fought the good fight and have never given up hope during these unprecedented times. We did it together. Follow Red Rose on Facebook for their anniversary special, facebook.com/Red Rose Melrose. You'll be glad you did. Open until 2 a.m. Red Rose will give you fresh, piping hot, mouth-watering food that'll put an ear-to-ear smile on even the toughest critic's face. Check out their full menu online at redrosema.com or give them a call, 781-620-1889. All right, wrestling fans, welcome back. Jerry's having a sip of that soft drink there. We don't want to give them too cheap of a plug unless they want to sponsor the show. But as we were discussing, the first Saturday night's main event, 1989, in this beautiful city, Tampa, Florida. Again, talk
promoted by Gerald Brisco.
Promoted by Gerald Brisco. These crazy names when you look back at them. You had a rooster turn on a brain, which led to the Brains Association with a Brooklyn Brawler. Your memories of Terry Taylor as the rooster, and all of a sudden, Steve Lombardi, after 4 or 5 years, getting a little bit of a chance at a push.
The Terry Taylor as the rooster. I mean, I never quite figured out that gimmick, and I don't think Terry ever figured it out. But I knew Terry when Terry was, just a snot-nosed kid, just carrying around a book. book learning wrestling moves. He started here in Florida. He was from over Vero Beach, over on the other side of the state there. But he literally carried around a how-to wrestling book and would sit in the dressing rooms in front of all his peers, reading apply how to be a wrestler. And he did a damn good job at it. Terry was a good performer in the ring, and he became the Red Rooster. But the Brain, Bobby the Brain Head. I mean, what a dear man. I mean, it brings a tear to every fan's eye. You just mentioned Bobby the Brain, and how much can a guy be respected in this business by his peers?
How many call him the greatest manager of all time? And I love Percy, but how many call Bobby the greatest of all time?
Hey, you could easily call him the greatest of all time and be correct, and you'd probably have to fight some people if you did call him the greatest of all time. But he's definitely on that GOAT list, and that's the GOAT. He's the GOAT. I mean, every era has their GOAT. There's not just one GOAT in anything. I mean, there's the greatest of all time, but you can't put the greatest of all. Mickey Mantle was a GOAT, but he is the greatest. Some of these guys,
different eras, right?
But Carl Yastrzemski was a GOAT.
Hey, now you're talking. Oh yes,
the yes man. But Bobby the Brain Heenan, if there ever was a damn GOAT, you're it.
I'll say this, I think to take a guy like Steve Lombardi that was known as someone that just lost over and over again, what did you think of him having a little bit of a shot at becoming a bit of a star, given that the moniker of the Brooklyn Brawler associated with Bobby?
Steve Lombardi, the Brooklyn. I didn't know who the hell the Brooklyn Brawler was, to tell you the truth. I mean, I booked him in my town, but he was one of those plus others,
Yeah, right.
And other stars. And
Three other matches, yeah.
And so all of a sudden, here's the GOAT of wrestling manager managing the Brooklyn Brawler. And Bobby was able to make a believable character out of him. And it was that rub, you always in this business, you always want to get that rub. And Steve probably with the right management and the right ideals probably would have elevated himself into that, because he was such a hard worker and such a student of the game. But then to have that guy standing over your shoulder that's considered the best manager of all time in our business, you're a can't miss for that position there. So he was able to elevate Steve into a credible character.
Now, there were a lot of rumors that you speak of, Rob, that Steve got the opportunity because he had kind of a special relationship with Pat Patterson. Did you ever hear that?
Well, I heard that, but my feelings toward Pat Patterson, and I've known Pat since I was a young man in this business, and I never knew Pat to get out of line in this business in my entire career. And I never saw any, even when I was around when all this stuff was supposed to be taking place, either I was the blindest SOB in the world, or I just didn't give a crap. But I give a crap about humanity, so I think I would have picked up on some of this stuff. And I know I would have said something to somebody. But
well, I'll say this. I think it's terrible that, since we mentioned in our previous episode about how Pat passed, there's so many slanderous stories that were put out by superstar Billy Graham that he later retracted. But he put
them out there.
The internet always doesn't go back and correct everybody's correction. So there's a lot of information out there about Pat Patterson that you've heard things about the Terry Garvins and the Mel Phillips, but I had never heard in all the interviews we've ever done that Pat ever put anyone in that position. And I think it's a real shame that as he passed, there were people out there that believe a lot of that stuff that Billy made up.
Well, unfortunately, we're a society of first impressions, that first impressions. And this guy is a star, so what he's saying must be the truth, not to look inside of that and why is he saying these things? Did he have an issue with this problem and with this guy? And he certainly had an issue with Pat and Billy. I can't speak for Billy, but I would venture to say yes, Billy today he regrets probably putting out a lot of that inaccurate information. So
It wasn't right.
but it happens, and it happened, and you know, and the Pat Patterson's credit, Pat was above all that, and you know, Pat. I mean, it got to be, I won't say hilarious because it's not hilarious, but it was Pat. I would get in these long conversations. You know, you're in a car with a guy for a long time. You're driving up and down the highways. You can only talk wrestling so much.
Right.
You can talk wrestling. You can talk wrestling. And Pat loved to talk wrestling. We were fortunate because he was on from a different side of the country. He was out in California. So there's a whole different set of wrestlers out there that I didn't know. I was here in Central America, in Oklahoma, and in Florida. Whole different set of wrestlers. Sure, a few of them crossed over. A few of them would go one side or the other side. But as a whole, you didn't know everybody, you know. So we would sit in cars. We'd discuss, hey, was this story true about this? Was he really as crazy and all this stuff? So Pat and I had a million conversations, so you kind of get to know people. So I would, you know, and Pat, my later time on the road with Pat, you know, we're both looking. You know, Pat had quit probably 20 times. Every time Pat would quit.
He said he was retiring.
I'd say, Pat, what, your big screen TV break? They got to buy you another big screen TV or you're retiring again. How many of these rocking chairs and big screen TVs can you put in that damn house of yours? You know, because I was always ribbing him. But Pat, I said, Pat, you know, why don't you just, you know, because Pat loved on going on, Pat, why don't you find you a partner and go on these cruises, have a good time? Well, the boys, I said, Pat, you think nobody knows you're gay? The whole damn world knows you're gay, Pat. You know, come on.
Sky is blue.
You're the best cave. You're the only one cave favorite. You're the only one that knows that that thinks you're not gay. Everybody else knows you're gay, and there's nothing wrong with it. Be yourself. Have a good time. To hell with everybody. Oh, I just can't do it. I don't want to hurt this guy. I feel like, you know what I mean? Pat was so sensitive with that, and then he and I would get in such big arguments over it. Pat, forget it. Forget it. These people ain't your friends anyway if they're going to hold it against. Nobody cares. Everybody knows. But you know, people make up stories, and unless you go up and down a highway with somebody, you know, to me, all they were stories because I've seen too many good instances of Pat being a stand-up man to everybody.
But, and you know what, after, and obviously 1992 is several years off from what we're discussing now, but who was the person that came back out of everyone that was involved with that? Pat Patterson.
Pat was the only one.
WWF would not bring that man back if he was guilty of those accusations.
Especially at that time because it was so corporate. We were trying to be so corporate, trying to be a corporation at that time, trying to shed that mom and pop, that single ownership label, and trying to go corporate and try to get corporate sponsors. And so they were being squeaky clean. The drug testing at that time had evolved, and you know, everything about it. I'd moved up into the office at that time, and actually took Pat's place while he was on leave of absence and all that. So I knew what was going on. And I knew Vince and Linda, especially Linda, would not allow that type of person back into this company if any of those accusations had any credence to them at all.
Well, I'm glad you said that. I think it's important to put it out there where there is a lot of, you know, stories that we just never corrected out there that are still online as we speak right now. But back to that big Saturday night's main event. Hulk Hogan had a big match with Hakeem. He went over. The Warrior retained the title over Honky Tonk Man, the man he dethroned back at SummerSlam the previous year. But an angle that was kind of well remembered from the show was when Brutus the Barber Beefcake shaved the head of Outlaw Ron Bass. And that was pretty much almost No, it wasn't the end, but almost near the end for the Outlaw. What about Ron Bass didn't click, that he had such kind of a short, unmemorable run in the company?
Ron Bass was a guy I personally brought up here.
Did you?
I brought him in from Florida. I remember talking to Vince that he was frustrated with some of Dutch's bookings down here, and he was wanting to make the move. And so I talked to Vince, and Vince is a big cowboy. You'll love him because you like characters, and Ron was a great character. And so we brought him in, and he had a nice run, and he was probably on the verge of becoming a big star. But some guys, Dan, just aren't meant for 7 days a week and flying 4,000 miles a week, and the pressure on you. And Ronnie was one of those good old country boys. He liked working the territory where he's in the same place all the time, and sometimes the travel life isn't as glamorous as you think it is or want it to be. And Ronnie, I don't think at a point after Ron reached that certain point and he kind of proved to himself, I can do this thing. Plus, he was getting phone calls from Dusty again, apologizing and wanting him to come back and all that stuff. So I just think, it was just time for Ron to. Some guys just don't fit in the situation that we're in. And I saw a lot of them come and go, guys that I thought were can't misses, and the other guys I thought didn't have a chance to make it. But Ronnie was one of those can't miss it guys. He was a great talent, is a great talent, and was one of my longtime really dear friends, and a guy that would kick your butt at the drop of a hat.
I know he invested, I believe it was a flower shop or something like that. Demolition invested in it heavily with him because they traveled an awful lot. I guess it didn't get off the ground the way they wanted to, but he had kind of the mind of an entrepreneur too.
Well, he did open up a flower shop, and it didn't really get off the ground. But in his later life down here, when he was getting near the end of it, he knew, he was a very sharp businessman, and he was an entrepreneur, and he opened up a nuts and bolts shop, a hardware shop. He had a franchise. He would go around to places like Brisco Brothers Body Shop. He'd go around to car dealerships. He'd go around to construction places selling fasteners and nuts and bolts and everything you needed, either for the industry of the cars or construction business. He had the fasteners that you need, and he was very successful at it and grew his business into a statewide business.
Good for him. It's nice to know that he did well after his wrestling career came to an end. Also in early '89, a man that we just kind of mentioned a minute ago, Superstar Billy Graham was done. He couldn't wrestle anymore because his body was so dilapidated from the steroid abuse. They tried him as a commentator, and I don't think he could have used the word brother any more than he did. Did you think in early 1989 Superstar Billy Graham had anything left to contribute, or do you think maybe they tried between managerial roles, wrestling, and commentating, that it just wasn't going to work out at that point?
Unfortunately, in 1989, I think for Billy Graham, his body had taken all that abuse. And people that know the background of Billy, they see the New York superstar Billy Graham, where all he did was hit those poses. But you go back in the history of superstar Billy Graham, he worked territories like San Francisco, where you had to be a worker, you had to be a bump taker. He came down here to Florida and worked with all of us guys down here, where the work style down here was rough and tumble and kick ass, where you had to be a worker, you had to be a pretty good performer in the ring. And he goes from that up to New York, where all he had to do was hit that pose and brother and say something like that. But Billy was very skilled, but the time had wore his body out, and when you're that muscular, and I'm certainly not, so I don't speak from experience, I just speak from visualization of these guys that were built like that. And Hogan's a prime choice today. Hogan built the same. Hogan's having the same issues. You know?
Look at how his poor body fell
So
apart.
that's
the
gotta
same way.
take a toll on your body when you got those 23-inch pythons and you're nailing them into the damn hard ass ring every day when you're dropping those elbow drops or dropping that leg drop and that 300 some pounds. So those guys that have those big bodies, I mean, I'm a little guy and I'm blessed. I never had a lot of major injuries because I was, you know, I would say the RVD school, but I'm a hell of a lot older than him, but so I was doing them before him. Always believe a good stretch and a good warm up and break a sweat before you went to the ring. I'd always be in the back, like it would be back there, Bobby back, and would be stretching. We'd be doing Stairmaster. We'd be doing something to stretch our body out because we weren't big guys. So when we went out there, those big guys, and they decided they wanted to pull us from one end of the ring to the other, we had that flexibility in us. And I never really got a lot of serious injuries, knock on wood. So, man, I believe it was from my stretching. And when you got those big old drawn-in muscles like Superstar had, it's hard to stretch those things out where you can do it. I remember trying to put a hammerlock on Billy, and I couldn't get the damn arm up,
Really?
because he was that muscle bound and that tight. So, but you know, the other guys that didn't have those big thick muscles, you could get those arm bars on them. But I just think it caught up with Billy, and I think it was, you know, you tried too many things with him, and people wanted to see Superstar Billy Graham. They didn't want to see an announcer.
The 70s Billy Graham was done in 1989, that's for sure. And, you know, I think that resentment is what led to him stirring the pot, so to speak, a couple of years later when everything started to hit the fan and he went out publicly attacking the company and such. And that's too bad because...
A lot of people just have a hard time letting that stardom go. And I think, I mean, Billy's not the first one, but, you know, and he definitely wasn't the last one, as we saw. But he was one of the beginnings with the WWF that started it, and it continued to roll. But you're going to have your disagreements, and that's something that just wasn't with this company. He sees our guys that left the other company.
Oh, sure.
And back in my day, even in the territorial days, there'd be a guy that leave Florida and go, man, you can't go down Florida with Briscoes and Rhodes and Graham. They got all the spots down there. They'll kill you. I mean, I've heard how many guys I've backstabbed and all that stuff. And hell, all we did, as a promoter, you get a guy that can draw you money, you're going to let him draw you money. The hell with you. I mean, you'll stick that guy in there, give me a break and let him draw the damn money. Let him do the damn work for a while. So holding back guys is just a wrestler's figment of their imagination. We got a hell of imagination, so.
Well, just a shame because, you know, it's too bad that WWE at that point, early on in the company, 89, Vince and Linda McMahon were only about 7 or so years in as far as ownership goes. They didn't have Legends programs and ambassador programs.
We didn't have the money.
Right, yeah, exactly, yeah. So it certainly was a different world, but I had some very unique dealings with Billy later on in life that I could tell you about that were both interesting, fun, and disastrous. But again, he's kind of a unique personality, as I'm sure you know. Well, maybe we'll get there down the road, but I'm getting the cue from the back. We're running out of time here again. This episode just flew by. We've landed about 2.5 weeks into 1989. So we got a long way to go, Jerry. I mean, you might have to tell Barbara you got to relocate up to Boston for a little bit. Either that or we're going to
As long as you can get me into Fenway Park, I don't care.
Have you ever been?
No.
Would you like
to go?
Not
for a ball game. I've never been for a ball game. I've been to Fenway Park, but never for a ball game.
Would you like to go?
I'd love to, yeah.
You know what? We got to make that happen. As I mentioned, this is the day we're taping this.
Billy, what's it, Bean or whatever his name is? Some executive.
Oh, Billy Bean. He's with Oakland, though, isn't he?
Oh, when he's back, I thought he was a special assignment guy for
Now that you mention that, I think he might have something to do with the ownership group.
He
now.
does. He does.
Yeah.
I met him on an airplane. He's
Did
a
ya?
big fan, and he said, anytime you want an inside tour of Fenway Park, just give me. I think I still got his business card.
Really?
Yeah.
We'll have to make sure you come up in the summertime then with that. All right, wrestling fans, again, it was a pleasure to have this great Hall of Famer with us. We look forward to producing much more great content, both here in this beautiful Wrestle House in Tampa, Florida, overlooking the ocean as the sun begins to set to our left.
Smell that breeze coming off that golf.
Jerry, you're going to get me to
goodness.
want to move down here, brother. We're running out of time. If you're in the premiere chat, let us know what you thought of the episode. The Super Chat is open, as well as the Patreon. If you want to help keep Wrestling Legends working, get early access to Wrestling Insiders, the show itself, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library that's been seen by millions online, millions more on the Howard Stern Show, Patreon exclusives, and again, make sure these guys, some of the great legends of this sport that haven't done as well as Jerry post-life, let's keep them working during the worst of times during Corona. For my friend Gerald Brisco, I'm Dan Marati. We'll see you soon on Wrestling Insiders. Good night. Yo, wrestling fans. This Sunday, July the 25th, JTG joins us at MWF Studios in Melrose, Massachusetts for a series of Wrestling Insider tapings and live cyber autograph signing. Want to join us in studio live with JTG? Join the Boston Wrestling Patreon family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling or pre-order your photo. JTG will autograph and personalize live on the air and give you a shout out at bostonwrestling.com.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marati.
And I'm John Cena Sr.
Johnny, the fans just haven't asked for it, they have demanded it.
This August, we're headed back to Tampa for Wrestle House 2.
WrestleMania weekend, we brought you Sinister Minister James Mitchell, TJP, Demolition Smash, Al Snow, Dutch Mantel Zeb Coulter, JTG of Crime Time, and WWE Hall of Famer Gerald Brisco for in-depth interviews and live interactive cyber autograph signings.
And if you want our Wednesday Night Wrestling Insider Special Edition episodes to continue, we need your help to bring these superstars' careers and lives to life.
Bringing you free content 7 days each week is an expensive proposition between appearance fees, air travel, renting the house, the equipment, and everything that goes in to a week of shooting. We can't do it without you.
As we prepare to return to producing live and ring events, help us bring you the superstars and legends of yesterday and tomorrow by visiting Indiegogo now and check out some of the great rewards.
Wrestling fans, it's going to be a wild week in Tampa the first week in August. Get ready for Wrestle House 2.
You never know who or what to expect on Wrestling Insider Special Edition. Again, every Wednesday night at 10 p.m. after AEW Dynamite goes off the air. A lot of great content headed your way this summer. Again, fans, if you don't want to wait until Wednesday, again, we go live, L-I-V-E live tomorrow, Sunday, July the 25th at 2 p.m. with JTG of Crime Time. Special live episode and cyber autograph signing. You can pre-order your photos now over on bostonwrestling.com. JTG will personalize the photo any way you like, then we'll mail it directly to your home. You can get a shout-out on the air from the former WWE superstar that's in the best shape of his career. Wait until you see him if you haven't seen him on a recent episode of Wrestling Insider Special Edition. He's becoming one of my favorite guests. You know, I got a couple of years on him, but we became fans right around the same time, so we speak the same wrestling language. I really love Jay. I'm looking forward to having him. If you want more of JTG, more of Gerald Brisco and other superstars and legends in August, again, folks, we're headed back to Tampa for Wrestle House 2 to find the next great co-host for our Tuesday Night Wrestling Insiders program by bringing you more Wrestling Insider tapings, more live episodes, more cyber autograph signings. The Indiegogo campaign is active now for this expensive proposition where you can help us bring the show to life. The link can be found again in the blue bar at the top of the premiere chat or in the description box below. Fans, you are our team, you are our friends, you are our family members. We can't do it without you. Looking to add some great wrestling merchandise to your man cave or collection this summer? The Boston Wrestling eBay store is open 24/7 with great collectibles. Along with your purchase, helping keep the wrestling legends working, you get an on-air shout-out from one of our featured Wrestling Insider superstars as our thanks to you for helping the team. You can find the link to our eBay store in the description box below. Up next, folks, please put the women and children to bed. It's time for Wrestling Insider's Party with Marty, as Marty Jannetty's No Holds Barred sex, drugs, and rock and roll look at the 80s and 90s continues. This week, Marty looks back at the year that was WWF 1990, where Marty looks at the final days until WrestleMania 6 in Toronto, Andre the Giant's final days as a wrestler in the company, Dr. George Zahorian being indicted, steroids, and tons more.
All right, wrestling fans, welcome to another installment of Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty, as we continue to look at the World Wrestling Federation in the year 1990, along with the other interesting roads and anecdotes that Marty comes up with in that unique mind of his that keeps us so thoroughly entertained every Thursday night, which is why the Patreon is on fire at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling, because you want that early ad-free access. We want to see the super chat lit up, baby. We got to get Marty. Imagine if we could have Marty on every night.
Oh, my God.
Imagine if we could fly Marty in once a week to tape several episodes. Wouldn't that be something?
As long as there's only several.
Well, I mean, we could talk wrestling, we could talk sports, we could talk some of your other adventures that you have outside of the ring.
Legality of certain things.
So I thought those were for me.
They're legal. I'm just letting y'all know if y'all see him or I take one, or Charlie, these are legal. Stackers.
He still might be able to referee if he took one of those.
Stackers are legal.
Where do you buy them?
I got this one at a drugstore. I think it was Dollar General.
Dollar General.
Yeah,
That's where you have to buy Stacker now.
They don't have anything that costs $1.
Like I said, I have not seen an advertisement for Stacker since probably when Rikishi and Trish Stratus were hot back in 2001. I didn't even know they existed.
Yeah, they do. And
But
they do give you energy.
You know what? We're going to need it because our weekends turn into long weekends.
Yeah.
So we're going to fire it up, baby, like Howard's teeth.
And I, a little extra here because we had to spend 2 episodes in a row, weeks in a row. So
yeah,
to look like I changed clothes since last week.
We didn't have time.
Yeah, we didn't have time.
We got to get buzzing, baby.
So I got just the sunglasses for this knee. By the way, this ankle, look, it's so better now. This one's starting to go bad again.
That's unbelievable. All right, Marty, as we continue.
You think COVID's over by this episode?
Probably not. I don't think it's ever going to go away completely. I think it's going to be like the flu. It's always going to be there. But speaking of someone that wasn't there, what about Tony Schiavone? After just about a year with the company, they brought him in as the A announcer of times on pay-per-views, gave his notice he wanted to go back to the NWA. Why didn't Tony Schiavone work out as the lead play-by-play guy in WWF, in your opinion?
I could only guess, and I hate to do that.
Yeah.
So, because, if you guess wrong.
Well, what about an observation, if we worded it that way?
I thought Tony was great. I didn't see anything wrong, but there's always behind-the-scenes stuff, especially with the personnel, office personnel. It's a whole different game with them. There's so much backstabbing and stuff with the boys themselves. Imagine the same thing goes on with personnel. That's the only thing I could figure. I mean, maybe it was a contract dispute, or got offered more money. I don't know.
Do you think the fans?
Did he go? Is he still around, like AEW now?
Tony Schiavone? Oh yeah. He's back on Turner.
That's
where he started. Yeah.
Talent can't be stopped. You're gonna be somewhere.
Do you think that the WWF fans preferred Vince and Gorilla as the soundtrack to their wrestling over Tony?
I don't know. You have to ask the fans that. Yeah. But I like to.
Well, fans, did you prefer Gorilla and Vince as the soundtrack to your wrestling over Tony Schiavone in 1989 into 1990?
Wasn't.
I know I did.
No, the ones that I thought clicked the best together would have been like Gorilla and Bobby Heenan.
They were great.
Yeah.
And then at WrestleMania every year, you got Gorilla and Jesse.
Right, and Jesse was good with Vince, too.
And Vince, all 3 of those combinations were great. Now, Charlie, what was that hand signal? Were you disgusted with something we said?
No, I had to stretch my back.
Oh, well, he was just stretching. All right. I thought he was I thought he was angry.
Or our friend Stoney.
At our suggestions.
Swatting at Stoney again.
Stoney, Smokey, Tania.
Oh, that'd mean her.
We got our eye on you, kid. And he's got 4 eyes tonight. And I got my glasses over there. All right, well, anyway, any memories of Tony Schiavone and WWF?
You know, just we were both very friendly with each other, not like that, but very friendly with each other. And, you know, I liked him, he liked me. As far as I know, I mean, he might have said something different behind me, but I liked him. I thought he was good at what he does and still is. And I really don't know where there would be a problem. But like I said, it'd be something, I don't know. Like I said, I don't want to guess.
Maybe he just wasn't a WWF fit.
It could be that too, yeah.
He used to love to scream Sting in NWA when he would do the commentary. He'd get all excited when he'd come out for Sting. Now, can you imagine if he was ever in a situation with Annie? How loud his Sting would be?
They stopped wrestling at the McNichols Arena there in Denver, and then they went over to, what was the new?
That'd be the loudest Sting in the history of mankind.
You just blew the
Tony, baby!
My left knee just blew out.
All right, well, she blew
this
it.
one got COVID. After the COVID thing was over, I don't know what caused that.
All right, it was the Countdown to WrestleMania special. The Rockers took on the World Wrestling Federation Tag Team Champions, the Colossal Connection, Andre the Giant and Haku. A Demolition interfered in the match itself. Your memories of being,
Oh, you tell me, that was in San Francisco for at the Cow Palace?
No, no.
We wrestled.
That was a house show.
It was just you know what I'm talking about?
The Pat Patterson and Ray Stevens night was a house show at the Cow Palace.
Yeah,
this was a TV taping. This was the Countdown to WrestleMania special.
Man, my memory shot because I only remember wrestling Andre once, or the Colossal Connection, and it was in the Cow Palace. I don't remember if it was taped or not, or well, you said that.
No, this would have been a standard TV taping.
But I couldn't forget it because remember, Andre didn't really care for Sean and I for the longest time.
Yeah.
Now I got to wrestle his big ass, and I just figure I'll tag Sean in when it's time, when he comes in. But I was already selling with Haku. Was it Haku or Ming at that time?
He was Haku.
Haku. And he tagged in. Andre's got my arm like, there's 2 things I can do. If I snatch my arm away, I can get my ass beat by Haku, or I can stay here and get my ass beat by Andre. And neither one's gonna feel good. Let me just take a chance. And Andre, he come in and picked me up and slammed me right by the ropes. And he didn't even, say move or don't move, like stay, nothing. He just slammed me by the ropes, put one of his big ass feet. His shoes are size 24.
Wow.
And I think Shaq's feet are that. They're Andre was taller, but Shaq, Shaquille O'Neal, they said his was 24. It's
a big foot.
Yeah. But he put that big foot on my leg, like sort of like holding you there. You're not going nowhere. 450 pounds pinning one little spot on you. So I'm like, this is pretty much it, because he sat over top of me, standing over me, grabs that top rope, which means he's about to drop that ass on you. Drop it like it ain't hot, because it's not going to be. And I'm looking around like I'm getting my last look at life. Because I'm thinking he's going to get me this way. Is he? Damn it. Closed my eyes and just waited. And I mean, barely felt it. And when he plopped down, he holds the rope, and that ass drop thing, he just barely felt it. I almost forgot to sell it, and I thought, oh shit, I better sell this for an hour. But it's funny, it's closer. I had my eyes closed as I seen him starting to come, and it got dark real quick. They covered all the lighting. But yeah, that was at the Cow Palace, which was one of the most famous wrestling arenas on the West Coast. But it was great. Andre, working with Andre and Haku.
Interesting tag team put together for Andre, really his final hurrah in WWF.
Yeah, I wondered, I guess they had to, because he couldn't get in and out of the ring very much. But it was just odd seeing him tag with anyone. It was going to be, can you imagine if there was 2 Andres tagging?
Well, he tagged with Giant Barber over in All Japan, but He certainly wasn't as thick as Andre.
No, but he was a tall one too, man. I told you about him one time. I was tagging with Harley Race. It was over Tokyo or one of the Takanawa or somewhere. And there's Baba and Jumbo Tsuruta, remember that name?
Oh, yeah.
And then, I mean, all right, you got 3 world champions and me. So they didn't need to tell me to finish. I already knew. I guess I'll be doing this job. But it was outdoor show and it was raining, and you know, Japanese people don't care about that. They ain't worried about the hair getting wet or clothes or, you know, the show was going on. I mean, it was raining fairly good. It slowed down during our match, just a little dripping. And but there was like sheets of water on the mat. And it was just funny. You walk, squish, 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 lock it up, squish, squish. But old Harley got in, picked up Big Baba for a slam, and he slammed him in what they call it, hydroplaning. I figured this Japanese guy that's probably, what would you say, 7'1", 7 foot.
Baba?
Yeah.
He was probably a little under 7 feet.
But right at 7 feet tall, 6'11", certainly as tall as Kevin Nash.
Oh, yeah.
And you know, you don't see too many Japanese people over
No.
5'10". That was just funny seeing that big long plank, because he was kind of thin. It slammed, hit the water, and just slide. I mean, hydroplaned right over in front of me. I'm like, what do I do now? I look away because he's got to be embarrassed.
Yeah, he did. He had kind of an odd physique. He looked kind of like E.T.
Like a flat, it was weird. Like a
Japanese
2x6
E.T., I guess. I
board
don't know.
or something. Nicest guy in the world.
You liked working for Baba.
Yeah.
All right, well.
Yeah,
and Ollie got you some good experience over there.
Yeah, man, because that's again, you learn different psychology styles, because in Japan, it took a minute to learn exactly what to do with them. Unlike, now I ain't been over there in a couple of years, so I don't know what, if I say a couple, probably 5 years or longer. But they used to, we call it sitting on your hands, because you ain't hearing no claps, no yay, no boo. It's just silent, and they're watching you, go through your match. The only time you hear them is when you surprise them with something. They see something they ain't seen before. You hear, whoa, and something like that. So you have to learn a whole different style for that. And I think it was either DiBiase or Stan Hansen. It sounded like it would be something Stan Hansen would have told me. Remember, Stan?
Oh, yeah. The lariat.
Yeah, and boy, did he lay that in on those poor guys over there. But he says you got to fool them. They like being, something they're surprised. He says, and the best way to get the facial expression of somebody fooled is to call a spot and don't do it. And the example was you shoot them in, and or have them shoot you in until you give you a backdrop. They've been over expecting to give you a backdrop and wham, knock the hell out of them. And they come up with their face has that look like, what the shit? And the fans see it, it just looks like something real, I guess is the kind of way to say it. And they react because they believe, that, man, he really nailed him kind of thing. But again, this comes down to that psychology. But Baba, yeah, I didn't have too many experiences with him. Like I said, he was the nicest could be. I guess he liked me because he...
An honest promoter?
I think so. Japan's big
Different.
into their respects, respect, and I think that's why they liked me over there was, you're good to everybody, not just who you have to be good to.
It's like being good to Bastard Murphy. They still remember it after a while.
Who was that?
Bastard Murphy.
I don't remember.
Well, they left him over in Ireland for several decades. And then he came over to Lowell.
Damn.
All right. But anyway, back to the Giant Baba, Andre, Colossal Connection. It was one of Andre, his final matches, He was done wrestling in WWF, at least in the United States, after WrestleMania 6. So was it kind of a coup under your cap, so to speak, to be able to work the big man on his way out?
Oh, Andre?
Yeah.
After it was over, during I was scared to death. Is that what you asked me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I thought, well, I was when like what I just said about the ass drop. I felt so much better, about myself. Like I ain't got to walk around and be scared no more with Andre.
Now, if Annie was in there for the ass drop, how do you think she would have positioned herself?
I'm just saying, I don't know. I think if Sean, when I went up to the top rope in Denver, if I would have come off for the fist drop and he'd have rolled out the way and then came up and I gave him a DDT right, that would have got a hell of a pop.
You think it would have taken Annie an extra long time to service Andre?
And then again, if he would have just brought the boot up as I'm coming off the top rope.
That's a large ass. All right. Back to the world of professional wrestling. March 25th, the final live event before WrestleMania 6, Los Angeles, California. Very unique match happened that night, Marty. It was the Orient Express doing the honors for the team of Rowdy Roddy Piper and Jesse the Body Ventura in a match that was taped for the pilot of a television show called Tag Team, where Roddy Piper and Jesse Ventura were going to play a wrestling tag team / cop duo, which, believe it or not, didn't really get off the ground. But do you have any memories of that? I believe you were on the show.
I was on the show?
I believe so.
At
yeah.
the taping, you mean?
It was I believe it was a regular house show, and they just taped that one match to use in the pilot for Tag Team, the TV show.
No, I mean, that's one of those cool things. That would have been cool to witness.
Jesse really was done in the ring for many years.
He was what?
Done in the ring, wrestling, yeah. For him to, get in there for Tag Team, the TV show.
A TV show or movie?
No, it was going to be a pilot for it. They were going to try and sell it as a weekly TV show, Tag Team.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
Piper and Jesse were going to play cops that were wrestlers.
Now
you remember?
Now I don't remember.
No, you don't?
No.
Oh, but do you like the concept?
It could have worked.
Yeah.
I don't know if it was the players or the viewers that didn't work it out right, but evidently it didn't work.
Well, I guess you weren't paying attention to the match. You really didn't care about Tag Team.
I'm not sure if it happened while I was awake.
Well, we know Tanaka was probably awake.
Wait a minute, he was involved. That's why see Pat. He can make anybody look good. He was involved in that match.
It was Piper and Jesse against the Orient Express.
With Sato or Kato?
Sato.
Damn, I wish I'd seen it now. That's got to be somewhere around. Right? We could pull that up on YouTube, maybe.
I don't know whatever happened to the footage. Like I said, it was a house show, and the television network taped it for the TV show they were trying to put together. What that show was going to be with the two of them as cops that were wrestlers, I have no idea.
Yeah.
But I'm sure that the match itself was probably entertaining. The Orient Express were always good. Piper was always fun.
Tanaka's so easy to work with. And he's already, he's like, what, 5'8", weighs 190. And so the big, powerful guys who would, throw him around like a rag doll. And he knows what he's doing and when to bump and how to bump. He had the best snap bumps in the world. The boom, bam. I mean, so hard it would knock the wind out of me watching it. But yeah, I'm sure old Pat. Hey, that girl, Pat.
Well, unbelievable, fans. Right now, we're going to take a brief time out. We'll be back with more Wrestling Insiders. Check out the Patreon. Check out the eBay. Hit that thumbs up. Subscribe to the YouTube channel. Costs you nothing. It helps the cause. It helps us bring in great legends like Marty. We'll be right back. The World Wrestling Federation was live at the Knight Center in Miami, Florida, Tuesday, July the 22nd, 1986. In the opening contest, Scott McGhee won a Battle Royal. WWF Tag Team Champion Davey Boy Smith beat Brutus Beefcake. Rebel Dick Slater with the win over Moondog Rex. Greg the Hammer Valentine defeated WWF Tag Team Champion The Dynamite Kid. Cowboy Bob Orton victorious over Scott McGhee. Mr. USA Tony Atlas beat the Gladiator. And in the main event, the Junkyard Dog with the win over King Kong Bundy. If you were in Miami live, share your memories in the comment section below. Use the links in the description box to keep Wrestling Legends working in our eBay store and on our world-renowned Patreon streaming service so we can bring you more interactive superstar shoot interviews to relive the good old days of professional wrestling. Check it out.
Boston wrestling sports in the MWF explodes into a new year with professional wrestling content galore and need you to join our family. Every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after our Monday Night Raw review, it's Wrestling Insiders at your house with WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas. Wednesday nights at 10 p.m. after NXT and AEW, join rotating legends on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after our NXT and Dynamite review, it's Marty Jannetty's no-holds-barred sex, drugs, and rock and roll journey on Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Friday night after SmackDown, don't miss John Cena Sr.'s Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. Plus, look for classic clips, history videos, bonus live episodes, pay-per-view watch-alongs, and more. For less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, get early ad-free access to our Wrestling Insider talk shows, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, and help keep wrestling legends working during the worst of times.
WWE is coming home to Kansas City with Monday Night Raw. WWE is back with Monday Night Raw in Kansas City, Monday, July 26th. Tickets on sale now.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marotti.
And I'm John Cena Sr.
Johnny, the momentum here in Boston wrestling continues as we continue to build and build and build. The fans want to know, how do we help? We subscribe to the Patreon, but we see all the great merchandise on that set. Coronavirus may have killed the nightlife, especially for someone like Marty, but our acclaimed eBay store is open 24/7 around the world.
Wow. Check it out.
The Undisputed Era kicked ass and took no prisoners in WWE NXT. Now you can own this limited edition collector's autographed art print personally signed by Adam Cole, Roderick Strong, Kyle O'Reilly, and Bobby Fish. Also signed by the original artist, Rob Schamberger, one of only 50 made direct from our friends at WWE. Help keep wrestling legends working. Get this awesome collectible for your collection now. Wrestling fans, especially here in the Boston area, we want to thank our great friends at Red Rose for their support for all of our charitable endeavors and programming efforts. Red Rose is 2 years young and extremely thankful for all the support they've had from our neighbors here in Melrose and beyond for an amazing first 2 years. Red Rose thanks Melrose and all of the first responders who have fought the good fight and have never given up hope during these unprecedented times. We did it together. Follow Red Rose on Facebook for their anniversary special, facebook.com/Red Rose Melrose. You'll be glad you did. Open until 2 a.m. Red Rose will give you fresh, piping hot, mouth-watering food that'll put an ear-to-ear smile on even the toughest critic's face. Check out their full menu online at redrosema.com or give them a call, 781-620-1889.
All right, wrestling fans, welcome back to Wrestling Insiders. As Marty is parched, I guess.
Man, thirsty.
Little Poland Springs action.
You know, I was so dehydrated recently, and it's looking like I've been dehydrated for 5 weeks, but it's all the same day. But trying to get back into training, like I was telling you over the call the other day. We're starting to ride the stationary bike and sweating, and I haven't been hydrating that much during the 7 months that laying on my back because I didn't need to. And
Do you drink a lot of water?
Usually, yeah.
I do too.
Yeah.
I have, thanks to our good friends from WWE, I have several dozen of these wonderful Super Shaker cups, and I refill my free Poland Springs. No.
I just want to see what it looks. Let me see.
Brock Lesnar's logo. We got Brock. We got. You know who hustled a couple was actually Tatanka.
What did he do?
He took a few home for the kids.
Oh, that's all right. He could have paid you all the money he's got now.
He hustled a few for the little
How
Tatankas.
many kids has he got now? About 4?
I think he has 4. I think he has 2 boys and 2 girls. One of his boys is very, very good at amateur wrestling.
Oh, really?
The youngest one, and the older one I think is pretty good at high school football.
Couldn't have been
well,
Chris, but it might have.
Might have been. You never know. Yeah. All right, before we go though, Marty,
Yes, sir.
And I think this is a great way to end the show because we'll be able to come back. What the hell are you doing?
Ah, shit. Nothing. I was going to say, look how good they're doing.
Yeah, well, maybe we'll save that for the next
And
episode.
it's the left one again. The right one seems to be...
I mean, we'll stay stationary. We don't want you hurting yourself. We don't want you overdoing it. We only have one official here in the studio itself. But in the next episode, we'll get into WrestleMania 6, which will be very interesting. But 3 days before WrestleMania 6, in what I think long-term was a much bigger day than WrestleMania 6 itself, George Zahorian, the good doctor, was busted by the feds. For the fans that have no idea what that name means, George Zahorian was a doctor in Pennsylvania for WWF. He would work with the Athletic Commission, I believe, and as Patterson would famously say, he would give the boys their candies.
Give them what?
Give the boys their candies.
If I can tell it.
Yeah, oh yeah.
I guess it's all right, because that was what, 20, 30?
The statute of limitations is over. George has already gone to jail. Nothing else is going to happen.
We always, just would have had the athletic commissions. Man, you just did it the night before, and the night before, and the night before, and the night before. You go in and you got to get your blood pressure and sometimes EKGs, which is really aggravating because you got to sit there and wait for all this tape and machine hookup and for them to say, yeah, you can go wrestle. But so you wouldn't, the room that the like doctors would have, or the athletic commission, there'd be one guy maybe sitting there wanting to hurry up and get it over with. You have to go run them down. Sometimes you guys about to go to the ring, you can't yet, you got to get your EKG. When we went to Scranton, wherever it was that he was based out of, mainly, talking about doctor there, the good doctor, Dr. Feelgood. You knew if he was there or not, because sometimes he wouldn't show up and he would just have his crew, whoever, assistant, run the machines. But if he was there, there's a line in front of that door.
It was like Space Mountain at Disney World. Yeah. There was a hell of a line waiting to see Zahorian.
Yeah.
And there were times, the boys would leave with literally a brown bag filled with goods.
One time somebody left with a hefty bag, but this was over in Europe. Just a second, it ain't that bad. It's going to be all right, y'all, in a few weeks. Right. High flying again.
It's almost like a movie trailer talking about your foot.
I know, right? But it was Davey Boy and Warlord got into fuss. I think I might have told this before, and I thought it was Davey Boy, but it's one of those medicated days. The Warlord was the first in line with that long ass line, that would do it.
Now, is this with Zahorian?
This is over somewhere in Europe.
Okay.
Probably say Germany or wherever.
So there was a German Zahorian.
Well, it was legal over there.
Oh, okay. Oh, really?
Yeah, that's why. But getting it back to America was the problem. You had to hide the hell out of it.
Would you have to package it and mail it, or how would you get it back?
I guess every guy had a different way. In Warlord in particular, there's the line, here's the huge, I heard that. What was that? A dying seagull?
Well, there's some kind of woodworking guy that has a little office over there now.
That's what it is.
It must have saw, yeah.
Yeah, well, why don't you invite them in? Have them sit right here and cut it. But there's the line, everybody knows they can get whatever, pretty much wherever they wanted. And somehow,
now, would this be at a store or at a doctor's office?
At the arena. The doctors, come.
The German doctor would bring it. Okay.
Yeah, and they were in their room for whatever, and they knew the American boys are coming, they're going to want, so they'd bring a bundle of it. And Warlord's first line, I mean, who knows how long he had to stand there, come in to be first. Davey Boy was second. The two biggest guys there are the first two in line. And old Warlord goes in for a while, and I wasn't there to count the minutes, nothing. What I did see was him dragging back to a hefty bag, without exaggerating, about a 13-gallon one, but pretty much full because he only had a little bit squeezed off at the top of everything that you could imagine. And Davey Boy coming in, that's bullshit. That's fucking bullshit. You bought everything he had. That's bullshit. You got to share some. He bought every first one in. Terry, he bought everything.
What kind of goods could you get from this German doctor?
I get the steroid thing. You're like
just steroids.
Steroid. Well, you probably get. I don't know about the other, but this was a steroid binge thing. It was funny, like I'm sitting next to Terry in the Warlord, and I'm like, how in the hell are you gonna get all this shit across the border? Well, it's easy, I've done it before. And I'm like, how, not that I'm gonna do it, but just curious, I don't want you to get in trouble. He took a baby oil, Johnson's baby oil thing, poured the oil out, and took each one of those vials and squirted it in the baby oil, after he cleaned the oil out now, squirted it in there to take back, because it looks like it's just baby oil.
How much baby oil would one human being need to take on a plane trip, especially if you don't have a baby?
Dude, I think he filled up 3 actual bottles, and put them in different spots.
Wow, well, intelligent.
But he that's when we were talking on a previous episode. The guys that knew like you were saying about Tony, knows everything there is to know. Terry don't miss a trick, man. He knows it all.
Well, you know what? If it worked, it worked. You know what?
He got back.
It was his body. If he wanted to do that, so be it.
And yeah, because he really didn't sell it, as far as I know. It was everything he had was for him. And I thought that was brilliant. But just what if one of the other boys ratted me, goes, "You're the only one that knows," and he gave me that look like if they find out. So I kept my mouth shut. So if anybody says something, he told me.
Well, with Zahorian, what kind of candy could you get from him other than the steroids? Painkillers?
Yeah, probably most of the doctors would give you that, from all over the country.
Yeah.
Dr. Unger out in California, who
he became very famous as well.
Yes,
yeah,
he did. And he wasn't the team doctor. He was, a licensed doctor out in L.A.
Sure, yeah.
But he loved it so much. He had his license plate. He had WWFDR doctor on his license plate. And everybody loved him. I loved him to death.
Well, back to Zahorian though. What did you think of Zahorian?
I liked him. We had fun cutting up.
Good guy.
Yeah. His favorite saying, "Oh, whatever." Like we would say, "Yeah, whatever." He always had that double, "Well, whatever." Yeah, he was a super good guy.
And was there any request he would say no to?
I don't know. So I never got anything from him. So I wouldn't know if he,
no medicine, nothing.
What's that?
No, I know you weren't a big steroid guy, but nothing else that he had?
The pain before it started, when one thing started going wrong, I never even bothered with the pain medicine. But then once I, started, it seems like, I know it's not that, but it seems like once I started taking it, more shit started getting injured. And I was having to take it more often. And
so when you'd go to see Zahorian, you'd get nothing from him?
No, I didn't need nothing.
Really?
No.
But am I wrong, though, in saying that there were some guys that would literally leave with brown bags filled with stuff?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
In fact,
it's like they were going grocery shopping.
If you pre-ordered, he'd have it ready.
You could call the office and pre-order your supply of drugs.
At the office, you'd call him. He gave his card out to the boys. And, yeah,
so he was just happy to be there. He wanted to be one of the boys.
Most of the doctors were,
Well, were there a lot of Zahorians, would you say? Zahorian was just the one that got busted?
There was more than, yeah, and he wouldn't if somebody hadn't written out a office check for their supplies.
Well,
I don't say who that was. Most everybody knows this.
It went to trial. We're going to talk about it once the Zahorian trial comes up. But as you guys were headed into WrestleMania 6, I mean, was it making the rounds in the locker room that Zahorian got busted?
Oh, hey, you couldn't help it. It was on the news. Yeah. It was everywhere.
Were any of the boys nervous that they were losing one of their suppliers in a state that you were in very often?
That and, yeah, mainly they weren't going to be able to get some if something
They really didn't care about Zahorian.
Yeah,
they just wanted the gimmick.
They didn't write a check. They weren't worried.
What a big mistake, though, to write the check.
I don't get it. He's one of the smartest people I've ever known. So there's probably more to it than that, because that's the biggest bonehead move that could possibly be made.
You know what? Isn't it funny? I'd love to try and get him in the studio.
Which one?
Zahorian.
Is he still around, kicking around?
I think he's alive. I know he's out of jail. I think he only did 3 or 4 years.
He was living in, I think, Scranton. I know it's Pennsylvania.
I imagine he lost his medical license.
Yeah, after that.
He's probably working at that dollar store where you got the stackers.
The stacker, yeah, that's how I got it. He brought it.
That's the only thing he can distribute now is Stacker from 2002.
Or change from the cash register.
Well, that's, you know what? I tell you, do you think the man, when he went, maybe we're jumping the gun a little bit, when he went to court, though, he said he almost felt like he was doing a good thing because he knew he was giving the boys quality stuff instead of black market stuff. Do you believe there's any validity to that?
I mean, I could see that, couldn't you? Because you're going to
If you legitimately care about the people instead of just the money, yeah, I could.
And him being the doctor, he probably in his heart felt, yeah, it's safe. You know, because
I don't know about safe considering how many of the guys died, but
yeah, but there's none that they can directly point at steroids. We've never heard of definite overdose on steroids.
Well, I mean, come on, let's use a little common sense. When you have guys in their 40s, 30s, 50s dropping dead, and then they do an autopsy and that have used steroids and they have a heart the size of a large pizza, where do you think, how did it grow that big?
And sad to say, I mean, you know, I knew this before the biography. With Macho Man, they feel like that contributed big because
with any of them,
you know, his heart, like you said, was larger. And in particular,
look at a guy like Eddie Guerrero. He was younger than me when he passed away, and he had a huge heart.
Yeah, but they did. I've always said this: it's the guys that were dropping were the ones that were burning the candle at both ends.
You have said that.
Yeah, I mean, you know, doing the roids and doing
the medicine.
Yeah,
the medicine.
So you're double timing your heart on that one. That's never good.
Well, you know, it still amazes me every time we use the word medicine, almost in honor of the Sheik. How is he still alive and kicking with everything that he did?
Pat Tanaka, Jake.
But the Sheik is an animal of a different kind. I mean, he's up until his early 70s, he was still on everything. How is he still alive? What's that?
And working out, you know.
And working out. Well, he wasn't working out towards the end.
Well, you know,
his ankle was in worse shape than yours from the car crash we were in. Yeah.
And that was awful to see, man, when I saw it. Remember he had that tall stick that he walked around.
Well, you should have seen me get ejected from the driver's seat into the gully of the highway. But
well, is that where he originally got his bad ankle?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
He was in the back seat.
I just thought it was from all the years of course, he never jumped off.
Well, you know what?
Could you see Sheik on the top rope?
Let me be fair. He wasn't in great shape by any.
I just see him looking around. Oh, anybody got that gimmick for me? And then crawl back down the.
He must have loved Zahorian.
I'm sure he did enjoy.
He must have loved Zahorian. All the medicine. He must have been a big brown paper bag guy.
I imagine.
You know, I don't know if all the interviews we ever did with the Sheik, if Zahorian ever came up. I don't remember if it did, but.
Call him and ask.
I don't like bothering him because, like I said, now he sounds so lethargic and tired. And, you know, it sounds like you're bothering him.
I saw him at WrestleMania. Not WrestleMania. Yeah, it was WrestleMania, but it was the WrestleCon, which is usually the night before. I guess.
Yeah.
The one in New York. So that'd been what, about 3 years ago?
If it was the one in New York, they would have been 2 years ago.
2 years ago.
It was nice. As much as I've knocked Tony recently, me and him went up. And we had a nice little reunion with the Sheik.
It was actually in Brooklyn, right? Brooklyn.
No, it was right in Times Square.
WrestleMania or WrestleCon?
WrestleCon, yeah.
Okay.
WrestleMania was in MetLife Stadium in New Jersey.
Oh, was it?
All of the other Raw, SmackDown, NXT, that was at the Barclays in Brooklyn.
Good God, that's only 2 years ago, and I can't remember.
Well, it's a lot to keep track of, Marty.
But
and you're still, you were still partying back then.
But I saw Sheik over. You know, he was signing over in the corner from where I was. Saw him, I had to go run over and talk to him, and he had it corded off. For the rest of us, you're just right there with the fans, and there's, some of them are overzealous, and their spit's coming out like you did a while ago, and you're signing, your hands already wet, and they think you're sweating, and that's saliva from everybody coming through here and cackling and hee and getting stuff on. But they
and the money he made that weekend, $50 a shot. His line went nonstop for 2 days. It was hard for Tony and I to even get near him because the people.
Which one was that at?
That was the one in New York at Times Square.
Oh, so you came through. You didn't come over and say hello to me?
I didn't know you then.
It didn't matter.
Well, I didn't have time to make the rounds to 200 people.
Did you get to see Hacksaw? He was there. He was on the other end from where Sheik was at.
There were so many people there
There was
that
a
weekend. Oh my God! But I just tell
I made
you,
a lot of money, so I'm sure Sheik did.
Sheik was $50 a pop,
There
and
we
he
were.
went nonstop for 2
Yeah, I
days.
went over to say hello to him. I'm waiting for his line to die down because you don't want to slow him up.
And that's the thing, though. You know, as much as I'd love to do something with him before, you know, it's just what he wants to come in. You're talking a
Well,
small fortune.
He's like my boy Rod Van Dam. He wants
Much more than Van Dam money.
He'll throw. Oh, for real?
Much more. Yes, much more.
Then this is really the reason. Much more.
He doesn't want to. He doesn't want to get out of the house.
Right. Rob don't want to go nowhere. He don't want to do that crap. So he'll throw 25,000, and they say yes. He's like, damn, I got to do it now. So
we worked with him. I liked him an awful lot.
Rob's a great guy. Man.
The only problem.
He watches his show regularly.
Does he?
Yeah.
Well, RVD, switch to the center camera. Jackie, come on, for Christ's sakes. We're not joking, kid. Him and Howard are talking about teeth. They're obviously paying zero attention to us in the other room. Howard! Oh, there they go. RVD, if you're at the Cauliflower Alley Club in Vegas this year, we'll figure something out. Pop by the suite we're going to get. We'd love to have you on the show and do an interview, especially where we're going to be doing some ECW-themed episodes. I think it would be a lot of fun. When we did a show with him, Oscar and a woman that went to jail for fraud actually put the show together, but they had me assist in it. And then the woman that went to jail for fraud wound up drinking too much the night before, so there was no one to run Rob Van Dam's autograph gimmick. So guess who wound up having to run?
You didn't.
I did. And he was in an SUV enjoying a little...
Hey, that's all right.
You know what time.
Yeah,
with a very lovely lady. And I had to get him out of the SUV and say, we actually do have to do some work.
Hey, Katie. Hey, Rob. Give me a call later, Rob. I got to tell you about Tanaka's last shenanigans.
But what a really nice guy to work with.
Super.
Really nice guy to work with. I met him a few times in ECW when they were up here, and we'd kind of be around them. But working with him that day directly, because, like I said, this was a show that had no structure. No one was in charge of it. So I had to, because they got me involved in the last minute, I couldn't let it be a complete clusterfuck, and I had to try and at least make it as salvageable is possible. You talk about a horrible... It was the Sunday before Christmas. Who did they think was going to come for $50 Rob Van Dam autographs? But anyway...
And you just said a wrestling term, well, probably a term everywhere, that I really don't understand. What is a clusterfuck?
It's a cluster of a disaster, and you just got to throw the F word in for extra emphasis.
But where do you think? Where did that?
Where did the original term come? I have no idea.
Where did you see a bunch of people and call it a clusterfuck?
Maybe it's what happened at Zahorian's office when the feds came and the paper shredder went off.
Or I hate to say it, I would call any session with Dan and Annie, that would be Denver. So I was wrestling in Denver.
That's where if Annie
cut myself off, didn't I?
If Annie was coming here, I would wind up in Denver. But that's where my ass wants to be. All right, wrestling fans, we're running out of time now. When we come back next week, we're going to be talking about the big one, April 1st, 1990, the Ultimate Challenge from the Sky Dome in Toronto, Ontario, Canada. We can only be talking about WrestleMania 6.
You know that wasn't the actual date.
It wasn't April 1st?
No, it was advertised on that date. Because it was an April Fool's joke. Okay, anyway, Sky Dome set the record at 63,176.
Was that the official number?
Or
the made-up number that they advertised? One or the other.
I don't know if it was their first sellout. I think it was, because Sky Dome was fairly new.
Yes, yeah, because the Blue Jays, I think they split their '89 season, half in, I think it was Exhibition Stadium, the old one, and then they moved into the Sky Dome halfway through the season. So the building itself was very, very, almost brand new. You're right about that.
Yeah, and it was their first sellout.
Bigger than a baseball crowd.
And I think, it would probably everything there for a while. And I ain't sure about this, but I think they came back a few years later and then broke that record. But I may be wrong on that.
Yeah,
I know they set one record that was pretty up there.
They came back, they did 6 and 18 at the Sky Dome.
Is that what it was?
Yeah. When they did Hogan and Rock was the other one. And then everybody got up and left during Triple H in the main event.
Why, who do you have?
Jericho.
That was a bad match, or they just didn't care?
They came for Hogan and Rock and Austin and Scott Hall, and then
so
they had enough.
And they put them on before intermission.
Right. Well, yeah.
Man.
Yeah.
I hate that. Look, you're getting paid main event money.
I mean, I'm telling you this.
So you go ahead and wrestle main event and deal with the crowd. They don't want to deal with the crowd out there.
I would say a third of the crowd left during Triple H and Jericho, which was sad. You know, they went out. The angle sucked, too. I mean, they built it around Triple H and Stephanie more than Triple H and Jericho. But anyway, wrestling fans, we're running out of time. We're getting ready to go live here for a cyber signing Q&A that you've probably already seen. But for Marty Jannetty, as he continues to work over his foot, Mel Phillips style.
We're going to do a live signing for when is the next one?
In about 10 minutes. So we got to.
No, I mean for these people watching now.
By the time this episode is, when you come back in the late summer or early fall.
Oh, okay. So we can't tell them what.
I don't know the date.
Anyway, we got more cyber signings.
We got more coming, baby. For Marty, his foot, his boot, his phone, his stack of twos. We'll see you next week as we continue the party with Marty. You and yours, be well, stay healthy. Good night.
And find my phone.
Yo, 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 wrestling fans, this Sunday, July the 25th, JTG joins us at MWF Studios in Melrose, Massachusetts for a series of Wrestling Insider tapings and live cyber autograph signing. Want to join us in studio live with JTG? Join the Boston Wrestling Patreon family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling or pre-order your photo. JTG will autograph and personalize live on the air and give you a shout out at bostonwrestling.com.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marotti.
And I'm John Cena Sr.
Johnny, the fans just haven't asked for it, they have demanded it.
This August, we're headed back to Tampa for Wrestle House 2.
WrestleMania weekend, we brought you Sinister Minister James Mitchell, TJP, Demolition Smash, Al Snow, Dutch Mantel Zeb Coulter, JTG of Primetime, and WWE Hall of Famer Gerald Brisco for in-depth interviews and live interactive cyber autograph signings.
And if you want our Wednesday Night Wrestling Insider Special Edition episodes to continue, we need your help to bring these superstars' careers and lives to life.
Bringing you free content 7 days each week is an expensive proposition between appearance fees, air travel, renting the house, the equipment, and everything that goes in to a week of shooting. We can't do it without you.
As we prepare to return to producing live in-ring events, help us bring you the superstars and legends of yesterday and tomorrow by visiting Indiegogo now and check out some of the great rewards.
Wrestling fans, it's going to be a wild week in Tampa the first week in August. Get ready for Wrestle House 2.
Marty is back every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after Impact Wrestling. Don't miss an episode. Again, as we noted, folks, if you don't want to wait until Thursday, if you don't even want to wait 24 hours, JTG of Crime Time is going to be LIVE live in studio tomorrow, Sunday, July the 25th at 2 p.m. We're going to have a special live episode. We're going to have a cyber autograph signing where JTG will sign a photo to you, give you an on-air shout-out, and you, again, can help raise some dough, you know what I mean, to keep the pizza cooking in the oven, baby. The pizza being our great Wrestling Insider Talk Show episodes. Keeping wrestling legends working is a passion of ours, which is why, again, we implore you to join the Boston Wrestling MWF family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. As I've noted before, when Marty is here, folks, it turns into 3 very long days of tapings, as it's the only cost-affordable way to do it. As I've mentioned before, imagine if we could have Marty in every month. Imagine if we could afford to have Marty in every week. Think of how much easier it would be on him and how much better the content would be in the episodes that we tape. And that doesn't just go for Marty. That goes for all of the great superstars we have with us. It would make great programs even better. Let's make these wrestling greats' lives even easier with a platform like this, where they simply fly into Boston, stay at the hotel, tell their stories, and they go home. Simple, easy. And you guys get to enjoy it all because you get live episodes, you get cyber autograph signings, you get perks, you get rewards, you get early access on Patreon and all that good stuff. That's why we continue to push and plug the Patreon, because we need more fans to interact on it, or we risk not being able to do the talk shows as we do them. Again, on the Patreon, you get the early ad-free access to Wrestling Insiders. You get the access to the acclaimed Studio Shoot interview DVD library that's been seen by millions online and millions more on The Howard Stern Show. Thanks to that lunatic, the Iron Sheik, you get Patreon-exclusive videos. Plus, you help keep Wrestling Legends working. Again, that's patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Join the Iron Sheik, Paul Bearer, Kamala, Vader, Demolition, Harley Race, Mr. Wonderful Paul Orndorff, and so many more in telling their life and career stories. Up next, we wrap up this week's Wrestling Insiders Week in Review with John Cena Sr.'s Fabulous Fridays. Majo Ouellette's Cuddle Buddy talks about the return of his son, shaking up the WWE landscape, headed into SummerSlam, potential WrestleMania main event matches, Aleister Black as Malachi Black in AEW, Jimmy Uso's DUI arrest, Goldberg, and more.
All right, wrestling fans, welcome to another Wrestling Insiders, another wild night on SmackDown. The fans are back. I think that's just adding to it, Johnny. I think for a while, I think every wrestling show is going to feel like it has a little more life to it. Now that that fan base is back to experience the king of sports, professional wrestling, a.k.a. to some, sports entertainment.
Wow.
Not to me. It's
No.
wrestling to me, baby.
Sports entertainment. I got to go
Wrestling.
with it's entertainment with athletes. It's great.
All right, man, fair enough, fair enough. I just, you know what? The term would not bother me if it wasn't used on the show. Could you
sports
imagine going to see a Terminator movie and they call it an action movie in the middle of the movie? I'd rather them call it wrestling during the show and then in press releases and media interviews and so on, use that phrase then.
You got to be careful because...
Why is that?
Well, why did he change it to sports entertainment?
To avoid paying taxes.
Well, okay. So now you want me to go backwards and at the very end say, oops, it's sports entertainment. You know what? Let's be real.
But I think during the auspices of a production, so to speak, of the 2-hour, 3-hour wrestling show, Raw and SmackDown, you're watching something that isn't, quote unquote, a legitimate athletic competition. It's more of a, like you said, there's action, there's adventure in it. You can get away with calling it anything you want. I don't think you should use that terminology during the wrestling show. If you're doing an interview with Sports Illustrated, if you're doing an interview with NBC, sure, say this is sports entertainment, what we do. Wait a minute. Majo's itching,
You know
baby.
what? I'm just not tolerating this
Majo is
anymore.
itching. You're not going to tolerate Majo.
Hello, Vince. Hello? Yes.
They need him at Titan Towers, I guess.
Uh-huh.
Maybe
glad to come
SummerSlam.
back.
Picture it at SummerSlam. Cena Reigns
All right,
with
I'm
Cena,
going back.
Cena Sr. and Heyman handcuffed at ringside.
Oh, I'm ready. I'm ready. And
You
I
like
can-
that one.
The man sitting behind the desk saying, ain't no way that's ever going to happen.
And then maybe Jey Uso comes out and hits you with a super kick.
Love it. Love it. We can do it.
Well, funny enough, Johnny, as I mentioned the Usos, I wanted to kick off the show with your thoughts on what a story that I have mixed thoughts on, and they're both strong. The now fourth arrest, third DUI of Jimmy Uso. It's out of control at this
I love
point.
both those guys. I really do.
I do too.
What great entertainers, great knowledge of this business. You know, we can sit here and you and I can talk about rehab all day. But the man's an alcoholic. The only way that you can deal with this type of situation is by the individual looking in the mirror and admitting I have a disease. Number one disease in the country is alcohol.
Is it?
No, alcohol is the number one abused drug.
I didn't know that.
It's a drug. So it's the number one abused drug. So you look in that mirror and you say, alcohol is a problem. I have it. Seek the help you need. The problem is the situation can change so quickly because there's always somebody that'll say, hey, Dan, I know you're on a diet, but have this one Pepsi. Well, one leads to a Pepsi, then it's an ice cream. You know the thing I'm afraid of? This is the fourth time. Please, God. He's
Only
way over,
his third DUI, though, just to stress that.
right, but he's way over the limit.
Oh, absolutely.
How would it be if he killed somebody? That's, you know, when I used to teach driver ed, I would.
You used to
I
teach
did.
driver's
I
ed.
did. I did the classroom and the in-car, and I used to say specifically, you know what? Alcohol and drugs are bad because ultimately what happens is you're out of control. You end up killing a family or some innocent person on the street, or doing damage to yourself that injures your family because of what's happened to you. You know, God bless him. For whatever reason, yeah, I had a couple of beers. I know how that feels when we traveled from one site to the other when I was doing stuff with WWE. Everybody had a beer. They're all drinking.
Well, he was in his hometown of Pensacola. He wasn't traveling town to town.
Makes no difference.
It was on an off night.
I know.
And you couldn't have called an Uber or a Lyft.
That's what I'm saying. Common sense, my man. Because you know what's going to happen the next time? Nobody's going to be nice. And then he's going to be in the jail. Then somebody's got to bail him out. WWE's going to have to live with this. How long can you be an embarrassment to your employer? And I mean that in a good way, not a bad way. Because
it was very complimentary.
But he has so much to offer.
Sure,
So much to offer.
I agree with that wholeheartedly.
Why jeopardize it over a can or a bottle of beer or whiskey or tequila?
It was a lot more than that, looking at the blood alcohol level.
That was way up there, brother.
And you talk about poor choices. He's in the middle of the biggest push of his career. Him and his brother are being featured as opposed to just being, tag team wrestling really isn't something that WWE has gone out of its way to feature, but with his involvement with Roman and his brother Jay, coming back from injury now, him trying to be maybe the voice of reason in a sense, really being featured in a great capacity. My tip of the cap to WWE Creative, it's the most watchable angle storyline they've had now in quite a while. It's something I look forward to, but I was very surprised that they brought him back on the episode after the arrest as if nothing had happened. They just continued with his character status quo. I think WWE needs to lay the law down. I don't want to see Jimmy Uso lose his job, but I look at it like this. This is a man where he's been arrested 4 times, 3 of them due to DUI. The 4th, I think, was involving him trying to attack a police officer.
Correct.
When they tried to arrest his wife in Detroit, Michigan.
What would do?
Oh, if the police are trying to arrest your wife, I wouldn't take my T-shirt off and go after the cops, would you?
You know what? I have a son that's a police officer.
Yeah.
Sergeant in West Newbury. And I can only tell you this. People do crazy things. Domestics are the hardest call to deal with because you never know which side's going to go off the deep end. And so if somebody were trying to arrest your wife, pull her out in handcuffs, your immediate response is to stop. You don't think about you think about getting her. So I can see where he came from there. Bad decision again. And
it just shows a pattern of bad decisions.
That's correct. So you know what's going to happen if he continues with this? I like the way WWE handled it.
Doing nothing?
Well, hang on. Maybe they are doing something. There's an end to every storyline. And maybe his story is being written now out. His brother will continue. You get guys like Roman Reigns that are busting their ass to make sure it works with both these guys. His brother is busting his ass. Paul Heyman's doing the same thing. The writing team. Why would you let everybody down?
And another way to look at it is that maybe you talk about the worst of times. Not only is he in the biggest push of his career, but he's coming back from an injury where his brother Jay showed how valuable he can be as a singles and doesn't need Jimmy Uso.
What did I just say? The end may be nearer than you think, my friend. So if it were I would take the high road, admit I have a problem, seek help for that problem, and move on. It says an awful lot to admit. You know what? I always said this to my sons. Never be afraid to say you made a mistake or you were wrong. And in this case, if I were he, I made a mistake and I was wrong in what I do. I realize I have a situation. I'm married. I've got a great opportunity in front of me. I want to seek the help I need so I can continue to do what I love. That's it.
To me, another part of the problem is look at the precedent that's been set with Jeff Hardy. How many times has he been arrested with DUIs and drug charges and so on and so forth? And I think the world of Jeff Hardy, too. He's helped us with some of our charity endeavors before. He's a good human being that's made many, many, many poor personal choices. You know, they set the precedent. They continued to allow it. They continued to push him as one of the top guys in the company, even with this problem. So how do you punish Jimmy Uso when you've let the issues with Jeff Hardy go on so
They just
long?
renewed his contract, I think, didn't
What's
they?
that now?
Didn't they just renew his contract? It's up for renewal? Hardy?
Probably about a year ago, I think.
So my whole thing is, you know what?
Jeff Hardy you're talking about, right?
Yeah,
Jeff, yeah. I don't know about Jimmy Uso.
Okay, I think what's got to happen here is, you know, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. And, you know, fans are not stupid. They kind of sit back and they go, wait a minute. You nailed Hogan's ass to the wall, but this guy beat the living stuffing out of his wife, did this and that, used words that shouldn't be used, and it's like, keep the ring, you're all set. Wait a minute. You know what? Justice is blind. We know that. That's the statue. The scales are supposed to balance. In this case, they don't. I just think that somebody's got to sit somebody down and make it clear. He's young enough, he's smart enough to understand. So is Hardy. The trouble is, I guess people are, you know, it's like raising a family. I was never afraid to say to my sons, no, it's not going to happen. And I wasn't afraid to give them a slap on the ass. Today, parents are afraid of their own children. And the children are running the show. Yeah. And that's exactly what's happening with some of these wrestling promotions. You're putting money in the bank for me. You know, I don't want to be too big a hot ass, but you know what? Vince is a very smart man. You can only slap me in the face so many times before I punch back. And when I do punch back, it's not that I'm going to hurt you. I'm just going to take your job away from you. And that's the thing he doesn't understand.
Well, you know, we'll play a game right now, Johnny. Let's play you're in charge of talent relations, you're Vince McMahon. How do you handle the situation as is right now?
I think what I do is I say, you know what? I want to see Uso. I want to bring him in the office. I want to sit him down. I want to put my cards, as I play cards, I always do it. Nothing up my sleeves, brother. They're all face up on the table. And here's the way it lies. Bad, bad, worse, worser. You got one more shot, son. If you can't make it right this time, if it happens again, I'm putting you on notice. You're done. You're out of here. Go where you will, but you're finished with this promotion. I think when people understand that it's the real deal, Paul Levesque, I'm sure, would say it. John Laurinaitis, you know, I got respect for all those people.
Yes.
Put it on the table. Don't pussyfoot around, you know, and I think that would wake people up. The fact of the matter is, threats are just that. You can't have any more ice cream, and tomorrow you're not going to get any. Oh, well, all right, have a dish. And that's exactly what's happening. And until they not slap wrists, until they say this is not a threat, this is fact, and if you do it again, see right here, see this contract? Terminated. 90-day, no compete. See you later, find someplace else.
Well, here's what I would do. I'd say, Jimmy, you're suspended for 90 days, no pay. We're going to send you to rehab. If you choose not to, we're going to release you.
You know, Marty Jannetty made a great comment. I don't know if you saw that, and I'm sure you did. Those podcasters in New York, Pharaoh and his...
Oh,
all
please.
Right, no.
I wear my sunglasses at night, yeah.
But just a minute. Forget those two fellows. I just want you to... Because Marty was very upfront.
Yes.
He was right. Why would you do that to me, quote unquote, and put me out there like that? You know, that's not fair. It's not right. I thought we were buddies. And he said, nothing I'll make clear of, you know. And he was kind of like, you know, this rehab stuff. It don't work. I've been in more rehabs than you can count. I've seen priests. I've seen ministers. I've been in. I've been out. It don't work for a man like me. I got to realize I got the problem, and I have to cure it. Great, Marty Jannetty. That's exactly the words people need to hear, and that's exactly what people need to do. Rehab, let's look at Sonny. How many times has she been through rehab? All right, but
Sonny's been through a lot of things.
Okay, so, well, that's another story for another time. So my whole thing is, rehab is only good for the person that, Jake Roberts is a great example of somebody who truly recognized he was screwed up, who truly wanted to grasp life, enjoy his family, and really wanted to become rehabbed, wanted a full life. It's not an easy thing. You know, I used to see it. Put them in a room. Sometimes they're tied to that bed. They sweat, they scream, they yell. It's horrible.
It's tough.
It's horrible
tough.
to do what you need to do. It's worse than being in a friggin' ring or in a fight on the street.
Sure. Oh, absolutely.
But it's a fight that's worth
withdrawals.
fighting if you love the people you're with. And you know what? You can do your rehab thing, but I guarantee you, unless he's ready or they're ready, rehab's going to be up. We're going to send you again. Going to send you again. That's wasted money.
Well, you know, here's the thing. WWE has to do something. If he's been arrested 4 times, if there's been 3 DUIs, how many times hasn't he been caught?
That's right. And the next time, like I say, please God, really it doesn't happen. But what happens if he hits a car full of people?
Well, that's it. This is a publicly traded company now. What if he drives into a tree?
Yep.
What if he, look at what happened to me in the Sheik and Commissioner Von Johnson. We were almost killed. My body has been left dilapidated because of some asshole that made the poor choice to go out, I'm going to go have some drinks. Then I'm going to get behind the wheel of my pickup truck and fall asleep on the highway and put all of my body weight down on the pedal and go off like a bomb on Von Johnson's SUV back in August of 2005. Jimmy Uso could make the same mistake, and there is the precedent that he's set where he continues to be arrested and caught with these DUIs. And again, if he's only been caught 3 times, I'd put some money down in Vegas that there have been many nights that Jimmy Uso has got behind the wheel of that car after having some adult beverages in no condition to drive. So it's a problem that WWE, just to save their own ass, in case there is a bigger incident down the road, I think WWE needs to lay the law down, even if Jimmy Uso doesn't want to go to rehab, even if Jimmy Uso looks at it as if it's a waste of time. If I'm WWE, I'm protecting the WWE brand by laying the law down and doing something to him. Do you think 2K video games is going to want to put him in their games? Do you think Mattel is going to want to make action figures of someone that's repeatedly arrested for DUIs? I mean, WWE, it is a global brand. It goes beyond what goes on inside that squared circle each week.
I agree. And you just reiterated the words I said. Let's stop the fooling around. Let's put the cards face down on the table and said, look, I'm not going to send you to rehab. You have to make the decision to go to rehab. Anybody can walk in.
I'd make it for him.
Anybody?
Either that or I'd say, you know what, it was nice to know you.
But you can walk in and you can walk out. See, that's the bad part about this rehab thing. So you know what?
Well, at least
put it on the
WWE,
table.
let's just say there is an unfortunate 4th DUI, or there's an accident where he's hurt, or he hurt someone else. At least WWE can say, we exhausted every opportunity possible to try and help him. If they choose to do nothing, they fined Lars Sullivan $100,000 because of comments he made 10 years ago on Reddit that came across as, I don't know if they were either racist or homophobic, racist.
Both.
Both, okay, for something that happened a decade ago. They need to do something now with the talent that's under contract to them now, before it's a situation that blows up in their face.
Don't disagree with that. I just think that, like I said, here's the cards on the table.
If he doesn't like rehab and doesn't want to go to rehab, okay, what I'd do is I wouldn't even release him right away. I would, WWE has every clause in their contract that is WWE friendly. I'd ice him. I'd have Edge hit him with one of those concertos to send a message to Roman Reigns to write him out of the storyline. I'd have him sit home for however long they could send him home, fined without having to pay him. Then I'd release him and let him go somewhere else once he's cooled off. I wouldn't let him walk into another promotion hot off of WWE TV. I'd ice him too.
Well, I disagree with part of that because I don't think he's going to walk anywhere hot off a WWE program. Nobody wants a troublemaker. Nobody wants the adverse publicity. So I kind of tend to say, put the cards down. These are the options. Here's the way it's going down. And I'm going to tell you what I sit right there and say, look, this is a no BS situation. I'm not joking. There's your contract. Here's your choices. You realize you have a problem. Here's the options that you have to help you solve that problem. We're willing to pay for it and help you get out of it. You don't want that. Trust me when I tell you something. It's very simple. Next time we get the call, see this contract? Done. Out. See you later. Make it real. The problem is,
our difference is I
wouldn't
wouldn't give him the opportunity to do it again.
But yeah, you have to give him the opportunity to make a decision, because to
Oh, I
force-
agree with that, but what
if
I'm
you-
saying is if he refuses the rehab, like I said, I'd ice him and then I'd let him go.
But that's his choice.
I would not let there be an opportunity for another DUI or another opportunity for someone to get hurt.
I understand that, but why
Look
would
at
you
what
force,
it's done to my life.
But why would you force a man into rehab, something he doesn't want to do? If you sign him in,
Because at least
he just signs out.
if there's another problem after rehab, WWE can say, we have done A, B, C, D, E, F, G, and so on and so forth. If God forbid that there's an accident where he's killed, someone else is killed, and WWE says, well, you know what he does on his own time is his own personal choice. I think that comes across poorly. That was WWE's public response to one of the other incidents that he had. What WWE talent does on their own time is their own business. This goes beyond that, and this needs to be rectified, in my opinion.
That's true. However, the difference between your statement and the way I feel, once your picture shows up on a WWE poster and you're in a WWE ring, I don't give a damn what you do in your own time. You still get WWE tattooed on your back, your arm, your ass, and your head. You're there. Oh, you're that guy from, people see me and they go, oh, I know you. And I go, oh, really? Well, who am I? They don't say John Cena Sr. They don't say Johnny Fabulous. They say, oh, yeah, you're that guy that got kicked in the head by Randy Orton. Okay, that's fair, but I'm still got the WWE label on me. So as long as you have that, it shows a total disrespect for those people that you're working with and pushing for, yourself and the company that's paying you. That's
simple enough. Look at the non-wrestling media. Did they report Jonathan Fatu was arrested for a DUI, or did they report WWE superstar Jimmy Uso was arrested for a DUI?
Jimmy Uso, WWE superstar. And like I just said, I don't care what you say about on your own time. Once you're in that ring, and once you have WWE on you, I'm not John Cena Sr., I'm not Johnny Fabulous. I'm the guy that got kicked in the head by Randy Orton on a WWE show. That's it.
You're part of that brand.
That's it. And when I'm out there, I respect the fact that I have to be careful and do things, because what I do reflects on the product. Forget anybody else. The product. McMahon, Levesque, Stephanie, Shane, the whole product, and all these men and women who are busting their ass to make sure you and I get a night of enjoyment. No, it doesn't work that way.
Even when Paul, in the episode we did last week, when Paul Orndorff passed away, it was WWE Hall of Famer Paul Orndorff passed away. So even when you are not under contract to WWE, you are still part of that quote-unquote brand. And you know what? For better or worse, you're representing that brand with your actions.
Absolutely.
All right.
Absolutely.
Well, I guess we agree a little bit and disagree maybe just a little bit. But that's all right. That's what makes our show so interesting, fans. Right now, we're going to show you something of greater interest as well. We're going to take a brief time out. We'll be back with more Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. Stand by.
The World Wrestling Federation was live at Old Ridgefield High School Gym in Ridgefield, Connecticut, Thursday, July the 23rd, 1981. In the opening contest, Johnny Rodz beat Angelo Gomez. Kurt Hennig with the win over Baron Mikel Cicluna. WWF Intercontinental Champion Don Morocco retained the title over Steve King. George the Animal Steele defeated Terry Gunn. And in the main event, Andre the Giant and Pat Patterson victorious over Moondog Rex and Captain Lou Albano, who replaced Moondog's spot, in a 2 out of 3 falls match, 2 falls to 0. If you were in Ridgefield live, share your memories in the comment section below. Use the links in the description box to keep Wrestling Legends working in our eBay store and on our world-renowned Patreon streaming service so we can bring you more interactive superstar shoot interviews to relive the good old days of professional wrestling. Check it out. Boston Wrestling Sports in the MWF explodes into a new year with professional wrestling content galore and need you to join our family. Every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after our Monday Night Raw review, it's Wrestling Insiders at your house with WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas. Wednesday nights at 10 p.m. after NXT and AEW, join Rotating Legends on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after our NXT and Dynamite review, it's It's Marty Jannetty's no-holds-barred sex, drugs, and rock and roll journey on Wrestling Insider's Party with Marty. Friday night after SmackDown, don't miss John Cena Sr.'s Wrestling Insider's Fabulous Fridays. Plus, look for classic clips, history videos, bonus live episodes, pay-per-view watch-alongs, and more. For less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, get early ad-free access to our Wrestling Insider talk shows, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, and help keep wrestling legends working during the worst of times.
WWE is coming home to Kansas City with Monday Night Raw. WWE is back with Monday Night Raw in Kansas City, Monday, July 26th. Tickets on sale now.
Wrestling fans, I'm Dan Marotti.
And this is the man of the hour, Leo Rush.
It was all over BostonWrestling.com and our social media. But Leo, brother, they got to check out some of this merch.
They got to.
Check it out, fans, right now, available on eBay.
At WrestleMania 37, she proved she is the EST, defeating Sasha Banks to become the new SmackDown Women's Champion. Here's your chance to own this limited edition collector's autograph print, personally signed by Bianca Belair, one of only 50 made direct from our friends at WWE. Also signed by original artist Rob Schamberger. Help keep wrestling legends working. Get this awesome Bianca Belair collectible for your wrestling collection now. Wrestling fans, especially here in the Boston area, we want to thank our great friends at Red Rose for their support for all of our charitable endeavors and programming efforts. Red Rose is 2 years young and extremely thankful for all the support they've had from our neighbors here in Melrose and beyond for an amazing first 2 years. Red Rose thanks Melrose and all of the first responders who have fought the good fight and have never given up hope during these unprecedented times. We did it together. Follow Red Rose on Facebook for their anniversary special, facebook.com/Red Rose Melrose. You'll be glad you did. Open until 2 a.m. Red Rose will give you fresh, piping hot, mouth-watering food that'll put an ear-to-ear smile on even the toughest critic's face. Check out their full menu online at redrosema.com or give them a call, 781-620-1889.
All right, wrestling fans, welcome back to Wrestling Insiders. John Cena Sr., Dan Marotti. I think we got a little spirited in our last segment.
No, I think
no, we didn't get spirited. No,
I think you and I think the fans will agree. You got to see point, counterpoint, and I think it was a good discussion. There was no yelling, no screaming. I think we both tried to get our points across, and the fans will decide who's right and who's wrong. But I think it was a very interesting conversation. There was no you jerk, you ass, you this. I think it was.
I say that often.
Yeah, but it was well done. I think it was well done. Well done.
Should we wear sunglasses?
No, not for my podcast. Right. I don't have a podcast.
Well, no, this is a high quality television studio we're enjoying, not some podcast penthouse. You spend enough time in the penthouses with the various women.
They didn't call me, so I didn't ask my opinion.
All right. Well, Johnny, so is the kid working reins at SummerSlam or what? What do we got?
You know, I
gotta ask.
Everybody's asked that question.
Is he working SummerSlam? What's going on?
All I can say is this to you, the same thing as everybody else. I don't know my son's business. We don't talk business. We don't do anything about the business. I love my sons, and I love my son, all of them.
When does the taping of the movie in France begin? I know it is in August.
That's correct. However, this is... Now, please, fans, no misquote. I don't need any phone calls.
Let's see what the fake headline will be out of this.
I'm not going to do it then. See, I refuse
No.
to do it.
I'm interested because, like I said, sometimes people can take a sentence and they turn it into a book.
Yeah, and I don't want that because I don't speak for John Cena Jr.
No, I'm not asking you to speak, but when's he going to France?
I have no idea. I just heard that there's a movie signed. It's a spy movie called Argyle, whatever it is.
I think you would be good in the spy movie.
Well, nobody's called me yet.
I got an interesting email from one of the fans. And I thought this one was outside of what your son does. They said you would be good if they ever did a Taken 4 is the father of Liam Neeson. So
Anytime. I'm ready. Anybody calls, I'm ready. Nobody's calling me.
I'm still going with Adam West. I don't know.
No, I don't want that thing. No.
So you
Godfather.
You don't know anything about SummerSlam this year, other than it's in Las Vegas.
I do not. I do not know a thing about it.
Would you like to see it? As someone that just enjoys wrestling?
No, I would not like to see that match.
No.
No.
Would you rather see it saved for
Roman Reigns is
102,000 fans at AT&T Stadium in April 2022, WrestleMania 38?
Roman Reigns has already beat John Cena once.
It was on a B pay-per-view
I really
and
don't
nobody
care,
cares.
but it's been done. The big match for WrestleMania 38 will be, my prediction, The Rock versus Roman Reigns. That will be the big match. That's what's going to put Roman Reigns on top.
I know they had wanted to do it in California, but obviously the WrestleMania calendar had changed where they had to move it to different cities because of coronavirus
Now,
over
once
the past
again,
couple of years.
let's talk about The Rock versus Reigns.
All right.
Let's use that as an example. I think that that's a very dangerous situation for The Rock. The last match he had with John, I believe it was, he was under contract for a movie and sustained a serious injury.
Well, you want to know what the problem is, Johnny? And to call a spade,
yeah.
a man at his age is naturally not in the condition that he's in.
How old
he's
is The
on
Rock?
so much gas, he's going to tear anything and everything if he moves.
Okay, but my point being this.
Okay.
Forget all that, and you're probably right in what you're saying. The fact of the matter is I'm under contract with Marty Films to perform as the Godfather myself, all right? But, okay, John, there's a clause in here that says you must be kept safe and whole at all times so as not to interfere with production or filming. I go in and fight Reigns, okay, twist my ankle, break my leg, dislocate a shoulder and an arm. I'm no good to that studio. How much money do they have invested in me? Lloyd's of London won't pay on that. So
I don't think Lloyd's of London covers wrestlers anymore after all those scams in the 90s.
That's exactly right. So my whole thing is very simple. If I'm a movie producer or a movie company, forget my son. Let's make it general. How's that? If you're contracted to me to do a movie, regardless of when I start shooting, if there's a chance you could be injured and delay the shooting, bad news for me, bad news for the movie coming out. I just think somebody's got to make a decision.
Well, maybe they can plan it so far ahead of time that he doesn't have any movie commitments in the auspices of that area of life, you know.
That's fine. I know he wants to come back. I'd love to see him.
Everybody wants to come back at some point.
Yeah.
I can't think, even CM Punk, who says, you know, I don't want to come back, I don't want to come back. I'm sure there is a part of him that misses the part of wrestling that he loves.
You and I have talked about this before.
Right.
I got to know Phil Brooks through being backstage, and I can't say I know him like everybody knows him. We had some good discussions. Phil Brooks has a hold on life. He's a very intelligent man. He has a great direction in life. And I will tell you this, when Phil Brooks says he's not interested, trust me when I tell you, I believe him wholeheartedly. Because if he can't get involved and have fun and enjoy what he's doing, he doesn't have to be the star of the day. Just enjoy it and make it worthwhile. Phil Brooks will do it. Outside of that, I question whether you'll ever see CM Punk back in a ring.
Well, you made my point. You know, there are things about the business that he misses. There are fun things about the business that he misses. And under the right circumstances, if he could be put in a position where it could be done in a way that would satisfy his creative juices, I think he would come back.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
I agree with that.
But whether it's your son, whether it's The Rock, whether it's Undertaker, I think everybody that leaves, I think there is a part of them in their heart and in their soul that misses that part of the business they love. So that's why I think, you know, if it was me, I would, in let's just say perfect world, I would do Roman and John at WrestleMania this year, and I would do Roman and Rock in Hollywood the year after, because I think that is where The Rock is such a, you know, movie star now. I think that's the perfect setting for it. My opinion. For WrestleMania, I think, I've told you before, I would go with Bobby and Lesnar and Roman and Cena would be my main
I definitely
events.
would go. I've changed my tune on that one.
You like it now?
I think Lesnar and Lashley would be a huge draw. I think that would be a good match. That would be the main event. I'm not crazy about Cena and Reigns.
Really?
Been there, done that. You know, what's your purpose?
But how many matches have been redone?
What's your purpose?
How many original matches really are there left with some of these guys? What's the purpose? Because let's just per se they did do Roman and John again, it's a fresh coat of paint. Last time they did it, John was the guy, Roman was the hungry young lion trying to prove himself.
And he beat him.
And he did.
And he beat him.
But now Roman is the guy, and you have John Cena coming back as the legend, the icon, the gunslinger. Does he still have it in him to try and take out the guy that's the head of the table? I think it's a fresh coat of paint on the match.
Okay, so I'm a fan now. I'm just a fan.
I just sold it to you, you mean?
No,
I'm
just a fan. And I'm sitting here telling you that you don't have to give me the finish to this match because Cena's going to job to Reigns. What the hell is the point of even paying to see it?
Well,
you know what?
If you add in there the storyline, though, will John Cena become the man that breaks the Nature Boy's record? Throw that in there. That adds another layer to the storyline.
You know what? I don't know any more than
They're
anybody.
tied right now.
I know any more than...
Actually, really, no, because they ignore about 6 of Flair's title
That's right.
reigns. But
That's right.
As far as how they're officially recognized, John and the Nature Boy are tied. Now, that would add, I think, a pretty cool layer. Imagine if John comes out as a surprise at the Royal Rumble and wins. Does he want Lashley? Does he want Roman?
It's not Lashley.
Either way, he's going for the 17th World Championship. You don't think the Fox Network would want to see their money spent wisely on John?
I'm still that wise-ass fan who says WWE writing needs to be improved. Cena's got a job for Reigns. He's not going to be 17-time world champion.
Well, what if he decides, let's just per se, fantasy booking, let's flip the coin. Let's flip the coin a little bit. Let's say they decide, you know what? What a great angle. We're going to bring back Brock, and we're going to have him work Roman again. But this time, the mystery is going to be, who was Paul Heyman with? Is he going to stick with Roman? He never really severed ties with Brock. What's Paul Heyman's angle going to be?
But I like that. See, I like that.
And then on the Raw side, you could say John's storyline is going to be, he's chasing Bobby for that elusive 17th World Championship.
That might work.
You could go Cena, Lashley, Roman, Lesnar, with the storyline on SmackDown being, who is Paul Heyman going to align with, Roman or Brock?
I like that. See, that's a good storyline. Now, Cena and Lashley, again, I'm not throwing Cena under the bus. I'm not throwing Lashley under the bus. But once again, Cena's like Undertaker. So who's going to win the match? Who's the writer going to come out with on top? You know what I don't like, and I've said this before, that's why it's wrestling entertainment, worldwide wrestling entertainment. The predictability is there. I'm looking at the odds now for, minus 700 for Roman Reigns, plus 700 for...
Isn't that crazy? Yeah.
If you're stupid enough to bet on this stuff, man, oh man, could I make a lot of money.
And I'll tell you this, Johnny, before we go to break, because Howard sent us the signal, I would love to see a promoted, official retirement match for The Undertaker.
Yeah, you know what? One for you, one for me. I hate to say it. It's a rhyme, but I agree.
Someone young, someone that'll bounce around for him like a ping pong for 6-7 minutes. Give him a year to get ready. Maybe he's training. Maybe he knows and he's training for it now. But I don't think The Undertaker's career should end in a, what did they call it, cinematic match with AJ Styles. He deserves to be in that squared circle and to have 102,000 fans salute him and give him love for all the love and soul and dedication he gave to our industry. It should not have been on a quote-unquote movie set. It deserves to be in the squared circle.
I say if you do that, make it believable at the end, let the opponent leave, and let The Undertaker take his thing. Not like that Drew McIntyre Goldberg thing where they hugged and shook. Come on, please. I think I threw up a little in my mouth. I tell you who I'd like to see do that.
Wait a minute, we forgot about Billy Goldberg.
I
He's
did
still
that.
got, no, but I mean, he's still got 2 matches left this year
here we go.
and 2 next year.
Why don't you challenge Roman Reigns? I tell you what,
Oh, God, you know what? Forget about everything we've said. Watch them go in that direction.
That's right.
Goldberg.
Yeah. I hate to say this, and I know you hate me to say it, but if we want to continue a legacy of spiritualism, of the dead and all this, I tell you what, it's too bad they did what they did to Bray Wyatt. Because
Oh, Undertaker and
he would have
Fiend,
been,
yeah.
that would have been the answer right there. That's the match to go out on. And the way I would do it, I said it before, Fiend, Undertaker, bang, boom, bang, lightning, all this stuff. Fiend pins him, 1, 2, 3, grabs the urn, says, I got the whole world in my hands. Lightning bolts hit the urn. Undertaker has now disappeared from the ring. There's a hologram. Boom, bang, ring fills with smoke. I will never rest in peace. Bang, the urn blows up. Be awesome. What a finish. But then again, they haven't called me. I don't write for them. I love them, but thanks.
I don't think Fiend should be the opponent if there was to be a match, because I think Undertaker should win, and I don't think Fiend should lose.
It would be a win-win situation because you could design that fall so it's a win for both. Taker could still win, and so could the Fiend. You understand where I'm going with this?
Fiend has been awfully hurt by what they've done with that Randy Orton
that's
and Alexa
horrible.
Bliss feud.
Well, you know what?
When they lit him on fire at TLC, I think they lit the character on fire.
Gone. It's gone. It's gone. It's gone.
Unfortunate. All right, fans, we get the cue from the back as we continue fantasy thoughts about WrestleMania 38. What do you think? If you're with us live on Friday night, send your thoughts in the Premier Chat. Don't forget that the Super Chat button is open. Help us keep the lights on and bring you more great wrestling legends. Right now, we'll be back after this brief timeout to wrap up the show. Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marotti.
And I'm John Cena Sr.
Johnny, the momentum here in Boston wrestling continues as we continue to build and build and build. The fans want to know, how do we help? We subscribe to the Patreon, but we see all the great merchandise on that set. Coronavirus may have killed the nightlife, especially for someone like Marty, but our acclaimed eBay store is open 24/7 around the world.
Wow. Check it out.
Support Wrestling Insiders and keep wrestling legends working on eBay. At Survivor Series, it was champion versus champion as WWE champion Drew McIntyre battled Universal champion Roman Reigns with Paul Heyman. Get this 11x14 poster autographed by all 3 men. Limited edition, number 42 of only 50, with authentication hologram on the back of the poster itself. Comes with a mystery autographed 8x10 photo and an on-air shout-out from WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas on Wrestling Insiders at your house. Get it now.
Cheer. Why, hello. I would ask what was on your mind, but I already know. You want to know what has got my beard looking oh so majestic. And I'll tell you, it's sexy as hell beard care. Coconut oil, vitamin E oil, almond oil, both sweet and bitter, shea butter, it's all natural. Yes, JTG has actually come out with a high quality product. So support your boy by going to sahbeardcare.com and take one step closer to becoming sexy as hell. Cheer. Ooh, cheer. You know?
All right, wrestling fans, welcome back. We had a little bit of fun in the last segment after we got kind of spirited in the first segment of the show tonight, but interesting things going on in the, hopefully I'm pronouncing it right, the Duggan household. You had the re-debuts of a married couple in 2 different promotions. Zelina Vega returned to WWE SmackDown, and Aleister Black in a great angle that the commentary absolutely butchered. What a great debut he had in AEW. I don't know if you had a chance to see that, but Malachi Black, as he is now known, there was some kind of miswording in his contract, and instead of 90 days, he was allowed to be a free agent after 30 days, which shocked just about everybody, including some in Connecticut, who didn't realize that he wasn't under the 90-day no-compete. Showed up in a great angle. They teased technical difficulties throughout the night as opposed to just the typical lights go out, lights go on, and there's somebody.
I'm sick of that.
The lights went off and on all night to make it seem like they really were having issues, which I thought was very creative on AEW's part. But man was in the ring. He had kind of a very dark look. I loved it. Laid out Arn Anderson. Arn Anderson took that great bump for him. Cody Rhodes came out. Cody Rhodes got laid out. But, you know, for the local fans that maybe are Red Sox aficionados, they know from my social media, I detest the body of work of Dave O'Brien. I don't know the human being, but the play-by-play guy on NESN, since they got rid of Don Orsillo, I can't stand listening to it. And in AEW, they have, you know, the announced team of Tony Schiavone, Jim Ross, and Excalibur, who has the mask on, which I think is hokey. I wouldn't have your commentary, your pitchman, your salesman for 2 hours every week wearing a mask. But, I mean, it was just total chaos. He called them two different names. He was confused as to what he was supposed to say when. Talking about, I wrestled this man in Germany back in 2005 or something like that. And I mean, I don't think most fans would even realize that he was a wrestler. They only know him as a commentator. It was just so piss poor. I mean, in WWE, for better or worse, you know Vince McMahon would be in those commentators' ears saying, he is Malachi Black. Not the complete and utter chaos that was going on at the broadcast booth during his, what was an awesome debut. The physical aspect of it was out of this world. They made Malachi Black now look like $1 million, but then you had your play-by-play guy butcher the entire thing by misspeaking throughout the whole segment. If anything, he just should have said nothing if he didn't know what to say. Let the moment play out on its own.
Well, I'll tell you this. It wouldn't have been as nice as you said if Vince was on that other end. Believe me. I've been up there.
After the fact, yes.
I've been up there. No, even during. Because let me tell you, he's in their ear.
Yeah.
And if you don't screw up, you don't screw up. And then afterwards, you might as well just be like the puppy with the tape between your legs because it just doesn't work. Now, there's another guy that could be the new Undertaker for the AEW.
And could have been groomed for something along those lines in WWE. What a waste.
Yeah,
I mean, you know, AEW, I think that's a very smart signing for them. I think Andrade Almas, a very smart signing for AEW. But again, what a loss for WWE for a guy that could and should have been a main event heel for them. I think Andrade Almas, he can main event in any company in the world. And I mean, they just used him in primarily a mid-card role because he didn't speak perfect English, apparently. What do we got? Oh,
that's the wrong person.
That's the wrong person. That's not Howard.
Well, we've already talked
Either that or Howard really had a makeover.
We've already talked about the Mooney Sloth Algonquin Challenge, so that's on.
But I lost my train of thought now.
About the...
Oh, Andrade Almas.
Yep.
I mean, I don't know who WWE missed the boat on more, Aleister Black or Andrade. Obviously, Aleister was over the instant he came up to WWE. We talked about that before, the misuse of him in Ricochet, and how luckily Tommaso, not that you say it's lucky that you got injured, but he got injured at the right time, because if Tommaso was left on the main roster with Johnny Gargano, imagine how he'd probably either be gone or he'd be bottom of the card.
Oh, yeah.
So
look what they're doing with Ricochet.
It worked out well. Right. Ricochet, the past couple of weeks, they've given him some life, which is nice. I don't know why he wrestles in jeans when he's such a fantastic athlete, but one man's opinion. But as far as Andrade Almas goes, that is a man with, I don't care what promotion you're talking about. I don't care what country you're talking about. I wish we could have got our hands on him here in Boston Wrestling MWF. An outstanding talent, from what I'm told by people that worked with him in WWE. A good guy. I look at it as I'm not going to knock the decision makers, but I look at it as a bad decision to let him go.
Wow.
I would have come up with something creative for him. Like I said, for a company that's lacking top guys, I would have developed him into a top guy. If they were worried so much about his verbiage and his accent, you have Zelina Vega to speak for him.
Give him a manager. That's what managers are for.
Well, the Ed Zelina.
Oh, that's it. That's the way to do it.
All
but
right,
on a bright note, Tony Khan is promising to bring back the exploding barbed wire match because it was done all wrong. I just had to make your day and say that.
You know what? Let's be fair. Tony Khan wasn't the one that was going to set off the landmine.
Nope.
You can't put all the heat on him. Did he make a mistake in who he hired to do it? Yes. And I think he's now all but admitted that fact. And he feels that he can find the right people to execute it properly. I think they'll have a hell of a spectacle if they're able to pull it off right.
We'll see.
And I'll tell you another thing, and I think people forget about it. Those two men had an excellent match before that dud
match was
of
awesome.
A landmine.
The match was awesome.
Awesome match.
The dud was at the end.
Yeah. And the fact that they sold it like they were dead.
Boom, boom.
But anyway, your thought, do you think AEW risks their own talent that they're grooming at the expense of a lot of the WWE guys they're bringing in, whether it be young talent that can contribute in their primes like Alistair, or Malachi, I should say, and Andrade, along with legends like Christian and Henry and Big Show? Do you think that almost like what TNA started to do when they had such a hot product with their own homegrown independent talent, and then they started to bring in anyone that was available from WWE? Do you think AEW is almost taking a risk by becoming too ex-WWE friendly? Do you want to be looked at as the company that hires every WWE miscast?
Well, they're not hiring every miscast, but
true, very true.
They're trying to select the cream of the crop. You've got some great guys that they've hired. Big Show, Mark Henry, going to be wonderful for those young people. Going to learn a lot. Some of the people they're bringing in from WWE will do wonders with the new people that AEW is bringing in. So I don't think it's that bad, and I don't think you're going to see WWE pull an Eric Bischoff and try to steal all of these people. They're very selective of what they're doing and how they're doing it. I see. Let's see it play out. I can't wait to see an AEW live show. I wanted to see the WWE show in September. Who knows? We'll see what happens. But
we're traveling men, John. We're traveling men.
We'll see what happens. You might get to go to Algonquin and do the Moniz Loft Algonquin Challenge.
Well, I've heard about that. I would love to see it. Actually, wouldn't it be hilarious if Tony Atlas pulled up?
I
in
just
his
want to see who
$90
drives her home.
rent-a-car?
It'll be me and her and that person for dinner.
And then in the middle of this dinner, the doorbell rings, and there's a cake and a pint of ice cream waiting for you.
There'll be
with John Candy's wife from The Great Outdoors.
I'll tell you what'll happen. I know Moniz Loft really well. The gun will be loaded and I'll be shot. Not once, 6 times.
Well, Johnny, and I tell you, Zelina Vega's return, she's had a little bit of sizzle behind her on SmackDown. It doesn't look like they're going to use her in a managerial role right now.
Nope.
And due to unfortunate circumstances, it's a great time to be a female heel on SmackDown, where Bayley suffered a pretty serious injury training to return in front of live fans.
6 months.
From what I've heard, 9.
Wow.
Now, as someone that watches the show, I can't stand Bayley, so I'm not going to miss the character whatsoever. But as far as the human being that was injured, we can only send her our best and hope she has a complete, full recovery, as soon as possible.
I love you, Bayley.
What's your name, Jimmy Snuka?
I think it's great. I'm going to take you down. You're going to be great.
I hate Bayley.
I know you do. That's why
I hated the. Remember those used car lot blow up things that she had?
You only do what you're told.
But you know what? I think if it was for little children, a show for little kids, almost like what I've said about Otis in the past, I think it would be fun. For the demographic they're looking for, I think it's absurd. And then as a heel Bayley, I'm just not interested.
Pulls it off well. She does a good job.
Well, we disagree on that.
All right.
But at least she got tossed down the ramp by the even worse females in the company. You're almost family members, the Bella twins.
I think I threw up again in my mouth.
Maybe Goldberg could spear them.
We better cut because it's coming up.
Well, like I told you, I'm sure they have aunts and cousins that could try and latch on to someone that works in WWE, like the rest of the family.
The Bellas?
Yeah. They've all married well.
Stepfather.
There you go. All right. Well, wrestling fans, what did you think about all the crazy? Is there anything I forgot on my list?
I don't think
we
so.
We talked a little bit about it. Oh, you know what? Before we go real quick, we received, I don't know if you read it, a very nice tweet from Carmelo Hayes of NXT, the former, I should say, Christian Casanova, who is part of your Uprising faction.
He's a great guy.
He watched the episode we discussed him in, and you know what? He is part of the NXT Breakout Tournament.
Great.
8 stars, they think that it could perhaps be the future of the brand. We wish Carmelo, I guess, now the best. Again, what a life story he's had. I hope someday after WWE we can have him in the studio and we can shoot, we can tell his story, because his life has been remarkable and it hasn't always been easy for him to work so hard to get to the point he's at. I am so proud of him. Some of the things he did in the ring under the auspices of professional wrestling I thought were despicable, especially part of a faction that you were a part of with your buddy there, Cam Zagami. But as far as the human being goes, what he's went through in his life, now he has finally made it to the dance. He has some of the biggest influencers in the industry putting him over. I see great things for Carmelo Hayes in NXT, and who knows, maybe on one of the major league brands of Raw or SmackDown in the future.
He'll be there. I worked several shows with that young man, other promotions with that young man. We had a lot of discussions together. You will be on top.
You want to know my only disappointment? That he won't be with us Saturday night, November the 13th, at our 20th anniversary, back to the 80s WrestleFest at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts. Fans, if you are a Patreon member or you had tried to be part of the event in 2020, that special link for tickets for all-inclusive VIP packages has been sent to you. If you haven't received it, email us so you can get first crack at those tickets, because everything is numbered, almost like with the airlines. The earlier you purchase, the better your spot is going to be as far as your seat, as far as being able to access the Fanfest. And then, Johnny, next Friday night, August the 6th, tickets are going to be open to everybody, every fan that wants one of those all-inclusive VIP packages, the best value in professional wrestling, or a general admission ticket. BostonWrestling.com is the place to be. We're going to have special pricing for our great fans through SummerSlam weekend. So we're going to try and give you a little bit of a deal to make it more cost-friendly on the wallet through SummerSlam.
Let's do it.
And it's going to be a night you are never going to want to forget, fans, between being able to interact with these icons from the 80s, and then, after the autographs have been signed, the photos have been taken, the Q&A, the questions have been asked, that bell is going to ring, baby, and those hungry young athletes, the superstars and legends of yesterday, today, and tomorrow, it's going to be such a combustible element, Johnny. I think it's going to blow the roof off of Memorial Hall.
She won't like that.
Oh, please. You talk about someone with a broom.
Ooh, happy Halloween.
I think she was the witch from The Wizard of Oz that was never shown on camera.
Maybe wicked.
She's wicked. And from Charlestown. So as Commissioner Von Johnson used to call her, a street broad.
Oh, on TV. Oh.
Hey, he said it, not me. I'm just repeating the line.
Why repeat it?
Yeah. Street broad, baby. Street broad. Yeah. That's all right. Yeah. Well, maybe Commissioner Von Johnson will make a special appearance.
Maybe we bring him back.
Should we invite him for our 20th
why
anniversary?
Not? He won't show up, but that's all right.
What about your good friend Hollywood Ron Robinson? Should we invite him?
He'll be there anyway.
We haven't seen him in.
Yeah, I hope he's all
right. It's got to be a decade.
I hope he's all right. I really do.
Hopefully that little paw opened up.
Oh, God bless him.
Well, Hollywood was a man that took many photos over the years. About 99% of them were completely and utterly worthless. But you know what? He tried. He had a good heart.
He's a good man. God bless him.
You love Hollywood Ron Robinson.
You know what? I don't have a bad word to say about many fans. There are some that I just plain don't like. But the majority of fans in this business are outstanding.
You love Hollywood.
Everybody.
Well, did you ever see the Hollywood? the Hollywood Ron Robinson Christmas special?
No.
When he sang, oh my God, what was it? It was because he's Jewish. I am a little dreidel.
Oh, dreidel,
dreidel.
dreidel, dreidel. I want to play
He sang it, but he tried to put the microphone in the paw.
You should remember one thing. Never laugh at another person's handicap.
Look at me. You know what?
Karma is a bitch.
I have looked at it like this, and I know some people could look at what I just said as maybe a little on the inappropriate side. But if I can laugh at me and all of my handicaps and disabilities and so on, I look at everybody else as fair game. Maybe that's what people don't understand about my sense of humor. I don't know.
Sick sense of humor.
I sound like my mother.
WWE is going to shut you off.
You sound like my mother.
WWE is going to shut you off pretty soon.
WWE, we love WWE. Anytime they have live events coming, they know we'll promote it to the death. But we got to promote, like I said, Jake the Snake Roberts, Hacksaw Jim Duggan, Axe and Smash Demolition, many more to be announced on a night you are not going to want to forget, fans. Again, get those tickets now. On top of that, we talked about the kickoff to the Paul Bearer Holiday Headlocks Toy Drive that night. There is going to be one mega jackpot for the fans to walk away with, as we try to, as we like to say, in kayfabe version, update Santa Claus's GPS so he can find every kid's house. It means a lot to me. I know it means a lot to you. It meant a lot to Paul Bearer before he passed away. And it's a great tradition we continue. It's going to be the 10th. On our 20th anniversary as an organization, we're going to have the 10th Paul Bearer Holiday Headlocks Toy Drive. How much more work can I add to my plate for this event? It's a good thing we have such a great team. What would we do without them?
You're absolutely correct.
All right, for John Cena Sr., I'm Dan Marotti. We will see you next Friday night after SmackDown. Until we speak again, folks, you and yours be well, stay healthy. Good night from Boston.
Yo, 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 wrestling fans, this Sunday, July the 25th, JTG joins us at MWF Studios in Melrose, Massachusetts for a series of Wrestling Insider tapings and live cyber autograph signing. Want to join us in studio live with JTG? Join the Boston Wrestling Patreon family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling or pre-order your photo. JTG will autograph and personalize live on the air and give you a shout out at bostonwrestling.com.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marotti.
And I'm John Cena Sr.
Johnny, the fans just haven't asked for it, they have demanded it.
This August, we're headed back to Tampa for Wrestle House 2.
WrestleMania weekend, we brought you Sinister Minister James Mitchell, TJP, Demolition Smash, Al Snow, Dutch Mantel Zeb Coulter, JTG of Prime Time, and WWE Hall of Famer Gerald Brisco for in-depth interviews and live interactive cyber autograph signings.
And if you want our Wednesday Night Wrestling Insider Special Edition episodes to continue, we need your help to bring these superstars' careers and lives to life.
Bringing you free content 7 days each week is an expensive proposition. Between appearance fees, air travel, renting the house, the equipment, and everything that goes in to a week of shooting, we can't do it without you.
As we prepare to return to producing live in-ring events, help us bring you the superstars and legends of yesterday and tomorrow by visiting Indiegogo now and check out some of the great rewards.
Wrestling fans, it's going to be a wild week in Tampa the first week in August. Get ready for Wrestle House 2.
As always, interesting insight from Mr. Cena. Don't forget that all new episodes of Wrestling Insiders, Fabulous Friday premiere at 10 p.m. after SmackDown every Friday night. Again, fans, we are less than 24 hours from the in-studio debut of our friend JTG of Crime Time. He'll be taping several Wrestling Insider episodes. We'll also have a live program at 2 p.m. Where you can interact with JTG along with the cyber autograph signing, where you can get a autograph photo personalized to you with a shout-out on air. We're going to have a lot of fun with JTG. If you're interested in joining us, we have a limited amount of slots available. If you are part of the Boston Wrestling MWF Patreon family, information there, patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. If you want to enjoy the live episode and the cyber signing, again, simply head on over to bostonwrestling.com. There is a picture of JTG. Click it. It'll take you to the photos and give you all the information about the live episode. We're going to have a lot of fun. Again, folks, let's keep doing this 7 nights a week. Hit up that Indiegogo campaign for Wrestle House 2. Again, the link is in the description box below. Let's find a new co-host permanently for Tuesday Night's Wrestling Insiders. After Tony Atlas took the cash and abandoned ship like a thief in the night, we're just a few short weeks away from returning to Tampa to have a variety of superstars and legends. Almost, I don't know if audition is the right word, but certainly tape episodes with us as we look for that new host. If you had fun tonight, and I know you did, if you're still up at this point, either you have some severe insomnia, and even my boring voice can't put you to sleep, or you really enjoy the great content on these talk shows, folks. Again, give the video a big-time thumbs up. Subscribe to the YouTube channel. It's absolutely free. It lets YouTube know that you enjoy what we do, and they'll showcase our video to more and more fans that haven't seen us yet. There are millions of fans that are unlucky because, unlike you, they don't know about us. They don't know about Boston Wrestling. They don't know about Wrestling Insiders. Let's get them on board. Once they find out we exist, I have a feeling they're going to love us. Like any high-quality human being, as I noted, if you had fun tonight, don't forget to tip the bartender or the waiter by using the amazing Super Chat button here on YouTube, that little gray $ symbol under the premiere box. We have a big week ahead. Truly need your help. If everybody helps a little, it will go a long, long way. If everybody helped a little, we wouldn't need a lot from anybody. Or if everybody wants to give a lot, you know, I could have some help. Wouldn't that be something? Imagine if I could just host, or 2 or 3 of the dozens of jobs that I have to do under these auspices. It would be tremendous. I'd love it. So consider it. The Super Chat button. Click it. See what it does. The eBay store is open 24/7 with great rare wrestling items from superstars of every era. Every purchase not only helps keep wrestling legends working, but you get an on-air shout-out for helping the team. You can find the link to the Boston Wrestling eBay store in the description box below. Finally, one more time, folks, we need you guys to step up and go from being friends to go from being fans to becoming family members of Boston Wrestling MWF over on patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. You know all the rewards you get: the early ad-free access to the Wrestling Insider talk shows, access to the Studio Shoot interview DVD library as seen by millions online, and millions more on the Howard Stern Show, Patreon exclusive videos, and so much more, all while helping keep wrestling legends working. It's a lot of fun. It's really cool. Patreon members, again, another perk you get is being able to attend the in-studio shoots for free, like we're offering tomorrow with JTG. You also get the opportunity to get live event tickets before anybody else. We have discounted all-inclusive VIP packages and event tickets to our 20th anniversary, back to the 80s WrestleFest, live wrestling, VIP exclusive Legends Q&A, autograph photo, Fanfest, and so much more. Saturday night, November the 13th at Memorial Hall in Melrose. How can you get that link? Again, head on over to patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Tickets to all fans go on sale Friday, August the 6th. It is shaping up to be the biggest event in the history of our organization, which, believe it or not, on our 20th anniversary is 20 years. Fans, I've said it before, I've said it again, and I will continue to say it again, as a lot of the time things are copied and pasted. It does feel like the ending of the old Saturday night's main event. Jesse and Vince would be on the mic, and, oh, is it really over already? Yes, we do have to say farewell. It's always a little sad, as we'd love to talk wrestling with you all night, but it is getting a little bit late. We'd love to hear your feedback on all of this week's episodes, plus, again, your thoughts on what we have coming up this week, because it's going to be a big week. We're going to be the post-game show every night of the week from Monday through Friday. I know we can continue to grow this bad boy to be even bigger and better because, again, we have the best wrestling fans in the world with us. We just have to keep what we do growing. Once we do that, the sky is the limit, folks. Until we speak again, enjoy these summer weekends. There are not too many of them. I look forward to spending a summer Sunday afternoon with you tomorrow at 2 p.m. with JTG of Crime Time, LIVE live in studio. We'd love to have some of you guys with us, and we hope to be back tomorrow night with the first and former Boston Wrestling MWF Heavyweight Champion, Mr. Tiger Mulligan, for Wrestling Insiders Stern but Fair. With that said, folks, from my shrinking, breaking heart. Love to you all. Good night from Boston. Thank you for joining us. Please give the video a big thumbs up, leave us a comment, and subscribe to the channel to enjoy more great content. Don't forget, you can help keep wrestling legends working. Check out our eBay store and join the Boston Wrestling family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling so we can produce more in-depth shoot interviews.